Of all the phenomena of feudalism, none seems more essential than seigniorial justice. In times gone by, English lawyers and historians have been apt to treat it lightly and to concentrate their attention on military tenure. For them, the introduction of the military tenures has been the establishment of the feudal system. But when compared with seigniorial justice, military tenure is a superficial matter, one out of many effects rather than a deep-seated cause. Seigniorial justice is a deep-seated cause of many effects, a principle which, when once introduced, is capable of transfiguring a nation. Of the origin and antiquity of this principle, however, some even of our most illustrious historians have spoken with great hesitation, and therefore we shall spend some time in examining the texts which reveal what can be known about it, admitting once for all that they leave much room for differences of opinion. Since the doctrine to which we have come would trace seigniorial justice back to a remote time, we shall do well to state at the outset an extreme version of the opposite doctrine, a version which has been elaborately set forth in a learned and spirited essay on the eve of the Battle of Hastings. A seigniorial court was still a new thing in England. It was a Norman precursor of the Norman conquest. England owes it to Edward the Confessor, who was half Norman by birth and wholly Norman by education and sympathies. It came to us with a new theory of constitutional law. From the reign of no older king can any evidence be produced of the existence at any rate of the legalized existence of private courts. True, there are charters that give to the holders of great estates the profits of jurisdiction, but a grant of the profits of jurisdiction is one thing, jurisdiction itself is another. True, that one man might have soke over another, but this does not mean that he had jurisdiction. At the most, it means that he was entitled to the profits of justice, to wits, to fines and amercements. No instance can be found before the Norman times in which socken means jurisdiction. Socken had a technical meaning of its own which is always rigorously observed. The idea of jurisdiction, on the other hand, was expressed by an equally technical word, the meaning of which is also rigorously observed. This is saku, a word which has strangely vanished from our legal vocabulary, but is still preserved, even in its technical sense, by the German sash. Now it will not be disputed that in Domesday Book and the Legs Henrici this distinction is obliterated. Soke means jurisdiction, and sake and soke is but a pleonastic phrase, which means no more than soke. Nor is it disputable that on the vigil of the conquest, a great deal of jurisdiction was wielded by the lords. Not a few of the hundreds were in private hands, and, apart from hundredal jurisdiction, a lord might have and often had sake and soke over his own lands. It is not denied that Edward the Confessor had freely granted to churches and other lords large rights of justice, not merely rights to the profits of jurisdiction, but jurisdiction itself. The question is whether what he did was new. For one moment longer we may dwell on the indisputable fact that he dealt out jurisdictional rights with a lavish hand. This we gather, not so much from his Latin land books, as from English writs in which he announces to the bishop, earl, sheriff, and great men of a county that he has given land in that county to some church, with sake and soke and toll and team. Sometimes he adds, with infangenethef, grithbris, forestiel, hamsaken, flymenephium, and so forth. Sometimes the donis are to have these rights in all their own lands. Sometimes he gives them the hundredal jurisdiction over lands that are not their own. Thus to Saint Bennet of Ramsey he gives soken over all the men in 100, and a half over all the men who are moot-worthy, feod, worthy, and fold-worthy, whosoever men they may be. That is to say, as we understand it, he gives a jurisdiction over all the free men of the district, the men who attend the moots, who attend the host, and who are not compelled by any soca faldi to send their sheep to a seigniorial fold, and this, although those men be bound to Saint Bennet neither by tenure nor by personal commendation. Again, he concedes that the donis tenants shall be quit of shires and hundreds. Again, he gives the favored church taxational power. Whenever the king takes a geld, be it army geld or ship geld, the monks may impose a similar tax upon the township and keep the proceeds to their own use. In short, it seems not too much to say that any delegation and appropriation of justice, of which our Norman kings were guilty, had an ample warrant in the practice of Saint Edward. Now the theory which would make him an innovator in this matter receives a rude shock from a writ of C-nut. The king announces that the Archbishop of Canterbury is to be worthy throughout his lands of his sake and soke and grithbris, hamsaken, forestiel, infangenethef and flymenefiamth. Until the genuineness of this writ, which does not stand quite alone, be disproved, the charge that has been brought against Edward fails. He was but following in the steps of the great Dane, though it may be that he rushed forward where his predecessor had trod cautiously. Having seen what Cnut could do upon occasion, we turn to the famous passage in his Dooms which declares what rights the king has over all men. In Wessex and Mercia, in the Danelaw, the list is somewhat different. He has Hamsaken, Forestiel, Flymenefiamth, and Feodwite, unless he will honor a man yet further and grant him this worship. Now if we had not before us his writ for the archbishop, we might perhaps argue that this law merely decreed that the profits of certain pleas were not to be covered by the farms paid to the king by the sheriffs and other national officers. But in the writ, we see that Cnut allows to the archbishop just the accepted rights, just that worship, which men are not to have as a general rule. Nor surely can we say that what is conceded is, not jurisdiction itself, but merely the profits of jurisdiction. The archbishop is to have sake as well as soke, and those who have contended for the strictest interpretation of royal grants have not contended that the former of these words can mean anything but causes, pleas, jurisdiction. Therefore, when it is interpreted by the aid of this writ, Cnut's law seems to imply that private jurisdiction is a common thing. The king is already compelled to protest that there are certain pleas of the crown that are not covered by vague and general words. Now express grants of sake and soke first become apparent to us in documents of a certain class, a class that we do not get before the last years of the 10th century. It is necessary, therefore, that we should make a short digression into the region of diplomatics. The instruments of the confessor's reign, and we may add of the Norman reigns, which we loosely call royal charters or royal land books, divide themselves somewhat easily into two main classes, which we will call respectively 1. Charters and 2. Writs. These names are not very happy, still they are the best that occur to us. If we have regard to the form of the instrument, the distinction is evident. The charter is with rare exceptions in Latin. It begins with an invocation of the triune God or perhaps with a sacred monogram. On the other hand, there is no address to mortal men, there is no salutation. There follow a pious erringa setting forth how good a thing it is to make gifts, how desirable it is, since men are very wicked, that transactions should be put into writing. Then the king states that he gives, or has given, or will give the use of the future tense is not uncommon certain land to a certain person. Then comes a clause which we shall hereafter call the clause of immunity. The land is to be free from certain burdens. Then comes the anathema or damnatory clause, threatening all breakers of the charter with excommunication here and torment hereafter. Then in the charters of the time before the conquest, the boundaries of the land are described in English. Then comes the sign of the cross touched by the king's hand and the crosses of the witan or nobles who attest and consent to the grant. In the writ all is otherwise. In the confessor's day it is usually, in the Norman reigns it is sometimes, an English document. It begins, not with an invocation but with a salutation. The king greets his subjects or some class of his subjects. King Edward greets Herman Bishop and Harold Earl and all my thanes in Dorset, or Leofwin Bishop and Edwin Earl and all my thanes in Staffordshire, and then he tells them something. He tells them that he has granted lands or liberties to a certain person. There follows a command or a threat. I command and firmly enjoin that none shall disturb the grantee. I will not suffer that any man wrong the grantee. The boundaries are not described. There is seldom any curse. The king makes no cross. If any witnesses are mentioned, they are few and they do not make crosses. Now these formal differences correspond more or less exactly to a substantial difference. As every modern lawyer knows, a written document may stand in one of two relations to a legal transaction. On the one hand, it may itself be the transaction, that is to say, the act of signing, or of signing and delivering. The document may be the act by which certain rights are created or transferred. On the other hand, the instrument may be but evidence of the transaction. Perhaps the law may say that of such a transaction, it will receive no evidence save a document written and signed. Perhaps it may say that the testimony of documents is not to be contradicted by word of mouth. But still, the document is only evidence, though it may be incontrovertible evidence, of the transaction. The transaction may have been complete before the document was signed. This material distinction is likely to express itself in points of form. For instance, such a phrase as "I hereby give" is natural in the one case, Such a phrase as "know all men by this writing that I have given" is appropriate in the other. Instruments of both kinds were well enough known in the Frankish kingdom. Their history has been traced back into the history of Roman conveyancing. It would be out of place were we here to discuss the question whether the Anglo-Saxon Landbook was a dispositive or merely an evidential document. Suffice it to say that with rare exceptions, the instruments that are of earlier date than the confessor's reign are informed charters and not writs. On the other hand, the documents of the Angevin kings which treat of gifts of lands and liberties, though we call them charters, are in form, if we adopt the classification here made, not charters but writs. In form they are evidential rather than dispositive. They are addressed to certain persons, all the king's lieges, or a class of the lieges bidding them take notice that the king has done something, has given lands, and then adding some command or some threat. This command or threat makes them more than evidential documents. The Siedes Mediatis is followed by a quer volo et firmiter principio. It is not for no purpose that the king informs his officers or his subjects of his having made a gift. Still in form they are letters, open letters, letters patent, and the points of difference between the Angevin charter and the Angevin letters patent, strictly and properly so called, are few, technical, and unimportant when compared with the points of difference which mark off these two classes of documents from the ancient landbook. In short, before the end of the 12th century, the writ form or letter form with its salutation, its know ye, its air of conveying information coupled with commands, has entirely supplanted the true charter form with its dispositive words and its air of not merely witnessing, but actually being a gift of land. But to represent this as a contrast between English instruments and Norman or French instruments would be a mistake. In the first place, we have a few documents in writ form that are older than the days of the Norman-hearted Edward. As already said, we have a writ from Cnut, and it has all those features of Edward's writs which have been considered distinctively foreign. We have another writ from the same king. The king addresses Archbishop Leifing, Abbot Aelfmer, Ethelric the Shireman, and all my thanes Twelvehind and Twihind. He tells them that he has confirmed the archbishop's liberties and threatens with the pains of hell anyone who infringes them. We have a writ from Ethelred the Unready, and a remarkable writ it is. He addresses Aelfric the Ealdorman, Wulfmare and Ethelwerd, and all the thanes in Hampshire, and tells them how he has confirmed the liberties of Bishop Aelfhe, and how large tracts of land are to be reckoned, as but one hidden early example of beneficial hedation. Secondly, the solemn charter with its invocation, its pious harangue, its dispositive words, its religious sanction, its numerous crosses, its crowd of attesting and consenting witnesses, was in use in Normandy before and after the conquest of England. Thirdly, the Norman kings of England used it upon occasion. Much they did by writ. The vast tracts of land that they had at their disposal would naturally favor the conciser form, but some of the religious houses thought it well to obtain genuine land books of the Old English, and, we must add, of the old Frankish type. The king's seal was not good enough for them. They would have the king's cross and the crosses of his wife, sons, prelates, and barons. The ultimately complete victory of what we have called the writ form over what we have called the charter form may perhaps be rightly described as a result of the conquest. An outcome, that is, of the strong monarchy founded by William of Normandy and consolidated by Henry of Anjou. But it cannot be rightly described as the victory of a French form over an English form, and a very similar change was taking place in the chancery of the French kings. We may say, then, that the appearance of words clearly and indisputably conceding jurisdictional rights is contemporaneous with the appearance of a new class of diplomata, namely royal writs as contrasted with royal charters or land books. We may add that it is contemporaneous with the appearance of royal diplomata couched in the vernacular language. This may well lead us to two speculations. In the first place, is it not very possible that many ancient writs have been lost? The writ was a far less solemn instrument than the landbook, and it is by no means certain that the writs of the confessor were intended to serve as title deeds or to come to the custody of those for whose benefit they were issued. King Edward greets the Bishop of London, Earl Harold, the Sheriff, and all the thegns of Middlesex, and tells them how he has given land to St. Peter and the monks of Westminster, and how he wills that they enjoy their sake and soak. The original document is presented to the bishop, the earl, or the sheriff, to all of them perhaps as they sit in their shire moot, and we cannot be certain that after this the monks ought to have that document in their possession, that it ought not to be kept by the sheriff, or perhaps returned to the king with an endorsement expressive of obedience. Many hundred writs must King William have issued in favor of his barons. This is plain from Domesday Book, and what would we not give for a dozen of them? Secondly, it is well worth notice that sake and soke begin to appear so soon as royal diplomata written in English become common, and when we observe the formulas which enshrine these words, we find some difficulty in believing that such formulas are new or foreign. Let us listen to one. Saka and Socknitol, and Team Grithbris, and Hamsockney and Forestiel, and Ale, other Jarret, in Ni Tid, and Ud of Tide Binnen Bar, and Buten Bar on street, and of street. Surely this alliteration and this rude rhythm tell us that the clause has long been fashioning itself in the minds and mouths of the people, and is no piece of a newfangled chancery style. And one other remark about language will occur to us. In many respects, the law Latin of the Middle Ages went on becoming a better and better language until, in the 13th century, it became a very good, useful, and accurate form of speech. But it gained this excellence by frankly renouncing all attempts after classicality, all thought of the Golden or the Silver Age, and by freely borrowing from English whatever words it wanted and making them Latin by a suffix. The Latin of the Anglo-Saxon landbooks is for all practical purposes a far worse language, just because it strives to be far better. It wanted to be good Latin, and even at times good Greek. The scribe of the 9th or 10th century would have been shocked by such words as Tainus, Drainus, Smailmanus, Soccamanus, which enabled his successors to say precisely what they wanted. He gives us provincia instead of sierra, satraps instead of aldermani, and we read of tributum and census, when we would much rather have read of geldum and gablum. It was out of the question that he should be guilty of such barbarisms as Saka et Soka. If he is to speak to us of these things, he will do so in some phrase which he thinks would not have disgraced a Roman orator in a phrase, that is, which will not really fit his thought. The traditions, the legends, current in later times, cannot be altogether neglected. The prelates of the 13th century often asserted that some of their franchises, and in particular their 100 courts, had been given to their predecessors in an extremely remote age. Thus, the Bishop of Salisbury claimed the 100 of Ramsbury in Wiltshire by grant of King Offa of Mercia. The Abbot of Ramsey claimed the 100 of Clacklowes in Norfolk by grant of King Edgar. On such claims we can lay but very little stress, for if the Church had held its liberties from before the conquest, the exact date at which it had acquired them was of little importance, and their origin would easily become the sport of guesswork and myth. But occasionally, we can say that there must in all probability be some truth in the tale. Such is the case with the famous 100 of Oswaldslaw in Worcestershire. When the Domesday survey was made, this 100 belonged to the Church of Worcester. Worcestershire was deemed to comprise 12 hundreds, and Oswaldslaw counted for 3 of them. Oswaldslaw contained 300 hides, and to all seeming the whole shire contained 1,200 hides or thereabouts. Even in the 13th century, a certain tripleness seems to be displayed by this 100. The bishop holds his 100 court in 3 different places, namely, outside the city of Worcester, at Dryhurst, and at Wimborne-Tree. Now the story current in St. Mary's Convent was that this triple 100 of Oswaldslaw received its name from Oswald, the saintly bishop who ruled the Church of Worcester from 960 to 992. A charter was produced, perhaps the most celebrated of all land books, that Altitanentes de Largiflua Clementia, which, after many centuries, was to prove the King of England's dominion over the narrow seas. According to this charter, Edgar, Oswald's patron, threw together 3 old hundreds, Cuthbertslaw, Wulfharestlaw, and Wimborne-Tree, to form a domain for the bishop and his monks. Could we accept the would-be charter as genuine, could we even accept it as a true copy of a genuine book? And this we can hardly do. There would be an end of all controversy as to the existence of Seignorial justice in the year 964, for undoubtedly it contains words which confer jurisdiction. Upon these we will not rely. The fact remains that in Domesday Book there appears this 100 of Oswaldslaw, that it is treated as a triple 100, as 3 hundreds, that the bishop has jurisdiction over it, that the sheriff has no rights within it, that it looks like a very artificial aggregate of land. for pieces of it lie intermixed with other hundreds and pieces of it lie surrounded by Gloucestershire. In 1086, the Church of Worcester had to all appearance just those rights which the Altitonantes professed to grant to her. Already they were associated with the name of Oswald, already they were regarded as ancient privileges. St. Mary of Worcester has 100 called Oswald's Law, in which lie 300 hides, from which the bishop of the said church, by a constitution of ancient times, has the profits of all soaks, and all the customs which belong thereto for his own board, and for the king's service and his own, so that no sheriff can make any claim for any plea or for any other cause. This the whole county witnesses. Surely the whole county would not have spoken thus of some new-fangled device of the half-Norman Edward. Such a case as this, so great a matter as the utter exclusion of the sheriff from one quarter of the shire, we shall hardly attempt to explain by hypothetical usurpations. These liberties were granted by some king or other. If they were granted by the confessor, why was not a charter of the confessor produced? Why instead was a charter of Edgar produced, perhaps rewritten and revised, perhaps concocted? The easiest answer to this question seems to be that, whatever may be the truth about this detail or that, the Altitonantes tells a story that in the main is true. The diplomatist's skepticism should in this and other instances be held in check by the reflection that kings and sheriffs did not permit themselves to be cheated wholesale out of valuable rights, when the true state of the facts must have been patent to hundreds of men, patent to all the men of Oswald's Law, and to the whole county of Worcester. We may now turn to the genuine books of an earlier time and patiently examine their words. It is well known that an Anglo-Saxon land book proceeding from the king very commonly, though not always, contains a clause of immunity. Sometimes a grant of immunity is the essence of the book. The land in question already belongs to a church, and the bishop or abbot now succeeds in getting it set free from burdens to which it has hitherto been subject. What is now granted to him is freedom, liberty. Frials, the book is a frialsbach. It may be that he is willing to pay money, to give land, to promise prayers in return for this franchise, this libertas. Thus, for example, King Ceolwulf of Mercia grants a libertas to the Bishop of Worcester, freeing all his land from the burden of feeding the king's horses, and in consideration of this grant, the bishop gives to the king 5 hides of land for 4 lives and agrees that prayers shall be said for him every Sunday. Now, in an ordinary case, the clause of immunity will first contain some general words declaring the land to be free of burdens in general, and then some exceptive words declaring that it is not to be free from certain specified burdens. Both parts of the clause demand our attention. The burdens from which the land is to be free are described by a large phrase. Usually both a substantive and an adjective are employed for the purpose. They are to be freed ab omni terreni servitudis, iugo secularibus negodiis, mundiali obstaculo mundialibus causis, secularibus curis mundialibus congestes cunctis, laboribus vitae mortalium. The adjectives are remarkable, for they seem to suggest a contrast. The land is freed from all earthly, worldly, secular, temporal services. Does this not mean that it is devoted to services that are heavenly, sacred, spiritual? True, that in course of time we may find this same formula used when the king is giving land, not to a church, but to one of his thanes. But still in its origin the land book is ecclesiastical. Book right is the right of the church, ius ecclesiasticum, and we may well believe that the phraseology of the books, which in substance remains unaltered from century to century, was primarily adapted to pious gifts. It is by no means improbable that in the middle of the 8th century, Ethelbald of Mercia, by a general decree, conceded to all the churches of his kingdom just that freedom from all burdens, save the trinoda necessitas, that was usually granted by the clause of immunity contained in the land books. And we can hardly say with certainty that half a century before this time, Wihtred had not granted to all the churches of Kent a yet larger measure of liberty. A liberty which absolved them even from the trinoda necessitas. Turning from the adjectives to the substantives that are used, we find them to be wide and indefinite words. The lands are to be free from all worldly services, burdens, troubles, annoyances, affairs, business, causes, matters, and things. Sometimes a more definite word is added such as tributum, vectigal, census, and clearly one main object of the clause is to declare that the land is to pay nothing to the king or his officers. It is to be free of rent and taxes, scot-free and gaffle-free. Occasionally particular mention is made of a duty of entertaining the king, his court, his officers, his huntsmen, dogs, and horses, also of a duty of entertaining his messengers and forwarding them on their way. Thus, for example, Taunton, which belonged to the Bishop of Winchester, had been bound to provide 1 night's entertainment for the king and 9 nights' entertainment for his falconers, and to support 8 dogs and a dog ward, to carry with horses and carts to Curry, and to Williton whatever the king might need, and to conduct wayfarers to the neighboring royal villas. To obtain immunity from these burdens, the bishop had to give the king 60 hides of land. No doubt it is a sound canon of criticism that, when in a grant precise are followed by vague words, the former should be taken to explain and, it may be, to restrain the latter. If, for example, land be freed from taxes and all other secular burdens, we may well urge that the other secular burdens, which the writer has in his mind, are burdens akin to taxes. And of course it is fair to say that in our days a grant of private justice would be an extremely different thing from a grant of freedom from fiscal dues. But what, we must ask, does this freedom from fiscal dues really mean when it is granted by an Anglo-Saxon land book? When the monks or canons obtain a charter freeing this territory from all tributum and census, from all passions and so forth, is it intended that the occupiers of the soil shall have the benefit of this grant? Not so. The religious have been stipulating for themselves and not for their men. The land has been freed from service to the king in order that it may serve the church. The church will take what the king has hitherto taken, or it will take an equivalent. In a writ of Edward the Confessor this appears very plainly. Whenever men pay a geld to the king, be it an army geld or a ship geld, the men of St. Edmund are to pay a like geld to the abbot and the monks. Probably this principle has been at work all along. The king has had no mind to free the maintenance, cassati, tributarii of the church from any tributum or vectigal. What has hitherto been paid to him, or some equivalent for it, will now go to the treasury of the church. Thus, even within the purely fiscal region, we see that the object of the immunity is to give the church a grip on those who dwell upon the land. But we must read the clause to its end. As is well known, it usually proceeds to accept certain burdens, to declare that the land is not to be free from them. These burdens, 3 in number, are on a few occasions spoken of as the trinota necessitas. That term has become common in our own day and is useful. The land is not to be free from the duty of army service, the duty of repairing strongholds, the duty of repairing bridges. An express exception of this trinota necessitas out of the general words of immunity is extremely common. Moreover, there are charters which speak as though no lands could ever be free from the triple charge, and a critic should look with some suspicion upon any would-be land book which expressly purports to break this broad rule. But besides some books which do expressly purport to free land from the trinota necessitas, we have a considerable number of others which grant immunity in wide terms and make no exception of army service, bridge boat, or bar boat, and we are hardly entitled to reject them all merely because they do not conform to the general principle. More to our purpose is it to notice that though a grant of jurisdictional powers would be an extremely different thing from a grant of immunity from army service, the duty of attending the national or communal courts is extremely like the duty of attending the host, and it would not be extravagant to argue that when the king says, "I free this land from all secular burdens except those of fiat fare, bar boat, and bridge boat," he says by implication, "I free this land from suit to shires and hundreds." But yet more important is it to notice that charters of the 9th century frequently accept out of the words of immunity not 3 burdens, but 4. In addition to the trinota necessitas, some 4th matter is mentioned. Its nature is never very fully described, but it is hinted at by the terms angled, singulare pretium, pretium pro pretio. In connection with these charters, we must read others which exempt the land from penal causes, or white-tradden, and others which expressly grant to the donee the wits or certain wits issuing from the land. Also we shall have to notice that there are dooms which decree that certain wits are to be paid to the landlord or landrika. Now angled singulare pretium is a technical term in common use. When a crime has been committed, theft is the typical crime which the legislators have ever before their eyes. The angled is the money compensation that the person who has been wronged is entitled to receive, as contrasted with any white or fine that is payable to the king. We find, then, a charter saying that certain land not certain persons, but certain land is to be free from all secular burdens save the angled, and in some cases it will be added that the land is to pay nothing, not 1 farthing, by way of white, or that nothing is to go out to white. Of the various interpretations that might possibly be put upon such words, one may be at once rejected. It is not the intention of the king who makes, or of the church, which receives the grant that crimes committed on this land shall go unpunished. No lord would wish his territory to be a place where men might murder and steal with impunity. We may be certain then that if a crime be committed, there is to be a white, but it is not to go outside the land. The Lord himself is to have it. But how is the Lord to enforce his right to the white? Must he sue for it in the national or communal courts, or has he a court of his own? This question is difficult. The ancient charters, however nearly they may go to telling us that the Doni will do justice within his territory, never go quite that length. There is, however, a book granted by Cenwulf of Mercia in 816 to the Church of Worcester, which adds to the clause of immunity these words: "And if a wicked man be 3 times captured in open crime, let him be delivered up at the king's ton, vicum regalum." This seems to tell us that only the worst offenders will be delivered up to the royal or national officers, and to imply that the bishop may do justice upon all others. Then there are 2 books in favor of the Church of Abingdon, the one granted by Cenwulf in 821, the other by Egbert in 835, which, though their language is very obscure, seem to tell us that if one of the men of God, by which phrase are meant the vassals of the Church of Abingdon, be accused of any crime, the overseer of the church may swear away the charge by his own oath, and that, if he dare not swear, he may pay the angled to the plaintiff, and, this done, will have justice over the offender. Another ancient book suggests that the lord of an immunity, when he had to pay the angled for one of his men, could not be forced to cross the boundary of his land. On that boundary, some mixed tribunal would meet consisting partly of his men and partly of outsiders. Then, again, there are the books which either give the lord the furus comprehensio or else exempt his land from the furus comprehensio. Now, when a writ of Cnut or Edward, the confessor, tells us that a lord is to have infangenethef, we do not doubt that he is to have the right which bore that name in later days, the right to hold a court for, and to hang thieves who are caught in season of the stolen goods. And to the furus comprehensio of the older books we can hardly give another meaning. And the apparent equivalence of the 2 phrases, "you shall hold this land with thief-catching," and "you shall hold this land free of thief-catching," illustrates our argument that to exempt land from public or national justice is to create private or seignorial justice. We may see this in later days. A lord who holds land, free and quit of frank pledge, assumes the right to hold a view of frank pledge, and we cannot say that he is wrong in so doing. Lastly, in a book of fairly good repute, we may read of the grand liberties with which in 904 King Edward endowed the Bishop of Winchester's large estate at Taunton, that estate which in subsequent centuries was to become the classical example of colossal manners. "I have," says the king, "granted to Christ that the men of the bishop, noble as well as non-noble, living on the said land, shall be worthy of the same right that is enjoyed by those who dwell on the domains of the crown, and that jurisdiction in all secular causes shall be exercised to the use of the bishops in the same manner as that in which jurisdiction is exercised in matters pertaining to the king." This is the more important because it suggests, what like enough is true, that the king himself is one of the first of all immunists. His own estates, the ancient domain of the crown, already stand outside the national system of finance, justice, and police. But so careful must we be in drawing inferences from singular instances, so wary of forgeries, that in the end we cannot dispense with arguments which rest rather upon probabilities than upon recorded facts. It is conceded that the immunist, it is convenient to borrow a term that French writers have coined, is entitled to many of the fines and forfeitures that arise from offenses committed within his territory. Is it, we must ask, probable that any ealdorman or sheriff will be at pains to exact and collect these fines and forfeitures for the immunist's benefit? Now it is true that in later days a few lords enjoyed a comparatively rare franchise known as amerciamenta hominum. When their men were immersed in the king's court, the immersements were paid into the exchequer, and then the lord would petition to have them paid out to him. But this was an uncommon and an exalted franchise. As a general rule, the person in whose name a court is held, be he king or lord, gets the profits of the court. No one in the Middle Ages does justice for nothing, and in the 9th century, the days when national officers would be paid by salary were far distant. When the king declares that nothing is to go out of the immunists' lands by way of right, then to our thinking he declares that, save in exceptional cases, he and his officers will neither meddle nor make with offenses that are committed within that territory. Again, though we may reject this charter, and that, there can be little doubt that before the end of the 10th century, the territory held by a church sometimes coincided with a jurisdictional district, with 100 or group of hundreds. When this was so, and the church enjoyed a full immunity, it was almost of necessity the lord of the court as well as the lord of the land. Why should the sheriff hold that court? Why should he appoint a bailiff for that 100, if never thereout could he get 1 penny for his own or the king's use? We must once more remember that even in the days of full-grown feudalism, the right to hold a court was after all rather a fiscal than a jurisdictional right. We call it jurisdictional, but still, at least normally, the lord was, neither in his own person, nor yet in the person of his steward, the judge of the court. His right was not in strictness a right ius dicendi, for the suitors made the judgments. When analyzed, it was a right to preside over a court and to take its profits. Very easy, therefore, is the transition from a right to whites to such jurisdiction as the feudal lord enjoys. When once it is established that all the fines of 100 court are to go to a bishop, that no sheriff or bailiff will get anything by going to hold that court, then the court already is in the bishop's hands. This, however, cannot be treated as a merely English question. Parallel to the English Freialsbach runs the Frankish Carta Immunitatis, and, if the former has given rise to the question whether it conceded jurisdictional rights, the latter has given rise, not merely to the same question, but to much learned controversy. Now it is highly probable that the English immunity is not independent of the Merovingian immunity. Still, the terms of the former do not seem to have been copied from those of the latter, and it is a significant fact that 2 different formulas should be equally open to the blame of not deciding just that most important question, which according to our ideas they ought to decide. The Frankish formula is addressed by the king to his subordinates and declares that no public officer, nullus iudex publicus, is to enter the land of the immunist for the purpose of hearing causes, levying freda, which answer to our wits, making distresses or exacting pledges. But like our English formula, it says no word of any court to be held or any jurisdiction to be exercised by the immunist. It would be impertinent to give here any lengthy account of the various opinions about this matter that have been held by foreign scholars, still more impertinent to pronounce any judgment upon them. But even those writers who seem most inclined to minimize the scope of the immunity are forced to admit that, as a mere matter of fact, the immunist, by virtue of his immunity, is enabled to hold a court for his territory. That seigniorial courts were growing up even in the Merovingian time, that such courts there were even in the 6th century, there seems little or no doubt, even though it be denied that they were the creatures of these clauses of immunity. On the whole, to whichever side of the channel we look, we seem compelled, alike by the words of the charters and by the controversies which they have occasioned, to believe that in the eyes of the kings and the immunists' seigniorial jurisdiction, that right to hold a court which seems to us so strange a right, was not a matter of the first importance, not worth conceding, not worth denying. Who is to have the profits of justice? That is a momentous question. But if it be decided that they are to go to the bishop, then the king will have no further care for them. The bishop may and must get them for himself. As to the justiciables, it may well be that they are very indifferent about the matter, not impossible that the burden of suit will be alleviated if the lord establishes a court of his own, or if an old court passes into his hands. One other question should be raised, even if we can find for it no certain answer. Is not seigniorial jurisdiction very closely connected at its root with ecclesiastical jurisdiction? Of course, in more recent times, the two are thoroughly distinct from each other. The bishop, besides being a spiritual judge, will be a feudal lord with many manorial courts and many chartered franchises, but any court that he holds as a lord will have nothing to do with the court that he holds as a bishop. The constitution and procedure of the one will differ at every point from the constitution and procedure of the other. The one belongs to the temporal order and is subject to the king's court. The other belongs to the spiritual order and is in no sense below the royal tribunal. Thus, it is when feudal law and canon law have reached their full stature. But even from the 12th century, we may get a hint that the distinction has not always been so sharply marked. We may read how in Henry Iced, the Bishop of Bath, with his friends and barons, heard a cause in which Modbert claimed lands that were held by the monks of Bath. The proceedings took place under a royal writ and ought, we should say, to have been in all respects temporal proceedings. But in framing the judgment, 2 bishops, 3 archdeacons, and several clerks and chaplains took the leading part, while the lay tenants of the bishop stood by as witnesses. In this context, we must remember that in the 12th century, the clergy were contending that land given to a church in Frankelmoin is outside the sphere of secular justice. And, while this contention was being urged, it was easily possible that a bishop should hold an amphibious court over the claim that Modbert is making the bishop has jurisdiction, either because the monks are holding the land of him as his tenants, or because that land has been given to God and the saints by an ancient book which denounced the anathema against all who should violate it. Going back yet further, we see, at all events in France, that the claim of the clergy to hold their lands and seigneuries exempt from all temporal jurisdiction has been intimately connected with the claim of the clergy that they themselves need not answer before a lay tribunal. A learned man has said that the exemption of the clergy from the temporal courts was the first step towards the feudalization of justice. If our English documents do not make this plain, if the relations between church and state were more harmonious in England than elsewhere, and because more harmonious therefore more indefinite, and to the modern student more perplexing, still we can see that the main idea of the English Frederiksborg is the liberation of a tract of ground from all secular troubles, all temporal burdens, all earthly service. The land is dedicated to God and the saints, or, if it is not dedicated in the strictest sense, it is given for God's sake and the welfare of the donor's soul. It is within the ban of the church. And so the men who sit upon the land of the church of Abingdon, laymen though they be, are homines Dei, the men of God. As such, should they not be subject to the jurisdiction of the church? At this point, we may profitably remember that the jurisdiction which in later days appears as the criminal jurisdiction of ecclesiastical tribunals. The jurisdiction which, for example, those tribunals exercise when they chastise a man for incest, fornication, or perjury, was but slowly disengaged from the general mass of penal jurisdiction that was wielded by moots, in which the bishop occupied a prominent seat. Moreover, the bishop's justice did not escape that fiscal taint which pervaded the whole system of criminal law. As in some cases the king is entitled to a white, so in others the white falls to the bishop. For instance, we see traces of a rude concordat, which when incest or adultery is committed, subjects the woman to the bishop, the man to the king. And then from Domesday Book, we learn that in the borough of Lewes the upshot of this partition is that the king will get 8s. 4d. From the man, while the adulteress pays a like sum to the Archbishop of Canterbury. And so ecclesiastical jurisdiction becomes a source of income, a matter to be fought for and bargained for. The monks of Battle will claim that within the banlieue of their abbey, all the forfeitures of Christianity belong to them and not to the Bishop of Chichester. What is more, they will connect their claim to purely temporal justice with their possession of ordeal pits, and here we may see another link between the 100 moots and the churches. The churches have made money out of the ordeal. Long after the English prelates had been forbidden to hold spiritual pleas in the 100 courts, Alexander Roman III was compelled to speak sharply to the Archbishop of Canterbury, touching the conduct of archdeacons who exacted 30 pence from every man or woman who went to the fire or the water for purgation. No doubt the theory to which we have been led implies that in the 8th or even in the 7th century, there were in England immunists who had jurisdiction within their territories, and further it implies that a royal grant of land in the 9th and 10th centuries generally included, and this as a matter of common form, a grant of jurisdiction. We cannot see either in the history of England or in the history of the Frankish Empire any reason why we should shrink from these conclusions. Further, it must be admitted that if the clause of immunity conveys or permits the growth of seignorial jurisdiction, this jurisdiction is of an exalted kind, for no causes are accepted out of it, unless it be by the words about the angled, and even those words drop out from the charters in course of time. Those words about the angled imply, to our thinking, that the immunist will have jurisdiction over any dispute which arises between two men of the enfranchised territory, and also that if an action against one of these men be brought by a foreigner in a court outside the precinct, the immunist can obtain cognizance of the action by appearing in that court and paying the angled. When the words about the angled disappear, this means that the immunist is obtaining a yet further measure of liberty. Whenever one of his men is sued, he can crave his court, and need not, as a condition for obtaining it, offer to pay what is due to the plaintiff. The highest criminal jurisdiction was probably accepted from the grant. Being a grant of wits, it will not extend to the bootless, the unamendable crimes. But Sinut's attempt to save for himself certain pleas of the crown looks to us like the effort of a strong king to recover what his predecessors have been losing. And then Sinut himself and the confessor, the latter with reckless liberality expressly grant to the churches just those very reserved pleas of the crown. The result is that the well-endowed immunist of St. Edward's day has jurisdiction as high as that which any Palatine earl of after ages enjoyed. No crime, except possibly some direct attack upon the king's person, property, or retainers, was too high for him. It is the reconstruction of criminal justice in Henry Roman II's time, the new learning of felonies, the introduction of the novel and royal procedure of indictment, that reduce the immunist's powers and leave him with nothing better than an unintelligible list of obsolete words. In this matter of seigniorial justice, England had little to learn from Normandy. On the contrary, the Norman counts and barons were eager to secure the uncouth phrases which gave to the English immunist his justice. Haute, moyenne et basse justice. Our next question must be whether in the days before the conquest a franchise or immunity was the only route of private jurisdiction. In other words, whether any jurisdiction was implied in the mere relation between lord and man or between lord and tenant. This also is a question which will hardly be finally answered if regard be had only to the English documents. For France, it is the question whether the seigneur, as such, has jurisdiction over his vassaux, or again, whether he has jurisdiction over his vassaux if, as is usually the case in the Carlovingian age, the vassaux holds a beneficium given to him by his seigneur. The English dooms, which deal with what we may call the justiciary relationship between lord and man, closely resemble in many respects the Frankish capitularies, which touch the same subject. Both sets of documents seem to evade the simple question that we put to them. But as regards the continent, it may here be enough to say that, though there have been many debates, the current of learning seems to have set decidedly in favor of the doctrine that neither in Merovingian nor yet in Carlovingian times had the seigneur, unless he was an immunist, a jurisdiction over his men. Such a jurisdiction has not been developed when the midnight hides everything from our view. When the morning comes, feudal justice stands revealed, though nowhere perhaps is it governed by that simple principle that ultimately prevailed in England, namely, that any and every lord, no matter his personal rank or the rank of his tenement, has civil justice over his tenants. The possibility of debate about this matter is afforded by texts of an earlier age, which at times seem to speak of the lord as doing justice when a charge is brought against any of his men. Our English run parallel with the Frankish texts. The state in its organization of justice and police does not treat the contract between man and lord, between seigneur and vassaux, as a matter of indifference, still less as a danger to society. We must not think of feudalism or vassalism as of something which from the very first is antinational and anarchic. In its earliest stages, it is fostered by the state, by the king, by national law. The state demands that the lordless man of whom no right can be had shall have a lord. It makes the lord responsible for the appearance of his men in court to answer accusations. It is not unlikely that the whole system of frank pledge grows out of this requirement. In some instances, the state may go further. It may treat the lord, not merely as bound to produce his man, but as responsible for his man's evil deeds. But, at all events, anyone who has a charge to make against a lord's man must in the first instance demand justice of the lord. If without making such a demand, making it repeatedly, he brings the charge before the king, he must pay the same fine that the lord would have paid had he been guilty of a default of justice. Of a default of justice, we say and are compelled to say, It is phrases such as this that have occasioned controversy. To an ear attuned to the language of feudalism, they seem to imply a seigniorial court in which the lord does justice or holds full right to the demandant. But to all appearance, they have gradually changed their meaning. Originally, a lord does right to the demandant by producing in a public court the man against whom the claim is urged, or he does it by satisfying the claim, and in that case he seems entitled to exact from his man not merely a sum which will compensate the outlay, but also the wite or fine which in another case would have gone to the king or some national officer. He has thus done justice, and may have the usual profit that comes of doing justice. Probably we ought to distinguish between a laxer and a stricter measure of responsibility, between the lord's responsibility for his men in general and his responsibility for such of his men as form his familia, in the language of later days his main pest. But our texts do not lay much stress upon this distinction. And, as a matter of remote history, the relation between lord and man may grow out of the relation between the head of a household and the members of it. At any rate, in numberless cases, the law begins to interpose a third person, namely, the wrongdoer's lord, between the wrongdoer and the wronged. It is to this lord that the claimant should in the first instance address himself. The lord who does his duty by the king and the nation is he who keeps a tight hold on his men, who chooses them carefully, who dismisses them if they are bad subjects, who does justice, and holds full right if any of them be accused. Then, on the other hand, he has the right and duty of warranting his men. If, as will often happen, the bond between a lord and his man is complicated with the bond between landlord and tenant, then, as in later days, if the tenant's title be impeached, he will vouch his lord to warranty, and the lord will defend the action. But besides this, within limits that are not well defined, the lord is the man's defensor or tutor. It is expected of him by morality, if not by law, that he will take upon himself the responsibility for his man's acts, if they be not open crimes. He must stand by his men and see them through all trouble. For a while the state approves all this. The dangerous person is not the lord, whose wide lands are some security for his good behavior, but the lordless man of whom no right can be had. Somehow or another theft must be suppressed. This is the determination of our strongest kings, of our wisest witan. That they are raising up over against the state another power, the power of seigniorial justice, they do not see. And after all, these witan, both laymen and clerks, are themselves great lords, and the king is the lordliest of them all. Thus the foundation for a feudal jurisdiction is laid. Still, between the lord's duty of producing his men and his right to hold a court of, and for his men, there is to our eyes a great gulf. We have seen above that this gulf had not been bridged even in the confessors, even in the Conqueror's day. Nor to our thinking would it have been bridged, but for the creation of immunities upon a grand scale. The first origin of the immunity we have sought in the efforts of the clergy to obtain lands which should be utterly exempt from all earthly burdens, all worldly business. But this effort unites with the stream of tendency that we have now been watching. The state will be grateful to the church if it will hold all the men of God to right and do judgment between them and upon them. There is also a long series of dooms going back as far as Ethelstan's reign, which give certain fines and forfeitures to one who is described as the Landschenkungen or the Landrika. Remarkable they are, for they seem to assume that wherever a crime is committed, there will be forthcoming someone who will answer to the title, the landlord, or the territorial magnate. In some sense or another, they presuppose that there is nul ter sans seigneur. But who is this landlord? According to our thinking, he is the lord of the hundred, or else the lord who has a charter of immunity comprehending the land in question. And, if there be no person answering to this description, then he is the king. In the first place, in certain dooms relating to London, we are told that, when a thief is caught and slain, his property is to be divided into two parts, of which his wife takes one, while the other is divided between the king and the association. Perhaps we may say the guild, which was engaged in the pursuit and capture. But if it be book land or bishop's land, the landlord takes half with the association in common. This seems to mean that there will be a lord to share in the proceeds of the forfeiture, if, but only if, the scene of the capture be land that is within an immunity. It is assumed, not without warrant in the land books, that the man who has bookland always, or almost always, enjoys an immunity, while as to the bishop's land, whether the bishop be holding it in domain or have granted it out to his thanes, that no doubt will be protected by an ample charter. So again, in another law, the lord receives the thief's were, if he the lord is worthy of his wite. That is to say, the lord receives it if he is in enjoyment of an immunity which confers upon him a right to wits. Then again, in several cases we find that the landlord or landrika shares the proceeds of a fine with the hundred or wapentake. This, as we think, points to the fact that the hundreds and wapentakes are passing into private hands. These laws are severe laws against criminals. They urge all men to the pursuit of the flying thief, and they hold out a reward to those who are active in this duty. The men of the hundred are to have half the thief's property, while the lord, who in many cases will be the lord of the hundred, is to have the other half. He is to have no more, even though his charter may seem to give him more. So again, in certain cases an accused person must find security that he will stand a trial, and the gage is to be given half to the landrika, half to the wapentake. This landrika is the lord of the wapentake. In another instance, the gage must be given half to the landrika and half to the king's portreeve. Then there are cases in which the landlord is to take possession of cattle that have been irregularly acquired and are presumably stolen, and is to preserve them until their true owner shall make his appearance. These provisions, which seem the foundation of the franchise of waif and stray, suggest that the landlord is the president of the court into which the owner must go when he wishes to prove his title. Were this not so, the king's reeve would be the person who would have the custody of the unclaimed beasts. Certainly, our explanation of these passages assumes that a hundred is often in private hands, and it assumes that, when this is not the case, then the king is regarded as the lord of the hundred. But in so doing, it merely assumes that the state of things revealed by Domesday Book is about a century old. When in that record, we read that the soak of 4.5 hundreds in Oxfordshire belongs to the royal manor of Bensington, that the soak of 2 hundreds belongs to the royal manor of Headington, that the soak of other 2 hundreds belongs to the royal manor of Bampton, we see that the king is the lord, the proprietor, of those hundreds which have no other lord. From the laws now before us, we infer that this is no very new arrangement. But of course it is possible that those laws have divers cases in view. It may be that within the hundred there is an immunity, a privileged township or manor, and that a thief is caught there. Who is to have the profits which arise from the crime and condemnation? The answer is, half shall go to the hundred, half to the landrika, that is to say, half goes to the doomsman, or perhaps to the lord of the hundred court, half to the immunist. The lord, under the general words of his charter, might perchance claim the whole. But in order that all the hundredors may have an interest in the pursuit of thieves, it is otherwise decreed. But where is justice to be done, in the hundred court or in the court of the immunist? That is a question of secondary importance to which our laws do not address themselves. Very probably justice will be done in the hundred court, or again it is not impossible that a mixed tribunal consisting partly of the men of the franchise, partly of the men of the geldable, will meet upon the boundary of the immunist's land. Our main point must be that the landlord or landrika of these laws is an immunist, or is the king, who, where there is no immunity, occupies the position of an immunist. We see, too, that the immunist's rights extend over free men and over free landowners. If a man is guilty of heathenry, he must, if he be a king's then, pay 10 half-marks, half to Christ and half to the king, but if he be another landowning man, then he pays 6 half-marks, half to Christ and half to the landrika. The landowner normally has a landlord above him. We see also that the lord is made liable for the payment of dues which are ultimately exigible from those who are dwelling within his territory. If a king's thane or other landrika makes default in paying Peter's pence, he must pay 10 half-marks, half to Christ and half to the king. If a townsman makes a similar default, the landrika must pay the penny and take an ox from the defaulter. And if the landrika neglects to do this, then Christ and the king shall receive the full bot of 12 oars. Such is the manner in which the Lord's power is consolidated. He begins to stand between his free men and the state, between his free men and the church. Another consequence of the argument in which we have been engaged is that, at least a century before the conquest, the great immunists were granting immunities to their dependents. From this consequence, we shall not flinch. Bishop Oswald, for example, was an immunist on a splendid scale, and when he loaned land to a knight and said that the land was to be free from all secular service, save the trinoda necessitas, he loaned not merely land, but immunity and jurisdiction. On one occasion, adopting a formula that has lately come before us, he said that nothing was to go out of the land by way of right. By this, we understand that he gave to his thane any wits which might thereafter be incurred by the inhabitants of the manses which were comprised in the loan, and further that he gave him the right to hold a court. Domesday Book requires us to believe that such transactions had not been uncommon. Will our attempt to explain the land books create too many holders of sake and soke? We do not think so, for we do not think that the number of land books should be indefinitely multiplied by our imaginations. If we look in Domesday Book at the counties which lie south of the Thames, we shall indeed see that the total amount of land of which the churches are tenants in chief is very large. But the number of these landowning churches is small. When we have named 7 episcopal and a dozen abbatial minsters, we have disposed of by far the greater bulk of the church lands in this district. And these minsters are, as a general rule, just those which have transmitted to us in cartularies and chronicles the story of their acquisitions. To churches that were destroyed by the Danes, we may allot some charters, but we should have no warrant for the supposition that royal diplomata have perished by the hundred and left no trace behind. In the shires of York, Lincoln, Nottingham, Derby, we might allow sake and soke to every English prelate who appears as a tenant-in-chief, and yet not raise to 12 the number of the ecclesiastical immunists who had lands in this wide region. As to the lay holders of sake and soke, they were not very many though they held broad lands. Also they belonged for the more part to an exalted class. However, here as elsewhere we must admit that every attempted explanation discloses new problems. Note the angled clause. As we have said above, p. 274, there are certain charters in which the clause of immunity makes mention of the angled, pretium pro pretio, singulare pretium. We will here collect the obscure texts in which this difficult term occurs. First, however, we will call attention to a passage in Domesday's account of Worcestershire, DB I 175b, which throws some light on the matter. Westminster Abbey holds 200 hides, and Pershore Abbey holds 100 hides. The county says that the Church of Pershore is entitled to church scot from all the 300 hides, its own 100 and Westminster's 200, to wit, from every hide on which a free man dwells 1 load of corn on St. Martin's Day. If he has more hides than 1, they are free, and if that day be infringed i.e., if payment be not made thereon, he who has kept back the corn must pay 11-fold. But first must pay what is due i.e., he altogether pays 12 loads God's property and the church's 12-fold, ethelb, 1, and the abbot of Pershore will have a white, forest factura from his own 100 hides, such as he ought to have from his own land. But from the other 200 hides he will have the multifold payment of the corn that is due, habet summum et per solutionum, and the abbot of Westminster has the white, forest facturam. For solver et per solver, see Laws of William, select Charters c5, for solta et per solta, see Dial de Scac, Roman 2, 10. If then a Westminster tenant fails to pay church scot to Pershore, he must make bot, very ample bot to Pershore, but his white will go to his own lord. Nothing is to go out to white from the Westminster land. We will now turn to the land books. We take them to be saying in effect that in such a case as that put by Domesday, the grantee of the immunity is to have his man's white, though the restitutory bot will go to another. I. A.D. 767. Udit of the Hwickas. K. 117, I. 144, B. I. 286. Interdicimus ut si aliquis in hac praenominitam terram aliquid, foras furiverit aliqui solver aliquid nisi specialiter pretium pro pretio ad terminum ad ponam nihil foras. We should place a stop after terminum. Then the last clause means nothing shall go out to white. The mention of the terminus suggests a payment at the boundary of the immunist's land. Roman 2, A.D. 799. Senwolf, K. 176, I. 213, B. I. 411, de partibus viro et de causis singulare solver pretium et nihil alia de hactera. Roman 3, A.D. 799 802. Pilherd, K. 116, I. 142, B. I. 284. Ut ab omnium fiscalium redituum operum onerumque su etiam popularium conciliarum vindictis nisi tantum pretium pro pretio liberi sint in perpetuum. Roman 4, A.D. 814. Cenwulf of Mercia for the Church of Worcester. K. I 259, B. I 489. Acceptes his, expedition et pontis construction, et singulare pretium foras, nihilk ad ponam resolvet. V. Cenwulf of Mercia for the Church of Worcester. K. 215, I 271, B. I 507. Acceptes his, arsis et pontis construction et expedition, et singulare pretium foras adversum aliad, ad ponam viro nec quadrantum minutam foras resolvet. Romans 6, AD 822. Ceolwulf of Mercia for Archbishop Wilfrid. K. 216, I 272, B. I 508. Liberata perminat in ephem nisi is quatuor causes qui nunc nominabo, expedition contra paganos osts, et pons construction sui arsis munition vel destruction in eadem gent, et singulare pretium foras redat, secundum ridam gens Elias, et tamen nullum penam foras aliqui persolvat. Romans 7, AD 831. Wiglaf of Mercia for the Archbishop. K. 227, I, B. I 556. Nisi his tantum causes, expedition et arsis munition pontis construction et singulare pretium contra alium. Roman 8, AD 835. Egbert of Wessex for Abingdon. K. 236, I 312. B. I 577. To allow autumn tribulation qua whitetredin nominator sit libera, nisi tamen singuli pretium solverit ut talia accipient. Fures quos appellant wergeld theophas si foras rapiater, pretium ius dimidium illi ecclesiae, et dimidium regiditur, et si intus rapitur totum redditor ad ecclesiam. Roman 9, AD 849. Bertwulf of Mercia for his Thane Egbert. K. 262, Roman 2, 34, B. Roman 2, 40. Liberabo ab omnibus secularibus servitudibus, nisi in confinio rationem redent contra alium. X. AD 855. Burhard of Mercia for the Church of Worcester. K. 277 Roman 2, 58, B. Roman 2, 88. Nisi tantum quatuor causes, pontis et arsis, et expedition contra hosts, et singulare pretium contra alium, et ad ponam nihil foras resolvet. Xi AD 883. Ethelred of Mercia for Berkeley. K. 313 Roman 2, 110, B. Roman 2, 172. And Theat Ike Theat Minster Fram Egwelcome Gaffelum Jeffreyoj The to Theode H. Lafford Belimpeth, Littles A the Mickles, Cuths Geung Cuths, Butin Angleda with Othram and Feaston Jewers and Fiad Sockney and Brick Jewers. Egwelses Thinges to Freon G with Signing, G with Ealdorman, G with Jerephin Egwelses Theodomes, Littles and Mickles, Butin Fiad Sockney and Feaston Jewers and Brick Jewers, and Angleda with Othram and Nodat to White. Roman 12, AD 888. Ethelred of Mercia for a Thane. K. 1068, V. 133, B. Roman 2, 194. Liberam hanc terram describimus ob omnibus causes nisi singulare pretium contra aliad ponet et modum ecclesiae. Is the modus of the Church Scot? In a few other cases, the immunity mentions penal causes, whitetreaden, and no express exception is made of the angled. Thus, Roman 13, AD 842. Ethelwulf for a Thane. K. 253 Roman 2, 16, B. Roman 2, 13. Ut regalium tributum et principali domination et Roman 6 cocta operation et ponalium conditionum furis comprehension. Secura, perminat. Roman 14, AD 844. Ethelwulf for Malmesbury, one of the documents reciting the famous donation. K. 1048 V. 93, B. Roman 2, 26, H and S. Roman 3, 630. Ut sit tutus et munitus ob omnibus secularibus servitudis, fiscus regalibus, tributis majoribus et minoribus, quod nos dissimus whitetredin. Roman 15, AD 877. B.P. Tunbert. K. 1063 V. 121, B. Roman 2, 163. A taxationibus quod dissimus white reden. The most detailed, and at the same time, the most hopelessly obscure information that we get is such as can be obtained from two Abingdon charters. AD 821. Cenwulf. K. 214, I 269, B.I. 505, H and S Roman 3. 556, si pro aliquo delicto accusator homo de ecclesiae elecustos salus, cum suo iuramento si audit alum castigit. Sin autem ut recipiat alium iustitium, huius vicissitudines conditionem profatum delictum, cum simplo predio componet. A.D. 835. Egbert. K. 236, I. 312, B.I. 577, H and S Roman 3. 613. The same clause, but with alienam instead of allium. Also the following, do alla autem tribulation qua vitred in nominator sit libera nisi tamen singuli pretium solverit ut talia accipient. This is very dark. Our best guess as to its meaning is this. If a man of God, that is, a tenant of the church, is accused of crime, the custos of the church, this may mean the abbot, but more probably points to his reeve, may by his single oath purge the accused. But if he dare not do this, then he, the abbot or reeve, may pay the bot that is claimed, and by performing this condition he may obtain a transfer vicissitudo of the cause and do what other justice remains to be done, i.e. he may exact the wite. So in the second charter the abbot may pay the bot, the singulare pretium, and so obtain a right to exact the wite. He makes the payment ut talia accipiat. In guessing that vicissitudo points to a transfer of a suit, we have in mind the manner in which the legs Henrici, 9 section 4, speak of the transition of causes from court to court. The case that is being dealt with by these charters we take to be one in which an outsider in a foreign court sues one of the abbot's tenants. The abbot can swear away the charge, or if he dares not do this, can obtain cognizance of the cause, in the language of a later-day Potest Peter curiam suum, and therewith the right to the wite, but must in this case pay the restitutory bot, or rather, perhaps, find security that this shall be paid to the plaintiff in case he is successful. The clause may also imply that a multiple bot cannot be exacted from the immunists' men, e.g. such a bot as we saw the abbot of Pershore exacting from the Westminster men. But this is a minor question. Footnotes. Adams, The Anglo-Saxon Courts of Law, Essays in Anglo-Saxon Law, p. 1. Hallam, Middle Ages, ed. 1837, Volume Roman 2. p. 416, says that of the right of territorial jurisdiction, we meet frequent instances in the laws and records of the Anglo-Saxons, though not in those of early date. The one charter older than Edward the Confessor that he cites is one of the Croyland forgeries. Kemble's opinion seems to have fluctuated. Saxons, I 177 note Roman 2, 397 Cod, Dipple, I, Roman 44 Roman 47. K. Mora crit, Uberschau Roman 2, 57 thinks that the existence of the private court is proved for Cnut's reign, but not for any earlier time. Dr. Stubbs Const, Hist. I. 119 seems to doubt whether it can be traced far beyond the days of Cnut. Zinkeisen, Die Anfang der Langerich Sparkate in England, 1893. A Berlin doctoral dissertation, criticizes Mr. Adams's theory. Essays pp. 43-4. See above p. 84. K. 853, Roman 4, 208, E. 343. The clearest instance is in the Waltham Charter, K. 813, Roman 4, but some details of this are not beyond suspicion. See also the writs for Westminster, K. 828, Roman 4, 191, 857 Roman 4, Orden, Facts, Volume Roman 2, PL 9. Charter for St. Edmunds, K. 1346, Roman 6, 205. See the account of Barry St. Edmunds in D.B. Roman 2, 372, et quado and hundredo solvitor ad geltum 1 lib, tunc into exeunt 60 den. Ad victum monachorum. First printed from a copy in the McDurnan Gospels by J.O. E. Westwood in Paleographia Sacra, with a facsimile, plate 11, accepted by Kemble and printed by him in Archaeological Journal, Roman 14. 61, Earl, 232, Freeman, Norman Conquest, Roman 2. See the writ for St. Paul's, K. 1319, Roman 6, 183. Mr. Adams, P. stigmatizes this as an evident forgery, but the reasons for this severe judgment are not apparent. See also K. 1321, Roman 6, 190, and the Latin writ of Harthacnut K. 1330, Roman 6, 192, which may have a genuine basis. Cnut Roman 2, 12 Schmid, p. 276. Thus, if a statute requires written and signed evidence of an agreement, a letter in which the writer says, "True, I made such and such an agreement, but I am not going to keep it," may be evidence enough. See Bailey v. Sweeting, 9 CBN. S. 843. Brunner, Carta und Notische Commentations in honorem T. E. Mommsen, Brunner, Zurichtsgeschichte der Rom, U. Germ Urkund. Both the Angevin Charter and the Angevin Letters Patent are in what we call writ form. The main formal difference is that the charter professes to be witnessed by a number of the king's counselors, while test mapso does for letters patent. This distinction is coming to the front about the year. K 731, Roman 4, 9, T 308. K 642, Roman 3, 203, compare DBI 41. The Conqueror's Charter for Exeter, reproduced in Ordnance Facsimiles, Volume Roman 2, is a fine specimen of the solemn charters referred to above. A considerable number of specimens, genuine and spurious, for our present purpose a forgery is almost as valuable as a true charter, will be found in the monastic in E.g. I-174, Rufus for Rochester, I-266, Rufus for Bath, Roman 2, -111, 126, Henry I for Abingdon, I-163, Henry I for Rochester, Roman 2. 65-6, Henry I for Evesham, Roman 2, 267, Henry I for Bath, Roman 2, 539, Henry I for Exeter, Roman 3, 448, Henry I for Malvern, Roman 6, 247, Henry I for Merton, Roman 3, 406, Stephen for I, nor was this solemn form employed only by kings, see Monast. Roman 2, 385-6, Earl Hugh for Chester, Roman 3, 404, Robert Mallet for I, v. 121, Hugh de la Val for Pontefract, v. 167, William of Mortain for Montacute, v. 190, Simon of Senlis for St. Andrew Northampton, v. 247, Stephen of Boulogne for Furness, v. 316, Richard Earl of Exeter for Qua, v. 628, Ranulph of Chester for Pulton. As to Normandy, see the charters in the Neustria Pia and the Gallia Christiana, a charter of Henry Roman II. For Fontenay recites a charter by which the ancestors of Jordan Tessin founded the abbey with the consent of Duke William, also a charter of Duke William, qui cardi crucibus sunt signati secundum antiquem consududinum, Neustria Pia, p. 80, Gallia Christiana, Zayap. Call 82. It is probable that during the Norman reigns the king's cross was considered more valuable even than the king's seal, Monast, Roman 4. p. 18, Henry I says, Hanc donationem confirmo ego Henricus Rex et a stipulation sancti crucis et a position sigilli mei. Ibid. Roman 2. 385-6, Earl Hugh confirms a gift, non solum sigillo meo sed etiam sigillo de omnipotentes, id est, signo sancti crucis. It is not implied in our text that every specimen of each of the two forms of instrument that we have mentioned will always display all the characteristics that have been noticed. There is no reason, for example, why in a solemn charter the king should not speak in the past tense of the act of gift, and as a matter of fact he does so in some of the Anglo-Saxon books, while, on the other hand, an instrument which begins with a salutation may well have the words of gift in the present tense. This is by no means uncommon in Anglo-Norman documents. Nor, of course, is it necessary that an instrument in writ form should be authenticated by a seal instead of a cross. Again, a solemn charter with crosses and pious recitals may begin with a salutation. We merely point out that the diplomata of Edward the Confessor and his Norman successors tend to conform to two distinct types. As to this matter, see the remarks of Hicks, Dissertatio Epistolaris, p. 77. Hardy, Introduction to Charter Rolls, Roman 14, Roman 36. The curious formula, Schmid, App, Zai already has ni sais ni sacni. This seems to suppose that it is a common thing for a man to have sake and soak over his land. R.H. Roman 2, 231. R.H. Roman 2, 458. D.B. I 172b. R.H. Roman 2, 283. Hale, Worcester Register, pp. XXX, 21b, K Appendix, 514 Roman 6. Hicks, Dissertatio Epistolaris, I 86. At the end of his dissertation, Hicks gives a facsimile of the instrument. a record of 825 H and S Roman 3. 596-601 mentions a place in Provincia Huixirum called Osleifschlau. The editors of the councils say Osleifschlau is probably the original name of the hundred which now, either from some act of Saint Oswald or by an easy corruption, is called Oswaldslaw. One of Oswald's books, K. Roman 3. 160 mentions Oswald's H-Law among the boundaries of Wolfringtun, i.e. Wolverton, a few miles east of Worcester. It is very likely that the true name of the hundred is Oswald's H-Law, i.e. Oswald's Hill, not Oswald's Law, though the mistake was made at an early time. But the story told by the charter, as to the fusion of three old hundreds, is corroborated by Domesday. And in the 13th century, one of the three courts was still held at Wimborne. But Dr. Stubbs, const. Hist. I-118, relies on part of this charter, and it is not like ordinary forger's work. If, as is highly probable, there has been some improvement of the charter, such improvement seems to have favored, not the Church of Worcester as against the king, but the monks as against the bishop. Cum tol et team, saca et sacni, et infangenethiof, et propriae iuris debitum transgressionis, et ponam delicti qui anglis dicitur offersiones, et jiltwhite. DB I-172b. Ecclesias Mary de Worcester habet, unum hundred quad vocatur Oswaldeslo, in quo iacent ccc. Hidi. De quibus episcopus ipsius ecclesiae a constitution antiquorum temporum habet omnes reditions, sacharum et omnes consuetudines, inibi pertinens ad dominicum victim et regis servitium et suum, ita ut nullus viscums ullem ibi haber possit querulam, nec in aliquo placito, nec in alia qualibet causa. Hoc testeter totus comitatus. Another example is Edgar's Charter for Ely, AD 970 563, Roman 3. 56, which bestows the soke over the 200s which lie within the isle, 500s in Essex, and all other lands of the monastery. Kemble was inclined to accept the A.S. version of the charter. It purports to be obtained by Bishop Ethelwold, and, if genuine, is closely connected with the Oswaldslaw Charter. Both testify to unusual privileges obtained by the founders of the new monasticism. E.g. K 1298, Roman 6. 149, dis is Seo Frialsbach to than Minster et Biatun. E.g. K 277, Roman 2. 58, 278, Roman 2. 60. AD 875, K 306, Roman 2. 101, B Roman 2. 159. Unsuspected charters of the 7th and 8th centuries are so few that we hardly dare venture on any generalities about their wording. But already in a charter attributed to 674, E. P. 4 Brit. Muse, Fax. Roman 4. 1. Something very like the common form of later days appears. It appears also in a charter of a D. 691 K 32, I 35, EP 12, of which we have but a fragmentary copy, and before the end of the 8th century it appears with some frequency. C.E.G. Offa's Charter of 774, K. 123, I 150. Sit autem terra, illa libera ab omni secularis re negodio, praeter pontes, arsis restorationem et contra hosts communum expeditionem. Occasionally the contrast is expressly drawn, e.g. by Ethelbald, K. 90, I 108. Ut ob omni tributo vectigalium operum onerumque secularium sit libera. Tantum ut dio omnipotenti ex eadem agelo ecclesiastici servitudis famulatum impendat. See above, p. 229. Privilege of Wihtred, AD 696-716, Haddon and Stubbs, Roman 3. Ad huc adamus meorum libertatum. Imprimis Christi ecclesiae cum omnibus agris ad eam pertinentibus. Similiter profinci ecclesiae cum sues, ceteris predictis omnibus ecclesiaes de nostri. Subicienter pro salute animi me meorum predecessorum, et pro spe caelestis rigni ex hac die, et danceps concedimus et donamus ob omnibus difficultatibus secularium servitudis. A pastu regis principum, comitum, nec non ob operibus, maioribus minoribus gravitatibus. Et ob omni debitu vel pulsion regum tensuris liberos ius esse perpetua libertate statuimus. See also the act by which Ethelbald confirmed this privilege in 742, H and S. Roman 3, 340, BI 233-6. According to one version of this act, the Trinota necessitas is, according to another it is not, accepted. The learned editors of the councils speak of the suspicions common to every record that notices the privilege of Wihtred. We are treading on treacherous ground. See also the less suspicious act of Ethelbald, AD 749 H and S. Roman 3. 386. Concedo ut monasteria et ecclesia publicis vectigalibus et ob omnibus operibus honoribusque, octor dio, serviens absoluti manet, nisi sola qui communiter fruenda sunt, omnic populo, edicto regis, faciam de iubenter, id est instructionibus pontium, vel necessariis defensionibus arsium contra hosts, non sunt renuenda. AD 1066, Edward the Confessor for Westminster, K 828, Roman 4. Scotfer and Gavelfer. Kemble Codex, Volume I Introduction Leilvi, collects some of the best instances. Offa for a valuable consideration frees certain lands belonging to the Church of Worcester from pastions. Nec non et trium anorum ad si pertinens pastions, id est sex convivia, libenter concedendo largitus est. K 143, I 173, BI 335. AD 904, K 1084, V 157. AD 826, Egbert for Winchester, K 1037 V 81. Volo etiam ut hic terra libera semper sit, nullique serviat nisi soli episcopo ventano. K 1346, Roman 6, 205. Compare Fustel de Coulanges, L'immunité Merovingien, Revue Historique, Roman 23, 21. E.g. K 1117, V 231, Tribus Semodis causes aquibus nullus nostrorum potrit expers 4, KVPP, 259, 283, 334. To this class belong the Foundation Charter of Evesham mentioned above, P 235, and Offa's Charter for St. Albans, K I 195, which Haddon and Stubbs, Roman 3, 469, are unwilling to decisively reject. Cenwolf's Charter for Abingdon, K 214, I 269, H and S, Roman 3. 556, sets a limit to the amount of military service that is to be demanded. Ethelstan's Charter for Crediton, recently printed by Napier and Stevenson, Crawford Charters, P5, frees land from the Trinota necessitas. E.g. KIP 274, Roman 2, pp. 14, 15, 24, 26, 83, VPP, 53, 62. Observe how Bede describes a gift made by Oswy in the middle of the 7th century. Hist. Eckel, Roman 3, 24 ed. Plummer, I. Donatis in super duodecim possessionculis terrarum in quibus oblato studio militiae terrestris, ad exercendum militium caelestum, etc. The passages in the Dooms which mention it are collected in Schmid, Glossar, S.V. Angled. They are discussed by Mora Crit, Uberschau, Roman 2, 32. The clauses of immunity, which mention the Angled, will be collected in a note at the end of this section. K 210, I 265, BI 497, H and S, Roman 3, 585. The clause in question is not found in every copy of the Charter. If some monk is to be accused of tampering with the book, there seems just as much reason for charging him with having omitted a clause which limited, as for charging him with inserting a clause which recognized the jurisdiction of the Church. These clauses will be discussed in a note at the end of this section. AD 841, K 250, Roman 2, 14, liberabo ob omnibus secularibus servitudibus, regis et principes vel iunirum aerum, nisi in confinio redent rationum contra alium. Compare K 117, I, nisi specialiter pretium pro pretio ad terminum. Also leg. Henner. 57 section 1, C. Inter compares vicinos utrinc sint queruli, convenient ad divises. Ibid. 57 section 8, aliquando in divisis vel in earth meodes. Ibid. 9 section 4, et omnis causa termenter, vel hundredo, vel comitatu, vel halimodo sacem habentium, vel dominorum curiaes, vel divisis perium. See above, p. 97. AD 828, K 223, I 287, cum furus comprehension intus et foris, AD 842, K 253, Roman 2. 16, ut, furus comprehension, terra secura et immunis. Permanat, AD 850, K 1049 v 95, a similar form, AD 858, K 281, Roman 2. 64, a similar form, AD 869, K 300, Roman 2. 95, a similar form, AD 880, K Roman 2. 109, cum furus comprehension. See Kemble's Remarks, CD Volume IP Roman 46. Hist. Eng. Law, I 565. K 1084, v 157. B Roman 2. 272. Christo concessi, ut episcopi homines tam nobles quam ignobles in prefato rear digents hoc idem ius, in omni haberent dignitate, quo regis homines perferuntur regalibus fiscus, comorantes, et omnia secularium rerum iudicia, ad usus praesulum exercinter eadem, modo quo regalium negotium discutienter iudicia. Similar words occur in a confirmation by Edgar, K 598, Roman 3, 136, which Kemble rejects. This contains an English paraphrase of the Latin text. Compare K 821, Roman 4, 171, Swa frials on elan thingen eel swa these singes agen inland. Hist. Eng. Law I 570. Hist. Eng. Law I 580. Few questions in Frankish history have been more warmly contested than this, whether the immunist had a jurisdiction within his territory. On the one hand, it has been contended that there is no evidence older than 840 that he exercised jurisdiction even as between the inhabitants of that territory. On the other hand, it has been said that already he has civil jurisdiction in disputes between these inhabitants, besides a criminal jurisdiction over them, which however does not extend to the graver crimes. A few references will suffice to put the reader in the current of this discussion. Loaning, Geschichte des Deutschen Kirchenrechts, Roman 2. 731, Brunner, D.R.G. Roman 2. 298, Schroeder, D.R.G. 174 Bochet, Histoire de l'organisation judiciaire en France, 74 Baudin, Études sur les origines du régime féodal, Annales de l'enseignement supérieur de Grenoble, Volume IP 43. Fustel de Coulanges, L'immunité Merovingienne, Review Historique, Roman 22. 249, Roman 23. One of the most disputed points is the character of the court held by an abbot, which is put before us by the very ancient formulae andicavences, a collection attributed to the 6th, or, at the latest, to the early years of the 7th century. It has been asserted and denied that this abbot of Angers is exercising the powers given to him by an immunity. Some have said that he, or rather his steward, is merely acting as an arbitrator. Brunner, Forschungen, 665, explains him as one of the mediocres ejudices of decaying Roman law. On the whole, the balance of learning is inclining to the opinion that, even in the Merovingian time, there were great churches and other lords with courts which wielded power over free men, and that the immunities, even if they were not intended to create such courts, at all events made them possible, or, as Fustel says, consecrated them. Maddox Hist. Ext. I 109, Bigelow Placida Anglo-Normannica. Hist. Eng. Law I 22430. Nissel, der Gerichtsstand des Claris im Frankischen Reich, 247. K 214, I 269, 236, I 312. Edwa and Guth, 4 Leg Henner, Roman 2, Section 5. DB I 26. Cron, de Bello, 26-7, et si foris facturi Christianitatis qualibit modo infralugum contigerent, coram abate definiendi referenter. Habec ecclesia s Martini emendationum foris facturi, ponitentium viro ritus sui re ab episcopo percipient. Battle Customals, Camden Soch. 126, septem hundreda non habent fosses nicae apud y, et idio habemus ig. Denarios archiepiscopus tamen et prior de novo trahunt homines suus ad fosses, abbas de S. Augustino non habet. C3, X5, 37. Excepimus, quod archidiaconi conventrensis episcopatus. In examination ignes et equi trigenta denarios of viro et mulier quaer presumunt. Senat Roman II, 1215. Hist. Eng. Law, I 564. Boden op. Sit. P 94 ff. Ethelstan Roman II, 2. Conrad Morakrit, Uberschau Roman II, 30 ff. Ethelstan Roman II. 3. Observe how in the Latin version, c. Bloford the Riths Wien becomes Dominus qui rectum diffortiabit. K. Morakrit, Uberschau Roman II, 32 40 41. INI 22 is of great importance on account of its antiquity. DB Roman II, 18b, inde vocet dominum suum ad tutorum, see above, p. 71. Leg Henner, 57 section 8, 82 section 4 5 6. See above, p. 89. Ethelstan Roman VI, Ejudicia Civitatis Londoniae 1. Ethelred I1, section 7. Edgar I2 3 Roman 3, 7 Roman 4, 2 section 8 Ethelred I1 Roman 3, 3 7. Ethelred Roman 3, 3 4. Ethelred Roman 3, 7. Edgar Roman 4, equals 2 section 11 Ethelred I3. DB I154, see above, p. 92. See above, p. 275. Northumbrian Priest's Law Schmid ap Roman 2, 48-9. Ibid, 57-58. See also the texts which give the Lord a share with the bishop in the penalty for neglect to pay tithe, viz. Edgar Roman 2, 3, Ethelred Roman 8, 8, Senat I8. K 498, Roman 2, 386. See above, p. 100. The Archbishop of York, the bishops of Durham, Chester, Lincoln, and for one manor Salisbury, the abbots of York, Peterborough, Ramsey, Croyland, Burton, and for one manor, Westminster. DB I 280b, I 337. Section 4, Bookland and Loan Land. We cannot say that from the first the gift of bookland establishes between the donee and the royal donor any such permanent relation as that which in later times is called tenure. What the king gives he apparently gives for good and all. In particular, a gift of land to a church is an out-and-out gift. Nay more, it is a dedication. Still, even within the sphere of piety and alms, we sometimes find the notion that in consequence of the gift, the donee should do something for the donor. Senat frees the lands of the Church of Exeter from all burdens except military service, bridge repair, and assiduous prayers, and thus the title by which the churches hold their lands is already being brought under the rubric do ut des. Turning to the books granted to laymen, we see that, at all events from the middle of the 10th century onwards, they usually state a causa, or as we might say, a consideration, for the gift. Generally the gift is an out-and-out gift. Words are used which expressly tell us that the donee is to enjoy the land during his life, and may on his death give it to whomsoever he chooses. Nothing is said about his paying rent or about his rendering in the future any service to the king in return for the land. The consideration that is stated in the instrument is, if we may still use such modern terms, a past consideration. The land comes rather as a reward than as a retaining fee. Sometimes indeed the thegn pays money to the king, and is in some sort a buyer of the land, though the king will take credit for generosity, and will talk of giving rather than of selling. More often the land comes as a reward to him for obedience and fidelity or fealty. Already the word fidelitas is in common use. We have only to render it by fealty, and the transaction between the king and his thegn will be apt to look like an infeudation, especially when the thegn is described by the foreign term vassalis. Even the general rule that the king is rewarding a past, rather than stipulating for a future fealty, is not unbroken. Thus, as early as 801, we find Cenwulf of Mercia and Cuthred of Kent giving land to a thegn as a perpetual inheritance, but so that he shall remain a faithful servant and unshaken friend to us and our magnates. So again, in 946, King Edmund gives land to a faithful minister in order that while I live he may serve me faithful in mind and obedient in deed, and that after my death he may with the same fealty obey whomsoever of my friends I may choose. The king, it will be seen, reserves the right to dispose by will of his thane's fealty. A continuing relation is established between the king and his successors in title on the one hand, the holder of the book land, and his successors in title on the other. However, as already said, the gift supposes that the personal relationship of lord and thane already exists between the donor and the donee before the gift is made. This relationship was established by a formal ceremony. The thane swore an oath of fealty, and it is likely that he bent his knee and bowed his head before his lord. The Normans saw their homage in the English commendation. The fidelity expected of the thane is not regarded as a debt incurred by the receipt of land. And if the king does not usually stipulate for fidelity, still less does he stipulate for any definite service, in particular for any definite amount of military service. The land is not to be free of military service. This is all that is said. However, to say this is to say that military service is already a burden on land. Already it is conceivable, very possibly, it is true that some of the lands of the churches have been freed even from this burden. What is more, if we may believe the Abingdon charters, the 9th century is not far advanced before the king is occasionally making bargains as to the amount of military service that the lands of the churches shall render. Abingdon need send to the host but 12 vassals and 12 shields. Likewise, we see that on the eve of the conquest, though other men who neglected the call to arms might escape with a fine of 40 shillings, it was the rule, at least in Worcestershire, that the free man who had sake and soke, and could go with his land whither he would, forfeited that land if he was guilty of a similar default. With this, we must connect those laws of Seanut which say that the man who flees in battle, as well as the man who is outlawed, forfeits his bookland to the king, no matter who may be his lord. Such rules, when regarded from one point of view, may well be called feudal. Bookland, having been derived from, is specially liable to return to the king. It will return to him if the holder of it be guilty of shirking his military duty or of other disgraceful crime. To this, we may add that if these rules betray the fact that the holder of this king-given land may none the less have commended himself, and his land to some other lord against whose claims the king has to legislate, thereby they disclose a feudalism of the worst, of the centrifugal kind. The ancient controversy as to whether the military tenures were known to the Anglo-Saxons is apt to become a battle over words. The old power of calling out all able-bodied men for defensive warfare was never abandoned, but it was not abandoned by the Norman and Angevin kings. The holder of land was not spoken of as holding it by military service, but it would seem that in the 11th century, the king, save in some pressing necessity, could only ask for one man's service from every 5 hides, and the holder of bookland forfeited that land if he disobeyed a lawful summons. Whether a man who will lose land for such a cause shall be said to hold it by military service is little better than a question about the meaning of words. At best, it is a question about legal logic. We are asked to make our choice, and yet may doubt whether our ancestors had made their choice, between the ideas of misdemeanor and punishment on the one hand, and the idea of re-entry for breach of condition on the other. The same vagueness enshrouds the infancy of the escheat propter defectum tenentes. Already in 825, a king tells how he gave land to one of his praefecti, who died intestate and without an heir. And so that land, by the decree of my magnates, was restored to me who had before possessed it. Here we seem to see the notion that when a gift has spent itself, when there is no longer anyone who can bring himself within the words of donation, the given land should return to the giver. In another quarter, we may see that when the king makes a gift, he does not utterly abandon all interest in the land that is given. Cenwulf of Mercia, in a charter for Christ Church at Canterbury, tells us that King Egbert gave land to a certain thane of his, who on leaving the country gave it to the minster. But that Offa annulled this gift, and gave away the land to other thanes, saying that it was unlawful for a thane to give away without his lord's witness, testimonio, the land given to him by his lord. Cenwulf restored the land to the church, but he took money for it, and he does not say that Offa had acted illegally. There is much to show that the restraint on alienation is one of the oldest of the incidents of tenure. Our materials do not enable us to formulate a general principle, but certain it is that the holders of bookland, whether they be laymen or ecclesiastics, very generally obtain the consent of the king when they propose to alienate their land either inter vivos or by testament. We may not argue from this to any definite condition annexed to the gift, or to any standing relationship between the donor and the donee like the tenure of later times. After all, it is a very natural thought that a reward bestowed by the king should not be sold or given away. The crosses and stars with which modern potentates decorate their fidèles, we do not expect to see these in the market. The land that the king has booked to his then is an honor, and the giver will expect to be consulted before it passes into hands that may be unworthy of it. It may be just because the gift of bookland is made by the king and corroborated by all the powers of church and state that the book is conceived as exercising a continuous sway over the land comprised in it. The book, it has well been said, is the lex possessionis of that land. It can make the land descend this way or that way, and the land will come back to the king if ever the power of the book be spent. What is more, from the first we seem to see a germ of our famous English rule that if a gift be made without words of inheritance, the gift will endure only during the life of the donee. Will endure, we say, for a gift is no mere act done once for all but a force that endures for a longer or a shorter period. Certain it is that most of the charters are careful to say that the gift is not thus to come to an end, but is to go on operating despite the donee's death. And even when, as is generally the case, the book made in favor of a layman says that the donee is to have the power of leaving the land to whomsoever he may please, or to such heirs as he may choose, we still must doubt whether his testamentary power is utterly unrestrained, whether he will not have to consult the royal donor when he is making his will. The phenomena which we have here to consider are very obscure, because we never can be quite certain why it is that a testator is seeking the king's aid. We have to remember that the testament is an exotic ecclesiastical institution which is likely to come into collision with the ancient folk law. From an early time, the Church was striving in favor of the utmost measure of testamentary freedom, for formless wills, for nuncupative wills. The very largeness of its claims made impossible any definite compromise between church right and folk right. So far as we can see, no precise law is evolved as to when and how, and over what a man may exercise a power of testation. The Church will support testaments of the most formless kind. On the other hand, the heirs of the dead man will endeavor, despite the anathema, to break his will, and sometimes they will succeed. Consequently, the testator will endeavor to obtain the crosses of the bishops and the consent of the king. He has already a book which tells him that he may leave the land to a chosen heir, but if he be prudent, he will not trust to this by itself. Kings change their minds. Then the law about Harriets complicates the matter. The Harriet has its origin in the duty of the dying thane or of his heirs to return to his lord the arms which that lord has given or lent to him. We have to use some such vague phrase as given or lent. We dare not speak more precisely. A time comes when the king provides his thane, no longer with arms, but with land. Still the Harriet is rendered. In the 10th century, this render is closely connected with the exercise of testamentary power. The thane offers a Harriet with a prayer that his will may stand. He presents swords and money to the king in order that he may be worthy of his testament. When we find such phrases as this, we cannot always be certain that the land of which the testator is going to dispose is land over which a book purports to give him testamentary power. He may be hoping that the king's aid will be sufficient to enable him to bequeath the unbooked land that he holds. In other cases, he may be endeavoring to dispose of lands that have merely been loaned to him for his life by the king. But this will hardly serve to explain all the cases, and we so frequently find the holder of bookland applying for the king's consent when he is going to make an alienation of it inter vivos that we need not marvel at finding a similar application made when he is about to execute a testament. This having been said, we shall not be surprised to find that in ancient times the difference between a gift of land and a loan of land was not nearly so well marked as it would be by modern law. The loan may be regarded as a temporary gift, the gift as a very permanent, if not perpetual, loan. We know how this matter looks in the law of Bracton's age. By fiefment, one gives land to a man for his life, or one gives it to him and the heirs of his body, or to him and his heirs. But in any case, the land may come back to the giver. The difference between the three fiefments is a difference in degree rather than in kind. One will operate for a longer, another for a shorter time. But however absolute the gift may be, the giver never parts with all his interest in the land. Or we may put it in another way. In our English law, usufruct is a temporary dominium, and dominium is a usufruct that may be perpetual. Or, once more, Adopting the language of modern statutes, we may say that the tenant for life is no usufructuary, but a limited owner. We are accustomed to bring this doctrine into connection with rules about dependent tenure. The donor, we say, retains an interest in the land because he is the tenant's lord. But on looking at the ancient land books, we may find reason to suspect that the confusion of loans with gifts and gifts with loans, if we may speak of confusion, where in truth the things confounded have never as yet been clearly distinguished, is one of the original germs of the rule that all land is held of the king. After all, the king and he is by far the greatest giver in the country, and his gifts are models for all gifts never, can really part with all the rights that he has in the land that he gives, for he still will be king of it, and therefore, in a sense, it will always be part of his land. To maintain a sharp distinction between the rights that he has as king and the rights that he has as landlord, jurisprudence is not as yet prepared, but we must look at the land loan more closely. Foreign historians have shown how after the barbarian invasions one single form of legal thought, or, if we may borrow a term from them, one single legal institute, which had been saved out of the ruins of Roman jurisprudence, was made to do the hard duty of expressing the most miscellaneous facts, was made to meet a vast multitude of cases in which, while one man is the owner of land, another man is occupying and enjoying it by the owner's permission. This institute was the precarium. Originally but a tenancy at will, it was elaborated into different shapes which, when their elaboration had been completed, had little in common. For some reason or another one begs, rogaire, of a landowner leave to occupy a piece of land. For some reason or another the prayer is granted, the grantor making a display of generosity and speaking of his act as a benefit, beneficium, an act of good nature and liberality. An elastic form is thus established. The petitioner may, or may not, promise to pay a rent to his benefactor. The benefactor may, or may not, engage that the relationship shall continue for a fixed term of years, or for the life of the petitioner or for several lives. Usually this relationship between petitioner and benefactor is complicated with the bond of patronage. The former has commended himself to the latter, has come within his power, his protection, his trust, trustees, has become his fideles, his homo. At a later time the inferior is a viscus, the superior is his senior. For the word viscus, which has meant a menial servant, spreads upwards. Then the precarium, as it were, divides itself into various channels. One of its streams encompasses the large province of humble tenancies, wherein the peasants obtain land from the churches and other owners on more or less arduous conditions, or reserve a right to occupy so long as they live the lands that they have given to the saints. Another stream sweeps onward into the domain of grand history and public law. The noble obtains a spacious territory, perhaps a county, from the king by way of benefaction. The precarium becomes the beneficium becomes the feudum. The king cannot prevent the beneficia, the feuda, from becoming hereditary. The analogous English institution was the lan, or, as we now say, loan. If in translating a German book we render lane by fief, feud, or fee, we should still remember that a lane is a loan. And no doubt the history of our ancient land loans was influenced by the history of the precarium. We come upon the technical terms of continental law when King Ethelbald forbids anyone to beg for a benefit or benefice out of the lands that have been given to the Church of Winchester. There was need for such prohibitions. Edward the Elder prayed the bishop of this very church to lend him some land for his life. The bishop consented, but expressed a fervent hope that there would be no more of such requests, which in truth were very like commands. It would seem that some of the English kings occasionally did what had been done on a large scale in France by Charles Martel or his sons. Namely, they compelled the churches to grant benefices to lay noblemen. When Bishop Oswald of Worcester declared how he had been lending lands to his thegns, he used a foreign technical term, beneficium quod illis priestitum est. But it is clear that the English conception of a land loan was very lax. It would blend with the conception of a gift. To describe transactions of one and the same kind, if such verbs as commodere and lonen and Latin were used, such words as confera, concedere, tribura, largere, and donare were also used. A loan is a temporary gift, and the nature of the transaction remains the same whether the man to whom the loan is made does, or does not, come under the obligation of paying rent or performing services. Unfortunately, our materials only permit us to study one branch of the loan, the aristocratic branch we may call it. No doubt the lords, especially the churches, are from an early time letting or loaning lands to cultivators. Specimens of such agricultural leases we do not see and cannot expect to see, for they would hardly be put into writing. But at an early time we do see the churches loaning lands, and wide lands, to great men. This is a matter of much importance. One other course in the feudal edifice is thus constructed. We have seen the churches interposed between the king and the cultivators of the soil. The churches have become landlords with free landholders under them, and now it is discovered that the churches have a superiority which they can lend to others. We see already a four-storied structure. There are the cultivator, the church's thane, the church, the king. Very great men think it no shame to beg boons from the church. Already before 750, the Bishop of Worcester has granted 5 manses to Cumslepa for lives. Before the century is out, the Abbot of Merowinger has granted 10 manses to the princeps, Cuthbert, for lives. In 855, the Bishop of Worcester gives 11 manses to the ealdorman of the Mercians and his wife for their lives. In 904, a successor of his makes a similar gift. But we have seen that the king himself was not above taking a loan from the church. Indeed, powerful men insist on having loans, and the churches, in order to protect themselves against importunities, obtain from the king this among their other immunities, namely, that no layman is to beg boons from them, or that no lease is to be for longer than the lessee's life. In such cases, we may also see the working of a second motive. The church is to be protected against the prodigality of its own rulers. The leases made by the prelates seem usually to have been for 3 lives. This compass is so often reached, so seldom exceeded, that we may well believe that the English church had accepted as a rule of sound policy, if not as a rule of law, the novel of Justinian which set the limit of 3 lives to leases of church lands. Occasionally, the lease is made in consideration of a sum of money paid down. Occasionally, the recipient of the land comes under an express obligation to pay rent. An early example shows us the Abbot of Merowinger letting 10 manses to the princeps, Cuthbert, for lives in consideration of a gross sum of 1,000 shillings and an annual pastis, or farm, of 1 night. The Bishop of Worcester early in the 9th century concedes land to a woman for her life on condition that she shall cleanse and renovate the furniture of the church. On the other hand, when land is loaned to a king or a great nobleman, this may be in consideration of his patronage and protection. The church stipulates for his amicitia. We may say that he becomes the advocatus of the church, and the patronage exercised by kings and nobles over the churches is of importance, though perhaps it was not quite so serious a matter in England as it was elsewhere. But from our present point of view, by far the most interesting form that the loan takes is the loan to the thane or the seanit. Happily, it falls out that we have an excellent opportunity of studying this institution. We recall the fact that by the gifts of kings and underkings the Church of Worcester had become entitled to vast tracts of land in Worcestershire and the adjoining counties. Now, between the years 962 and 992, Bishop Oswald granted at the very least some 70 loans comprising in all 180 manses or thereabouts. In almost all cases, the loan was for 3 lives. In a few cases, the recipient was a kinsman of the bishop. In a few, he was an ecclesiastic. Far more generally, he is described as minister muse, fidelis muse, cleans muse, miles muse, my knight, my thane, my true man. When the cause or consideration for the transaction is expressed, it is ob ius fidel obsequium, or pro ius humili subiction ac famulatu. A recompense is made for fealty and service. Anything that could be called a stipulation for future service is very rare. A definite rent is seldom reserved. Sometimes the bishop declares that the land is to be free from all earthly burdens, save service in the host and the repair of bridges and strongholds. To those accepted imposts, he sometimes adds church scot, or the church's rent, without specifying the amount. Sometimes he seems to go further, and to say that the land is to be free from everything save the church's rent, ecclesiasticus census. In so doing, he gives a hint that the recipients of the lands will have something to pay to, or something to do for the church. Were it not for this, we might well think that these loans were made solely in consideration of past services, of obedience already rendered, and that at most the recipient undertook the vague obligation of being faithful and obsequious in the future. But happily for us, St. Oswald was a careful man of business and put on record in the most solemn manner the terms on which he made his land loans. The document in which he did this is for our purposes the most important of all the documents that have come down to us from the age before the conquest. It takes the form of a letter written to King Edgar. We will give a brief and bald abstract of it. "I am," says the bishop, "deeply grateful to you, my lord, for all your liberality and will remain faithful to you forever. In particular am I grateful to you for receiving my complaint and that of God's holy church and granting redress by the counsel of your wise men. Therefore I have resolved to put on record the manner in which I have been granting to my faithful men for the space of 3 lives the lands committed to my charge, so that by the leave and witness of you, my lord and king, I may declare this matter to the bishops my successors, and that they may know what to exact from these men according to the covenant that they have made with me and according to their solemn promise. I have written this document in order that none of them may hereafter endeavor to abjure the service of the church. This then is the covenant made with the leave of my lord the king, and attested, roberated and confirmed by him and all his wise men. I have granted the land to be held under me, sub me on these terms, to wit, that every one of these men shall fulfill the whole law of writing as writing men should, and that they shall pay in full all those dues which of right belong to the church, that is to say sirixiat, toll, and tace or swinseed, and all other dues of the church, unless the bishop will excuse them from anything, and shall swear that so long as they possess the said land they will be humbly subject to the commands of the bishop. What is more, they shall hold themselves ready to supply all the needs of the bishop. They shall lend their horses, they shall ride themselves, and be ready to build bridges and do all that is necessary in burning lime for the work of the church. They shall erect a hedge for the bishop's hunt, and shall lend their own hunting spears whenever the bishop may need them. And further, to meet many other wants of the bishop, whether for the fulfillment of the service due to him or of that due to the king, they shall with all humility and subjection be obedient to his domination and to his will, in consideration of the benefice that has been loaned to them, and according to the quantity of the land that each of them possesses. And when the term for which the lands are granted has run out, it shall be in the bishop's power either to retain those lands for himself or to loan them out to anyone for a further term, but so that the said services due to the church shall be fully rendered. And in case any shall make willful default in rendering the aforesaid dues of the church, he shall make amends according to the bishop's right, or else shall lose the gift and land that he enjoyed. And if anyone attempt to defraud the church of land or service, be he deprived of God's blessing unless he shall make full restitution. He who keeps this, let him be blessed. He who violates this, let him be cursed. Amen. Once more, my lord, I express my gratitude to you. There are 3 copies of this document, one at Worcester, one deposited with the Archbishop of Canterbury, and one with the Bishop of Winchester. Now we may well say that here is feudal tenure. In the first place, we notice a few verbal points. The recipient of the land has received a beneficium from the bishop, and if he will not hold the land de episcopo, none the less he will hold it sub episcopo. Then he is the bishop's fidelis, his fitus homo, his hold and true man, his then, his knight, his soldier, his minister, his miles, his ex. Then he takes an oath to the bishop, and seemingly this oath states in the most energetic terms his utter subjection to the bishop's commands. What is more, he swears to be faithful and obedient because he has received a beneficium from the bishop, and the amount of his service is measured by the quantity of land that he has received. Then again, we see that he holds his land by service. If he fails in his service, at all events if he denies his liability to serve, he is in peril of losing the land, though perhaps he may escape by paying a pecuniary fine. As to the services to be rendered, if we compare them with those of which Glanville and Bracton speak, they will seem both miscellaneous and indefinite. Perhaps we ought to say that they are all the more feudal on that account. The tenant is to pay the church scot, the ecclesiasticus census of other documents. This, as we learn from Domesday Book, is 1 load, summer of the best corn from every hide of land, and unless it be paid on St. Martin's Day, it must be paid 12-fold along with a fine. He must pay toll to the bishop when he buys and sells. He must pay tace, apparently the pannage of a later time, for his pigs. He must go on the bishop's errands, provide him with hunting spears, erect his deer hedge when he goes to the chase. there remains a margin of unspecified services, for he must do what he is told to do according to the will of the bishop. But above all, he is a horseman, a riding man, and must fulfill the law of riding. For a moment, we are tempted to say the law of chivalry. This indeed would be an anachronism, but still he is bound to ride at the bishop's command. Will he ride only on peaceful errands? We doubt it. He is bound to do all the service that is due to the king, all the foreign sect service, we may say. A certain quantity of military service is due from the bishop's lands, his thanes must do it. As already said, the obligation of serving in warfare is not yet so precisely connected with the tenure of certain parcels of land as it will be in the days of Henry Roman II. But already the notion prevails that the land owes soldiers to the king, and probably the bishop has so arranged matters that his territory will be fully acquitted if his equites, his milits, take the field. Under what banner will they fight? Hardly under the sheriff's banner. Oswald is founding Oswald's law, and within Oswald's law, the sheriff will have no power. More probably, they will follow the banner of Saint Mary of Worcester. This we know, that in the confessor's reign one Edric was steersman of the bishop's ship and commander of the bishop's troops. This also we know, that in the suit between the churches of Worcester and of Evesham that came before the Domesday commissioners, one of the rights claimed by the bishop against the abbot was that the men of two villages, Hampton and Benjuworth, were bound to pay geld and to fight along with the bishop's men. And then, suppose that Danes or Welshmen or Englishmen make a raid on the bishop's land, is it certain that he will communicate with the ealdorman or the king before he calls upon his knights to defend and to avenge him? Still, we must not bring into undue relief the military side of the tenure. These men may be bound to fight at the bishop's call, but fighting is not their main business. They are not professional warriors. They are the predecessors not of the military tenants of the 12th century, but of the Radchanisters and Radmeny of Domesday Book, the Rodknights of Bracton's text, the Thanes and Drengs of the northern counties who puzzle the lawyers of the Angevin time. Point by point we can compare the tenure of these ministry and equites of the 10th with that of the Thanes and Drengs of the 12th and 13th centuries, and at point after point we find similarity, almost identity. They pay rent. They have horses, and their horses are at the service of their lord. They must ride his errands, carry his stores, assist him in the chase. They must fight if need be, but the exact nature of this obligation is indefinite. Dependent tenure is here, and, we may say, feudal tenure, and even tenure by knight service. For though the English seanet of the 10th century differs much from the knight of the 12th, still, it is a change in military tactics rather than a change in legal ideas that is required to convert the one into the other. As events fell out, there was a breach of continuity. The English thanes and drengs and knights either had to make way for Norman milits, or, as sometimes happened, they were subjected to Norman milits and constituted a class for which no place could readily be found in the new jurisprudence of tenures. But had Harold won the day at Hastings, and at the same time learnt a lesson from the imminence of defeat, some peaceful process would probably have done the same work that was done by forfeitures and violent displacements. The day for heavy cavalry and professional militancy was fast approaching when Oswald subjected his tenants to the lex equitandi. Yet another of those feudal phenomena that come before us in the 12th century may easily be engendered by these loans. We mean the precarious inheritance, the right to relieve from the lord the land that a dead man held of him. In speaking of Oswald's loans as leases for 3 lives, we have used a loose phrase which might lead a modern reader astray. Oswald does not let land to a man for the lives of 3 persons named in the lease, and therefore existing at the time when the lease is made. Rather, he lets the land to a man and declares that it shall descend to 2 successive heirs of his. The exact extent of the power that the lessee has of instituting an heir, in other words of devising the land by testament, instead of allowing it to be inherited ab intestato, we need not discuss. Suffice it that the lessee's rights may twice pass from ancestor to heir, or from testator to devisee. Now such a lease may cover the better part of a century. A time will come when the land ought to return to the church that gave it, but for some 80 years it will have been in one family, and twice over it will have been inherited. Is it very probable that the bishop will be able to oust the 3rd heir? Will he wish to do so, if 3 generations of thanes or knights have faithfully served the church? May we not be fairly certain that this third heir will get the land on the old terms, if he will recognize the church's right to turn him out? As a matter of fact, we see that Oswald's successors have great difficulty in recovering the land that he has let. In the Middle Ages, he who allows land to descend twice has often enough allowed it to become heritable for good and all. Despite solemn charters and awful anathemas, he will have to be content with a relief. But at least, it will be said, there was no right of wardship and marriage. We can see the beginning of it. In 983, Oswald let 5 manses to his kinsman Gardulf. Gardulf is to enjoy the land during his life. After his death, his widow is to have it, if she remains a widow or if she marries one of the bishop's subjects. So the bishop is already taking an interest in the marriages of his tenants. He will have no woman holding his land who is married to one who is not his man. And then Domesday Book tells us how in the Confessor's day, one of Oswald's successors had disposed of an heiress and her land to one of his knights. Still, it will be urged, the feudalism here displayed is imperfect in one important respect. These tenants of the Church of Worcester hold their land under contracts cognizable by the national courts. They do not hold by any special feudal law. They are not subject to any feudal tribunal. Now, if when we hear of feudalism, we are to think of that orderly, centralized body of land law which in Henry Roman III's day has subjected the whole realm to its simple but mighty formulas, the feudalism of Oswald's land loans is imperfect enough. But then we must remind ourselves that never in this country does feudal law, the Landrecht of Germany, become a system to be contrasted with the ordinary land law, Landrecht. And also we must observe that already in Oswald's day the thanes of the Church of Worcester were in all probability as completely subject to a private and seignorial justice as ever were any freeholding Englishmen. What court protected their tenure? What court would decide a dispute between them and the bishop? Doubtless it will be answered the 100 Court. But in all probability that court, the court of the great triple hundred of Oswald's law, was already in the hand of the bishop who gave it its name. The suits of these tenants would come into a court where the bishop would preside by himself or his deputy, and where the doomsmen would be the tenants and justiciables of the bishop not, indeed, because tenure begets jurisdiction, to such a generalization as this men have not yet come. But still, the justice that these tenants will get will be seignorial justice. Now how far we should be safe in drawing from Oswald's loans and Oswald's law any general inferences about the whole of England is a difficult question. It is clear that the bishop was at great pains to regulate the temporal affairs of his church. He obtained for his leases the sanction of every authority human and divine, the consent of the convent, the ealdorman, the king, the witan. He deposited the covenant with the king, with the Archbishop of Canterbury, with the Bishop of Winchester. Also, we must remember that he had lived in a Frankish monastery, and that, at least in things monastic, he was a radical reformer. Nor should it be concealed that in Domesday Book, the entries concerning the estates of the Church of Worcester stand out in bold relief from the monotonous background. Not only is the account of the 100 of Oswald's law prefaced by a statement which in forcible words lays stress on its complete subjection to the bishop, but in numerous cases the tenure of the nobler and freer tenants within that 100 is described as being more or less precarious. They do whatever services the bishop may require. They serve at the will of the bishop. No one of them may have any lord but the bishop. They are but tenants for a time, and when that time is expired, their land will revert to the church. However, we should hesitate long before we said that Oswald's land loans were merely foreign innovations. His predecessors had granted leases for lives. Other churches were granting leases for lives, and the important document that he sent to the king proves to us that we cannot trust our Anglo-Saxon lease or land book to contain the whole of the terms of that tenure which it created. Suppose that this unique document had perished. How utterly mistaken an opinion should we have formed of the terms upon which the thanes and knights of the Church of Worcester held their lands? We should have heard hardly a word of money payments, no word of the oath of subjection, of the lex equitandi, of the indefinite obligation of obeying whatever commands the bishop might give. It may well be that the thanes and knights of other churches held on terms very similar to those that the Bishop of Worcester imposed. Even if we think that Oswald was an innovator, we must remember that the adviser of Edgar, the friend of Dunstan, the reformer of the monasteries, the man who for 30 years was Bishop of Worcester and for 20 years Archbishop of York, was able to make innovations on a grand scale. What such a man does others will do. The yet safer truth that what Oswald did could be done should not be meaningless for us. In the second half of the 10th century, there were men willing to take land on such terms as Oswald has described. These men were not peasants. The land that Oswald gave them they were not going to cultivate merely by their own labor and the labor of their sons and their slaves, though we are far from saying that they scorned to handle the plow. We have in Domesday Book a description of their holdings, and it is clear that in the Confessor's day, when some of Oswald's leases must yet have been in operation, the lessees had what we should describe as small manors with villeins and cottagers upon them. Thus, for example, Edric the steersman, who led the bishop's host, had an estate of 5 hides which in 1086 had 3 villani and 4 bordarii, to say nothing of a priest upon it. Like enough, what the bishop has been loaning to his thanes has been by no means always land and domain. It has been land in service, in other words, a superiority, a seigniory. Thus, as we say, another course of the feudal edifice is constructed. Above the cultivator stands the thane or the senet, who himself is a tenant under the bishop and who owes to the bishop services that are neither very light nor very definite. We cannot but raise the question whether the cultivators, if we suppose them to be in origin free landowners, can support the weight of this superstructure without being depressed towards serfage. But we are not yet in a position to deal thoroughly with this question. We must now return for a moment to the relation that exists between the loan and the book. Landland is contrasted with Bockland, but historians have had the greatest difficulty in discovering the principle that lies beneath this distinction. Certainly we cannot say that, while bookland is created and governed by a charter, there will be no written instrument, no book, creating and governing the land. We have books which in unambiguous terms tell us that they bear witness to loans. Nor can we say that the holder of bookland will always have a perpetual right to the land, an estate in fee simple, an estate to him and his heirs. In many cases, a royal charter will create a smaller estate than this. It will limit the descent of the land to the heirs male of the donee. Moreover, the written leases for 3 lives of which we have been speaking are books. Thus, in 977, Oswald grants 3 manses to his thane Edric for 3 lives, and the charter ends with a statement which tells us in English that Oswald the archbishop is booking to Edric his thane 3 hides of land, which Edric formerly held as landland. A similar deed of 985 contains a similar statement. 5 hides which Edric held as landland are now being booked to him, but booked only for 3 lives. In yet another of Oswald's charters, we are told that the donee is to hold the land by way of bookland as amply as he before held it by way of landland. After this, it is needless to say that bookland may be burdened with rents and services, but indeed it would seem that Oswald's thanes and knights held both bookland and landland. It was bookland because it had been booked to them, and yet very certainly it had only been loaned to them. Let us then turn to the laws and read what they say about bookland. 2 rules stand out clearly. Ethelred the Unready declares that every wight incurred by a holder of bookland is to be paid to the king. Senet declares that the bookland of the outlaw, whosoever man he may be, and of the man who flies in battle, is to go to the king. These laws seem to put before us the holder of bookland as standing by reason of his land in some specially close relationship to the king. If we may use the language of a later day, the holder of bookland is a tenant in chief of the king, and this even though he may have commended himself to someone else. On the other hand, if the holder of landland commits a grave crime, his land reverts, or escheats, or is forfeited to the man who made the land. And yet, though this be so, and though Oswald's thens will in some sense or another be holding bookland, we may be quite certain that should one of them be outlawed the bishop will claim the land. Indeed, he is careful about this as about other matters. Often he inserts in his charter a clause saying that, whatever the grantee may do, the land shall return unforfeited to the church. Any solution of these difficulties must be of a somewhat speculative kind. We fashion for ourselves a history of the book and of the land loan which runs as follows. The written charter first makes its appearance as a foreign and ecclesiastical novelty. For a very long time it is used mainly, if not solely, as a means of endowing the churches with lands and superiorities. It is an instrument of a very solemn character, armed with the anathema, and sanctioned by the crosses of those who can bind and loose. Usually it confers rights which none but kings can bestow, and which even kings ought hardly to bestow save with the advice of their counselors. A mass of rights held under such a charter is bookland, or, if we please, the land over which such rights are exercisable is bookland for the grantee. In course of time, similar privileges are granted by the kings to their thanes, though the book does not thereby altogether lose its religious traits. It is long before private persons begin to use writing for the conveyance or creation of rights in land. The total number of the books executed by persons who are neither kings, nor underkings, nor prelates of the church, was, we take it, never very large. Certainly the number of such books that have come down to us is very small. Nothing could be more utterly unproved than the opinion that in Anglo-Saxon times, written instruments were commonly used for the transfer of rights in land. Let us glance for a moment at the documents that purport to have come to us from the 10th century. Genuine and spurious, we have near 600. But we exclude first the grants made by the kings, secondly Oswald's leases and a few similar documents executed by other prelates, thirdly a few testamentary or quasi-testamentary dispositions made by the great and wealthy. Hardly 10 documents remain. Let us observe their nature. The ealdorman and lady of the Mercians make a grant to a church in royal fashion. But in every other case in which we have a document which we can conceive as either transferring rights in land or as being formal evidence of such a transfer, the consent of the king or of the king and witness to the transaction is stated, and with hardly an exception the king executes the document. Even the holder of bookland who wished to alienate it, for example, the thane who wished to pass on his bookland to a church, did not in general execute a written conveyance. One of 3 courses was followed. The donor handed over his own book, the book granted by the king, and apparently this was enough. Or the parties to the transaction went before the king, delivered up the old, and obtained a new book. Or the donor executed some brief instrument, sometimes a mere note endorsed on the original book stating how he had transferred his right. But in any case, according to the common usage of words, a usage which has a long history behind it, it is only the man who is holding under a royal privilege who has bookland. It is to this established usage that the laws refer when they declare that the king and no lower lord is to have the right from the holder of bookland, and that when bookland is forfeited, it is forfeited to the king. For all this, however, if you adhere to the letter, bookland can only mean land held by book. Now from a remote time men have been loaning land, and prelates when they have made a loan have sometimes executed a written instrument, a book. A prelate can pronounce the anathema, and the recipient of the land may well wish to be protected, not merely by writing, but by Christ's rood. When therefore Bishop Oswald grants a written lease to one of his thanes who heretofore has been in enjoyment of the land, but has had no charter to show for it, we may well say that in the future this thane will have bookland, though at the same time he has but loan land. We have no scruple about charging our ancestors with having a confused terminology. The confusion is due to a natural development. Books were formerly used only for one purpose. They are beginning to be used for many purposes, and consequently, bookland may mean one thing in one context, another in another. We may say that everyone who holds under a written document holds bookland, or we may still confine the name, book, to that class of books which was at one time the only class. The king's charters, the king's privileges, have been the only books. They are still books in a preeminent sense. Just so in later days men will speak of tenure in capite, when what they really mean is tenure in capite of the crown by military service. But there is a deeper cause of perplexity. Once more we must repeat that the gift shades off into the loan into the gift. The loan is a gift for a time. It is by words of donation, I give, I grant, that Oswald's beneficia are prestita to his knights and thanes. Conversely, the king's most absolute gift leaves something owing and continuously owing to him. It may be prayers, it may be fealty and obedience. And having considered by how rarely good fortune it is that we know the terms of Oswald's land loans, how thoroughly we might have mistaken their nature, but for the preservation of a single document, we shall be very cautious in denying that between many of the holders of bookland and the king, there was in the latter half of the 10th century a relationship, for which we have no other name than feudal tenure. If Oswald's charters create such a tenure, What shall we say of the numerous charters whereby Edred, Edwy, Edgar, and Ethelred grant land to their thanes in consideration of fealty and obedience? Must not these thens fulfill the whole lex equitandi? Will they not lose their lands if they fail in this service? True that the rights conferred upon them are not restrained within the compass of 3 lives, but are heritable ad infinitum. But does this affect the character of their tenure? We cannot in more recent times draw any inference from the quantum of the estate to the quality of the tenure. On the whole, we are inclined to believe that the practice of loaning lands affected the practice of giving lands, there being no sharp and formal distinction between the gift and the loan, and that when Edward the Confessor died no great injustice would have been done by a statement that those who held their lands by royal books held their lands of the king. This at least we know, that the formula of dependent tenure, A holds land of B, was current in the English speech of the Confessor's days, and that some of the king's thanes held their land of the king. We may guess that those old terms bookland and loanland would soon have disappeared even from an unconquered England, for it was becoming plain that the book bears witness to a loan. A new word was wanted. That word was feudum. Footnotes: K 729, Roman 4, 3. It is noticeable that the verb silin usually means to give. Words such as vendir are avoided. AD 941, K 390, Roman 2. 234, condemned by Kemble, amabili vassallo mio AD 952, K 431, Roman 2. 302, quidem vassallo AD 956, K 462, Roman 2. 338, mio fideli vassallo AD 967, K 534, Roman 3. 11, mio fideli vassallo AD 821, K 214, I 269, expeditionum cum 12 vassalis et cum tantis scutis exercint. After the Norman conquest, the word is very rare in our legal texts. K 179, I 216. Eo videlis et earci ips nobis et optimatibus nostris, fidelis manserit minister et inconvulsus amicus. K 408, Roman 2. 263. Etenis ut vita comite tam fidus, ment quam subditus operibus mihi placabile obsequium prebit, et meum post obitum cuicunc meorum amicorum valura, idem fidelitate immobilis obedience fiat. The terms of the oath are given in Schmid, App. X. See above p69. See above p69. K 214, I 269, H and S Roman 3, 556. DB I 172, see above p 159. See not Roman 2, 1377. See above p 156. K 1035 v 76. The charter is not beyond suspicion, but Kemble has received, and the editors of the councils H and S. Roman 3, 607 have refused to condemn it. K 1020 v 60, BI 409, H and S Roman 3, 528. See Brunner, Die Landschenkungen der Merowinger und der Agelalfinger, Forschungen, p6. He who receives an order acquires in the insignia of the order which are delivered to him an ownership of an extremely attenuated kind. He cannot give them away or sell them or let them out or give them in dowry. When he dies, they go back to the giver. We are not aware of any English decision on such matters as these. In a charter for Winchester, B. Roman 2, 238, Edward the Elder is represented as saying that the land that he gives to the church is never to be alienated. If, however, the monks must sell or exchange it, then they may return it to that royal family by whom it was given to them. Brunner Zurich die Ram, U Germ, Urkund P. Hist, Eng Law Roman 2, 12. See Brunner, Landschenkungen, Forschungen, P1 in this paper, Dr. Brunner appealed to our English law, in order that he might settle the famous controversy between Waits and Roth as to the character of the gifts of land made by the Merovingians. On P5 he denies that our rule about words of inheritance should be called feudal. Its starting point is the principle that the quality an English lawyer would add in the quantity also of the estate, Besitzrecht, can be determined by the donor's words, by a lex donationis imposed by the donor on the land. Brunner Geskich der Urkund, p. 200. Hemming's Cartulary I 259. Post mortem autem ius filius ius, testamentum patris sui iritum faciens. Ibid. P. Britwinus, indem terram dio et sancti Marii obtulit, undem nepotum suum monachum fecit. Filius ius etiam Brit maris nomen pater ipsius eam dicti edwini menaci cum hiers patris extidiset, ipsum villam monasterio dedit. Hist. Eng. Law Roman 2, 250. Brunner Forschungen p. 22, Hist. Eng. Law I 292. Crawford Charters ed. Napier and Stevenson, pp. 23, 126, early in Cent. A bishop in his testament declares how he gives to each retainer his steed which he had lent him. See the wills collected by Thorpe, p. 501, gift to the queen for her mediation that the will may stand. Ibid. p. 505. And Bishop Theodred and Ealdorman Edric informed me, when I gave my lord the sword that King Edmund gave me, that I might be worthy of my testament, mine quid's word, and I never have done any wrong to my lord that it may not so be. Ibid. p. 519. And I pray my dear lord for the love of God that my testament may stand. See also pp. 528, 539, 543, 576. Thus Ealdorman Alfred disposes, but with the consent of the king and all his witan of his heritage as well as of his bookland. Thorpe 480. Lodge, Essays on A.S. Law, p. 108, supposes a certain power of regulating the descent of family land within the family. K. 414, Roman 2. 273. Ego Wolfricus envente et sentient et present domino Merowinger, concessi, terram iuris me, quam prefatus rex idredis mihi dedit in perpetuum hereditatem cum libro iustum terri K. 1130 v. 254, ego Edulphus dux per concessionum domini me regis, concedo, has terras de propria possession me quas idem. Rex dedit in perpetuum hereditatem, K. 1226, Roman 6. 25, ego Aelfordus minister regis Edgari concedo, envente domino meo rege, villam unum de patrimonio meo. Except in the cases, comparatively rare before the statute quia empters, in which the feoffee is to hold of the fiefers lord. Fustel de Coulanges, Les Origins du Système Féodal, Brunner d. RGI 212. K. 1058, v. 115, b. Roman 2. 89, et nullus eam licentium ulterius habet Christi nec sancti Petri, nec ossus sit ulterius elam terram predictam regandi in beneficium. K. 1089, v. 166, b. Roman 2, 281. See also K. 262, Roman 2, 33, b. Roman 2, 40. Bertwulf of Mercia takes a lease for 5 lives from the Church of Worcester and assigns it to a thegn. The consideration for this lease is a promise that for the future he will not make gifts out of the goods of the church. K. 1287, Roman 6, 124. The verb praestare was the regular term for describing the action of one who was constituting a precarium or beneficium. In K. 1071, v. 138, B.P. Werforth of Worcester obtains a lease for 3 lives having petitioned for it. Terram, humili priest deprecatus fui. For Commodare CKVPP. 166, 169, 171, for Latin, Ibid. 162, for Latin, Ibid. 164. See B.P. Oswald's leases. K91, I109. K165, I201. K279, Roman 2, 61. K339, Roman 2, 149. See the Charter of Cenwulf for Winchcombe, H and S Roman 3, 572 and the editor's note at 575. See also K610, Roman 3, 157, V115, 1090, V169. K262, Roman 2. 33 is a lease for 5 lives by the Church of Worcester, but the lessee is a king. Nov 7.3, see Brunner zur Rechtsgeschichte der Rom. U. Germ, Urkund, 187. Theodore of Tarsus would perhaps have known this rule. It does not belong to the general Western tradition of Roman law, but is distinctly Justinianic. K 165, I 201. The limitation is not very plain, but we seem to have here a lease for 2 lives. K 182, I 220. K 262, Roman 2. 33, B Roman 2. 40, lease by Church of Worcester to the king for 5 lives. Edili dabent terram elam e tamen condition ut ips rex firmius amicus sit episcopo prefato et familia in omnibus bonus aerum. K 279, Roman 2. 61, a lease by the same church to a dux and his wife with stipulation for amicitia. These are preserved in Hemming's Cartulary, CK 494-673. In K 498, Roman 2. 386, the Ecclesiastica census is 2 modii of clean grain. In K 511, Roman 2. 400, the lessee must mow once and reap once with all his craft. In K 508, Roman 2. He must sow 2 acres with his own seed and reap it. In K 661, Roman 3. 233 is a similar stipulation. In many cases, the clause of immunity has become very obscure owing to a copyist's blunder. It is made to run thus: Sit autem terra ista libera omni reginae ecclesiastici sensi. Some mistake between re and regi may be suspected. What we want is what we get in some other cases, e.g. K 651, 652, viz. Libera ob omni secularis re negodio. The following forms are somewhat exceptional. K 530 and 612, Buten Ferdfair and Walljewerk and Brickjewerk and Circenlade. K 666, Accepta Sancti Dei Basilici Suppeditation, et Ministration. K 625, Acceptis Sancti Dei Ecclesiae Necessitatibus et Utilitibus. Kemble gives it in Cod. Dippel, 1287 Roman 6, 124, and in an appendix to Volume I of his history. Also he speaks of it in Cod. Dippel, I Roman 35, and there says that it is a labored justification by B.P. Oswald of his proceedings. To my mind, it is nothing of the kind. Oswald is proud of what he has done and wishes that a memorial of his acts may be carefully preserved for the benefit of the Church. Of course, if regarded from our modern point of view, the form of the document is curious. The bishop seems engaged in an attempt to bind his lessees by his own unilateral account of the terms to which they have agreed. But his object is to have of the contract a record which has been laid before the king and the witan, and which, if we are to use modern terms, will have all the force of an act of parliament, to say nothing of the anathema. In places its language becomes turbid and well-nigh untranslatable. It may be that the bishop has just obtained from the king a grant or confirmation of the hundredel jurisdiction over what is to be Oswald's law. K Roman 6, 125. Hoc est ut omnes equitandi, lex ob iis impliter qui ad equites pertinet. K Roman 6, 125. Et ad totum pyramidicum opus ecclesiae calcis ac ad pontes edificium ultro invenienter parity. The translation here given is but guesswork. We suppose that pyramidicus means of or belonging to fire, pi letter 1 fe 6 rho. Ibid. In super ad multas alias indigentiae causas quibus opus est domino antistidi fruniscae, sive ad suum servidium sive ad regalic splendum, semper alias archiductoris dominatui et voluntati qui episcopatui praesidit, subditi fiant. Is archiductor but a fine name for the bishop? We think not. In the Confessor's Day Edric, the steersman was Ductor exercitus episcopi ad servidium regis. Hemming, I, and it would seem from this that the tenants were to be subject to a captain set over them by the bishop. But in the famous, if spurious, charter for Oswald's law, see above, p. Edgar says that on a naval expedition the bishop's men are not to serve under the ordinary officers sed cum suo archiductor, videlis et episcopo, qui ius defendir et procer debit ob omni perturbation et inquietudine. This would settle the question, could we be certain that the words, videlis et episcopo, were not the gloss of a forger who was improving an ancient instrument? For our present purpose, however, it is no very important question whether the archiductor, the commander-in-chief of these tenants, is the bishop himself or an officer of his. Ibid, prevaricationis delictum secundum quad, praesulies ius est amendit. DB 174. Compare the entry on F 175, B. Relating to the Church Scot of Pershore. Hist. Eng. Law I 217. See also DB I 165b. Heintun. Hemming I 81. Edricus qui fuit, tempor regis Edwardi, sterminus navis episcopi et ductor exercitus iustum episcopi ad servitium regis. DB I 173b. Edricus Sturman held 5 hides of the bishop. Hemming I 77. Et deritionavit sacem et sacem de Hamptona ad suum 100 de Oswald's law, quod ibi debent placiter et geldum et expeditionum. Per Solver. Maitland, Northumbrian Tenures, Eng Hist, Reverend V 625. Hist, Eng, Law I 288. In this respect, Oswald's leases seem to have closely resembled a form of lease, known as manusfirma, which became common in the France of the 11th century. Lamprecht, Beiträge zur Geschichte des französischen Wirtschaftslebens, pp. 59-60. Hemming, I 259. AC primo videndum qui terri trium heredum temporibus accommodatus sint, post quorum decessum iuri monasteri reterenter, quiv postea iuxta hanc conventionum rediti, quiv aeneas sunt retenti, sive ipsorum, qui ease exiger deberent, negligentia, sive denegati sint in quorum hominum potentia. See also the story told by Hemming on P. Lamprecht op. Cit. P. 61 says that it was quite uncommon for the French landlord to get back his land if once he let it for 3 lives. One of the Worcester leases, but one stigmatized by Kemble Roman II. 152 is a lease for 3 lives Nisi Herods Elias Tempus Prolixius, a pontifex sedis Elias ad episci potrent. K. 637, Roman 3. 194. C. In viduitate manner decreverit, vel magis nuber valerit, I tamen viro qui episcopali dignitati superdicti ecclesiae sit subactus. DB I 173. Hanc terram tenuit seraph du episcopo tre, quo mortuo dedit episcopus filium ius, cum hac terra quidem summa laeti, qui et matrum passerit et episcopo inda servirt. Hist. Eng. Law I 214. See above, p. 267. DB I 172b. He predicti CCC. Hidi furunt de ipso dominio ecclesiae, et si quid de ipsis cuicunc homini qualibit modo, attributum vel priestitum fuiset, ad serviendum indo episcopo. Elequiim terram priestatem sibi tenebat, nullum omnino consududinum sibimit, inda retiner potret nisi per episcopum. Nec terram retiner nisi usc ad impletum tempus quad ipsi inter si considerant, et nusquam cum e terra si verter potret. Kenwardus tenuit, et deservabat sicut episcopus volbet, Ricardus tenuit ad servitium quad episcopus voluit, Godricus tenuit serviens inda episcopo ut potret deprecari, Godricus tenuit ad voluntatem episcopi. DB 173b. Oswald's tenants closely resemble the ministerials of foreign bishops. See Waits, Verfassungsgeschichte, v. 350. Oswald's lex equitandi may be compared with what is said ibid. P. 293 of a bishop of Constance. Quibus omnibus hoc ius constituit, ut cum abate equiterant aec domi foresc ministrerant, equos suos tam abati quam fratribus sues quacum nesses esset priesterant, monasterium pro possi suo defenserant. Kemble Saxons I 310 ff. K. Mora Crit, UEB, I 104 Essays in Anglo-Saxon Law No. Roman 2. Lodge, Brunner, Geschichte d Rom, U. Germ, Urkund, 182. K. 617, Roman 3, 164. K. 651, Roman 3, 216. K. 679, Roman 3, 258. K. 1287, Roman 6, 125. Propter beneficium quad is priestitum est. DBI 173b, it may cross the reader's mind that the leases of which Oswald speaks in his letter to Edgar are not the transactions recorded in the charters that have come down to us, but other and unwritten leases. But Domesday Book and the stories told by Hemming make against this explanation. Etheler, I1, Section 14. Senat Roman 2, 1377. K. 328, Roman 2. 133. A certain Helmston is guilty of theft, and mon gerate the ef singe forthan, he we singes moan, and ordlaf fang to his land forthan hit, wees his lean theat he on seat. K 330, Roman 2, 136. K 414, Roman 2, 273, conveyance by Wulfric with the king's consent. K 491, Roman 2, 379, conveyance by Wulfstan with consent of king and Witan, who execute the deed. K 690-1, Roman 3, 286-8, conveyances by Esquig executed by king and Witan. K 1124, 1130 v 246-54, conveyances confirmed by king and bishops. K 1201 v 378, exchange with king's consent. K 1226, Roman 6, 25, conveyance by a thane reciting king's consent. A few documents we must leave unclassified. K 499, 591, 693, we do not know how they were executed or what was their evidential value. Brunner, Jeskich d Rom, U Germ, Urkund, p. 175. Hist, Eng La I 212. K 843, Roman 4, 201, Swaful and Swaforth Swa Thurston min Huskarlil hit firmest of me heold. K 846, Roman 4, 205, Swaful and Swaforth Swa Swain me may hit formest of me held. K 826, Roman 4, 190, Swa Aelfwin si none at heold of than Minster. K 827, Roman 4, 190, Swa Citric Aerlil of than Minster Theolic at heold. If K 1237, Roman 6, 44 be genuine and Kemble has not condemned it, then already in the middle of the 10th century, Goda princeps tenuit terram de rege, nor only so, tenuit honorum de rege, but this document is unacceptable. At best, it may be a late Latin translation of an English original. Section 5. The growth of seigniorial power. We now return to our original theme, the subjection to seigniorial power of free landholders and their land, for we now have at our command the legal machinery, which, when set in motion by economic and social forces, is capable of effecting that subjection. Let us suppose a village full of free landholders. The king makes over to a church all the rights that he has in that village, reserving only the trinota necessitas and perhaps some pleas of the crown. The church now has a superiority over the village, over the Seignorials. It has a right to receive all that, but for the king's charter, would have gone to him. In the first place, it has a right to the fium, the pastis or victus that the king has hitherto exacted. We should be wrong in thinking that in the 9th century, whatever may have been the case in earlier times, this exaction was a small matter. In 883, Ethelred Ealdorman of the Mercians, with the consent of King Alfred, freed the lands of Berkeley Minster from such parts of the king's gaffal or fium as had until then been unredeemed. In return for this, he received 12 hides of land and 30 mancuses of gold, and then in consideration of another 60 mancuses of gold, he proceeded to grant a lease of these 12 hides for 3 lives. The king had been deriving a revenue from this land, in clear ale, in beer, in honey, in cattle, in swine, and in sheep. In Domesday Book, a one-night's farm is no trifle. It is all that the king gets from large stretches of his demesne. Having become entitled to this royal right, the church would proceed to make some new settlement with the villagers. Perhaps it would stipulate for a one-night's farm for the monks, that is to say, for a provendorant capable of supporting the convent for a day. In the middle of the 9th century, a day's farm of the monks of Canterbury comprised 40 cesters of ale, 60 loaves, a wether, 2 cheeses, and 4 fowls, besides other things. When once a village is charged in favor of a lord with a provendorant of this kind, the lord's grip upon the land may easily be tightened. A settlement in terms of bread and beer is not likely to be stable. Some change in circumstances will make it inconvenient to all parties, and the stronger bargainer will make the best of the new bargain. The church will be a strong bargainer, for it has an inexhaustible treasure house upon which to draw. We, however, concerned with legal ideas, have merely to notice that the law will give free play to social, economic, and religious forces, which are likely to work in the Lord's favor. But a village charged with a provendorant may seem far enough removed from the typical manner of the 12th and 13th centuries. In the one we see the villagers cultivating each for his own behoof, and supplying the lord at stated seasons with a certain quantity of victuals. In the other, the villagers spend a great portion of their time in tilling the lord's domain land. In the latter case, the lord himself appears as an agriculturist. In the former, he is no agriculturist, but merely a receiver of rent. The gulf may seem wide, but it is not impassable. One part, the last part, of a process which surmounts it is visible. In the 11th and 12th centuries, the lords, though they have much land and domain, still reckon the whole or part of what they are to receive from each manor in terms of farms. The king gets a one-night's farm from this manor, the convent of Ramsey gets a fortnight's farm from that manor. But we can conceive how the change begins. The monks are not going to travel, as a king may have traveled, from village to village feasting at the expense of the folk. They are going to live in their monastery. They want a regular supply of victuals brought to them. They must have an overseer in the village, one who will look to it that the bread and beer are sent off punctually and are good. In the village, over which they already have a superiority, they acquire a manse of their very own, a mansus indominicatus, as their foreign brethren would call it. When once they are thus established in the village, piety and other worldliness will do much towards increasing their domain and strengthening their position. We have argued above that in the first instance it was not by means of the petty gifts of private persons that the churches amassed their wide territories. The starting point is the alienation of a royal superiority. Still, there can be little doubt that the small folk were just as careful of their souls as were their rulers. They make gifts to the church. Moreover, the gift is likely to create a dependent tenure. They want to give, and yet they want to keep, for their land is their livelihood. They surrender the land to the church, but then they take it back again as a lifelong loan. Thus the church has no great difficulty about getting domain, but further, it gets dependent tenants and a dependent tenure is established. Like enough, on the death of the donor, his heirs will be suffered to hold what their ancestor held. Very possibly the church will be glad to make a compromise, for it may be doubtful whether these donations post obitum or these gifts with reservation of an usufruct can be defended against one, who, not having the fear of God before his eyes, will make a determined attack upon them. Gradually, the church becomes more and more interested in the husbandry of the village. It receives gifts, it makes loans, it substitutes labor services to be done on its domain lands for the old fium of provender. It is rash to draw inferences from the fragmentary and obscure laws of Ani, but one of them certainly suggests that, at least in some district of Wessex, this process was going on rapidly at the end of the 7th century, so rapidly and so oppressively that the king had to step in to protect the smaller folk. The man who has taken a yard of land at a rent is being compelled not only to pay, but also to labor. This, says the king, he need not do unless he is provided with a house. Now we are far from saying that the manorial system of rural economy is thus invented. From the time of the Teutonic conquest of England onwards, there may have been servile villages, Roman villas with slaves and coloni cultivating the owner's domain, which had passed bodily to a new master. We have no evidence that is capable of disproving or of proving this. What we think more probable is that in those tracts where true villages, nucleated villages, as we have before now called them, were not formed, the conquerors fitted themselves into an agrarian scheme drawn for them by the Britons, and that in the small scattered hamlets which existed in these tracts there was all along a great deal of slavery. But at any rate, the church was a cosmopolitan institution. Many a prelate of the 9th and 10th centuries, Bishop Oswald for one, must have known well enough how the foreign monasteries managed their lands, and whatever controversies may rage round questions of remoter history, there can be no doubt that by this time the rural economy of the church estates in France was in substance that which we know as manorial. Foreign precedents in this, as in other matters, may have done a great work in England. All that we are here concerned to show is that there were forces at work which were capable of transmuting a village full of free landholders into a manor full of villeins. Besides the rights transferred to it by the king, the church would have other rights at its command which it could employ for the subjection. We use the word in no bad sense of the peasantry. By the law of God it might claim first fruits and tenths. The payment known as sirixete, church scot, is a very obscure matter. Certainly in laws of the 10th century, it seems to be put before us as a general tax or rate, due from all lands, and not merely from those lands over which a church has the lordship. On the other hand, both in earlier and in later documents, it seems to have a much less general character. In some of the earlier, it looks like a due, we may even say a rent, ecclesiasticus census, paid to a church out of its own lands, while in the later documents, for example in Domesday Book, it appears sporadically and looks like a heavy burden on some lands, a light burden on others. The evidence suggests that the church had attempted, and on the whole had failed, despite the help of kings and laws, to make this impost general. That in some districts it was a serious encumbrance we may be sure. On those estates of the Church of Worcester, to which we have often referred, every hide was bound to pay upon St. Martin's Day 1 horse-load, summa of the best corn that grew upon it. He who did not pay upon the appointed day incurred the outrageous penalty of paying 12-fold, and in addition to this, a fine was inflicted. If the bishop often insisted on the letter of this severe rule, he must have reduced many a free seigniorial to beggary. It is by no means certain that the duty of paying tithe has not a somewhat similar history. Though in this case the impost became a general burden incumbent on all lands, it may have been a duty of perfect obligation for the subjects of the churches, while as yet for the mass of other landowners it was but a religious duty or even a counsel of perfection. At any rate, this subtraction of a tenth of the gross produce of the earth is no light thing. It is quite capable of debasing many men from landownership to dependent tenancy. Another potent instrument for the subjection of the free landowners would be the jurisdictional rights which passed from the king to the churches and the thanes. At first, this transfer would appear as a small matter. The president of a court of free men is changed. That is all. Where the king's reeve sat, the bishop or the bishop's reeve now sits. Fines which went to the royal hoard now go to the minster. But a moot of free men still administers folk right to the justiciables of the church. However, in course of time, the change will have important effects. In the first place, it helps to bind up suit of court with the tenure of land. The suitor goes to the bishop's court because he holds land of which the bishop is the lord. If, as will often be the case, he wishes to escape from the burdensome duty, he will pay an annual sum in lieu thereof, and here is a new rent. Then again, all the affairs of the territory are now periodically brought under the bishop's eye. He knows, or his reeves know, all about everyone's business, and they have countless opportunities of granting favors and therefore of driving bargains. Moreover, it is by no means unlikely that the Lord will now have something to say about the transfer of land, for it is by no means unlikely that conveyances will be made in court, and that the rod or festuca, which serves as a symbol of possession, will be handed by the seller to the reeve, and by the reeve to the purchaser. We need not regard the conveyance in court as a relic of a time when a village community would have had a word to say if any of its members proposed to assign his share to an outsider. There are many reasons for conveying land in court. We get witnesses there, and no mere mortal witnesses, but the testimony of a court which does not die. Then, again, there may be the claims of expectant heirs to be precluded, and perhaps they can be precluded by a decree of the court. The seller's kinsfolk can be ordered to assert their rights within some limited time or else to hold their peace forever after, so that the purchaser will hold the land under the court's ban. And thus the rod passes through the hands of the president. But nothing for nothing is a good medieval rule. The lord will take a small fine for this land cop, this sale of land, and soon it may seem that the purchaser acquires his title to the land rather from the lord than from the vendor. Yet another turn is given to the screw, if we may so speak, when the state and the church begin to hold the lord answerable for taxes, which in the last resort should be paid by the tenant. This, when we call to mind the huge weight of the Danegeld, will appear as a matter of the utmost importance. Before the end of the 10th century, this is the picture that we draw for ourselves. Large masses of free peasants were in sore straits and were in many ways subject to their lords. Many of them were really holding their tenements by a more or less precarious tenure. They had taken loans from their lord and become bound to pay rents and work continuously on his inland. Others of them may have had ancient ancestral titles which could have been traced back to free settlers and free conquerors, but for centuries past a lord had wielded rights over their land. The king's fium had become the lord's gaffal, and this, supplemented by church scot and by tithes, may have been turned into gaffal and weekwork. The time came for a new and heavy tax. This was a crushing burden, and even had the geld been collected from the small folk, it would have had the effect of converting many of them from landowners into land borrowers. But a worse fate befell them. They were so poor that the state could no longer deal with them. It dealt with their lord. He paid for their land. It follows that in the eye of the state, their land is his land. Less and less will the national courts and the folklaw recognize their titles. The lord defends this land against all the claims of the state. Therefore, the state regards it as his. Hence, what seems the primary distinction drawn by Domesday Book that between the sokeman and the villainous. The villainous is not rated to the land tax. Some men are not rated to the geld because they have but precarious titles. Other men have precarious titles because they are not rated to the geld. A wide and a legally definable class is formed of men who hold land and who yet are fast losing the warranty of national law. When once the country is full of lords with sake and soke, a very small change, a very small exhibition of indifference on the part of the state, will deprive the peasants of this warranty and condemn them to hold, not by the law of the land, but by the custom of their lord's court. To this depth of degradation, the great mass of the English peasants in the southern and western counties, the villani, bordare, codare of Domesday Book may perhaps have come before the Norman conquest. There may have been no courts which would recognize their titles to their land, except the courts of their lords. We are by no means certain that even this was so, but they must fall deeper, yet before they will be the serf villains of the 13th century. However, the conditions which would facilitate such a farther fall had long been prepared, for slavery had been losing some of its harshest features. Of this process, we have said something elsewhere. What the church did for the slave may have been wisely and was humanely done, but what it did for the slave was done to the detriment of the poorer classes of free men. By insisting that the slave has a soul to be saved, that he can be sinned against and can sin, that his marriage is a sacrament, we obliterate the line between person and thing. On the other hand, in the submission of one person to the will of another, a submission which within wide limits is utter and abject, the church saw no harm. Villanage and monasticism are not quite independent phenomena. Even a lawyer could see the analogy between the two. And a touch of mysticism dignifies slavery. The Bishop of Rome is the serf of the serfs of God. An earl held land of Westminster Abbey, like a theo. One of the surest facts that we know of the England of Cnut's time is that the great folk were confounding their free men with their theo men, and that the king forbade them to do this. We see that one of the main lines which has separated the rightless slave from the free seignorial is disappearing. For the lord, as suits his interest best, will treat the same man now as free and now as bond. We might here speak of the numerous causes for which in a lawful fashion a free man might be reduced into slavery, and were we to do so, should have to notice the criminal law with its extremely heavy tariff of werrand white and bot. But of this enough for the time has been said elsewhere, and there are many sides of English history at which we cannot even glance. However, lest we should be charged with a grave omission, we must explain that the processes which have hitherto come under our notice are far from being in our eyes the only processes that tended towards the creation of manners. We have been thinking of the manners as descending from above, if we may so speak, rather than as growing up from below. The alienation of royal rights over villages and villagers has been our starting point, and it is to this quarter that we are inclined to look for the main source of seigniorial power. But no doubt, within those villages which had no lords and plenty of such villages, there were in 1065 forces were at work which made in the direction of manorialism. They are obscure, for they play among small men whose doings are not recorded. But we have every reason to suppose that in the first half of the 11th century, a fortunate seignorial had many opportunities of amassing land and of thriving at the expense of his thriftless or unlucky neighbors. Probably the ordinary villager was seldom far removed from insolvency. That is to say, one raid of freebooters, one murrain, 2 or 3 bad seasons, would rob him of his precious oxen and make him beggar or borrower. The great class of bordare, who in the east of England are subjected to the sokemen, has probably been recruited in this fashion. And so we may see in Cambridgeshire that a man will sometimes have half a hide in one village, a verget in another, 2/3 of a verget in a third. He is thriving to thane right. Then, again, Some prelate or some earl will perhaps obtain the commendation of all the villagers, and his hold over the village will be tightened by a grant of sake and soke. Though, if we may draw inferences from Cambridgeshire, this seems to have happened rarely. For the sokemen of a village have often shown a marvelous disagreement among themselves in their selection of lords, and seem to have chosen light-heartedly between the house of Godwin and the house of Leofric, as if they were but voting for the yellows or the blues. We fully admit that these forces were doing an important work, but they were doing it slowly, and it was not nearly achieved when the Normans came. Nor was it neat work. It tended to produce not the true and compact manieriovillar arrangement, but those loose, dissipated manners which we see sprawling awkwardly over the common fields of the Cambridgeshire townships. Side note, theories which connect the English manor with the Roman villa. We have been endeavoring to show that the legal, social, and economic structure revealed to us by Domesday Book can be accounted for, even though we believe that in the 7th century there was in England a large mass of free landowning Seignorials, and that many villages were peopled at that time, and at later times chiefly by free landowning Seignorials and their slaves. We have now to examine the evidence that is supposed to point to a contrary conclusion, and to connect the English manor of the 11th century with the Roman villa of the 5th. Two questions should be distinguished from each other. 1. Have we any proof that during those 6 centuries, especially during the first 3 of them, the type of rural economy which we know as manorial was prevalent in England? 2. Have we any proof that the tillers of the soil were for the more part slaves or unfree men? We will move backwards from Domesday Book. In the first place, reliance has been placed on the document known as Rectitudines Singularum Personarum. Of the origin of this, we know nothing. We cannot say for certain that it is many years older than the Norman conquest. Apparently, it is the statement of one who is concerned in the management of great estates and is desirous of imparting his knowledge to others. It first sets forth the right of the Then. He is worthy of the right given to him by his book. He must do 3 things in respect of his land, namely, feodfare, burboat, and bridgework. From many lands, however, a more ample land right arises at the king's ban. That is to say, the thane is subject to other burdens, such as making a deer hedge at the king's home, providing warships and sea ward and head ward and feod ward, and almsfee and church scot and many other things. Then we hear of the right of the geniat. It varies from place to place. In some places he must pay rent, land gaffal and grass swine yearly, and ride and carry and lead loads, work and support his lord, and reap and mow and hew the deer hedge and keep it up, build and hedge the bar and make new roads for the ton, pay church scot and almsfee, keep head ward and horse ward, go errands far and near wherever he is directed. Next we hear of the cottier's services. He works 1 day a week and 3 days in harvest time. He ought not to pay rent. He ought to have 5 acres more or less. He pays hearthpenny on Holy Thursday as every free man should. He defends or acquits his lord's inland when there is a summons for sea ward or for the king's deer hedge or the like, as befits him, and pays church scot at Martinmas. Then we have a long statement as to the services of the jebber. In some places they are heavy, in others light. On some land he must work 2 days a week and 3 days at harvest by way of week work. Besides this, there is rent to be paid in money and kind. There is plowing to be done, and there are boon works. He has to feed dogs and find bread for the swineherd. His beasts must lie in his lord's fold from Martinmas to Easter. On the land where this custom prevails, the jebber receives by way of outfit 2 oxen and 1 cow and 6 sheep and 7 sown acres upon his yard land. After the first year he is to do his services in full, and he is to receive his working tools and the furniture for his house. We then hear of the special duties and rights of the beekeeper, the swineherd, the follower, the sower, oxherd, shepherd, beadle, woodward, hayward, and so forth. Now, according to our reading of this document, there stand below the then, but above the serfs, of whom but few words are said, 3 classes of men. There is the geniat, there is the jebber, and there is the kotsetla. The boor and the cottier are free men. The cottier pays his hearthpenny, that is his romescot, his Peter's penny, on Holy Thursday as every free man does. But both boor and cottier do week work. On the other hand, the geniat does no week work. He pays a rent, he pays a grass swine, that is to say, he gives a pig or pigs in return for his pasture rights. He rides, he carries, he goes errands, he discharges the forensic service due from the manor, and he is under a general obligation to do whatever his lord commands. He bears a name which has originally been an honorable name. He is his lord's fellow. His services strikingly resemble those which Saint Oswald exacted from his ministry, his equites, his millets. Almost every word that is said of the geniat is true of those very substantial persons who took land loans from the Church of Worcester. The geniat, who becomes a villanus in the Latin version of our document that was made by a Norman clerk of Henry I's reign, is a riding man, radman, raknit, with a horse, a very different being from the villanus of the 13th century. On the other hand, in the jebber of this document we may see the burrus, who is also the collibertus of Domesday Book, and he certainly is in a very dependent position, for his lord provides him with cattle, with instruments of husbandry, even with the scanty furniture of his house. We dare not indeed argue from this text that the villanus of Domesday Book does not owe weak work, for the writer who rendered geniat by villanus was quite unable to understand many parts of the document that he was translating. But when we place the rectitudines by the side of the survey, we can hardly avoid the belief that the extremely dependent jebber of the former is represented, not by the villanus, but by the burrus or collibertus of the latter. However, over and over again, the author of the rectitudines has protested that customs vary. He will lay down no general rule. He does but know what goes on in certain places. In 956, King Eadwig gave to Bath Abbey 30 manses at Tydenham in Gloucestershire. A cartulary compiled in the 12th century contains a copy of his gift, and remote from this, it contains a statement of the services due from the men of Tydenham. It is possible, but unlikely, that this statement represents the state of affairs that existed at the moment when the minster received the gift. To all appearance, it belongs to a later date. It begins by stating that at Tydenham there are 30 hides, 9 of inland and 21 Jessets lands. That is 9 hides of domain and 21 hides of land set to tenants. Then, after an account of the fisheries, which were of importance, it tells us of the services due from the geniat and from the jebber. The geniat shall work as well on the land as off the land, whichever he is bid, and ride and carry and lead loads and drive droves and do many other things. The jebber must do weak work, of which some particulars are stated, and he also must pay rent in money and in kind. Here again, a well-marked line is drawn between the geniat and the jebber. Here again, the geniat, like the senecht or minister of Oswald's law, is under a very general obligation of obedience to his lord. But he is a riding man, and there is nothing whatever to show that he is habitually employed in agricultural labor upon his lord's domain. As to the jebber, he has to work hard enough day by day, and week by week, though of his legal status we are told no word. In a Winchester cartulary, a cartulary of the lowest possible character, there stands what purports to be a copy of the charter whereby in the year 900 Edward the Elder gave to the Church of Winchester 10 maintenance of land eatstos be Hisaburnen, together with all the men who were thereon at the time of Alfred's death, and all the men who were eat Hisaburna at the same period. Edward, we are told, acquired the land eatstos in exchange for land eat Sialsildine and eat Swiorschult. At the end of the would-be charter stand the names of its witnesses. Then follows in English, but hardly the English of the year 900, a statement of the services which the Seignorial shall do to Hisaburnen. Then follow the boundaries. Then the eschatocal of the charter and the list of witnesses is repeated. On the face of the copy are 3 suspicious traits. 1. The modernized language. 2. The repeated eschatocal. 3. The description of the services, for the like is found in no other charter. This is not all. 2 other documents in the same cartulary bear on the same transaction. By the first Edward gave to the Church of Winchester 50 maintenance eat Hisaburnen, which he had obtained by an exchange for land eat Mercham. By the second, he gave to the Church of Winchester 50 maintenance ad Hurstbourne and other 10 ad Stoke. The more carefully these 3 documents are examined, the more difficult will the critic find it to acquit the Winchester monks of falsifying their books and improving Edward's gift. Therefore, this famous statement about the Seignorial services is not the least suspicious part of a highly suspicious document. It is to this effect: from each Hewisk, family, or hide, at the autumnal equinox, 40 pence and 6 church mitten of ale and 3 cesters of loaf wheat. In their own time, they shall plough 3 acres and sow them with their own seed, and in their own time bring it to barn. They shall pay 3 pounds of gaffal barley and mow half an acre of gaffal mead in their own time, and bring it to the rick. 4 feathers of split gaffal wood for a shingle rick in their own time, and 16 yards of gaffal fencing in their own time. And at Easter 2 ewes with 2 lambs, but 2 young sheep may be counted for an old one, and they shall wash and shear sheep in their own time. And every week they shall do what work they are bid, except 3 weeks, one at midwinter, one at Easter, and the third at the gang days. Here, no doubt, as in the account of Tyneham, as in the rectitudines, we see what may fairly be called the manorial economy. The lord has a village. He has domain land inland, which is cultivated for him by the labor of his tenants. These tenants pay gaffal in money or in kind. Some of them, the geniat of Tyneham, the geniat of the rectitudines, assist him when called upon to do so. Others work steadily from day to day. In many particulars, the extent of the work due from them is ascertained. Whether they are free men, whether they are bound to the soil, whether the national courts will protect them in their tenure, whether they are slaves, we are not told. That such an arrangement was common in the 11th century we know. A solitary instance of it comes to us professedly from the first year of the 10th, and certainly from a cartulary that is full of lies. To draw general inferences from a few such instances would be rash. What should we believe of the English village of the 11th century, if the one village of which we had any knowledge was Orwell in Cambridgeshire? What should we believe of the English village of the 13th century, if our only example was a village on the ancient Domesday? The traces of a manorial economy that have been discovered in yet remoter times are few, slight, and dubious. A passage in the laws of Ani seems to prove that there were men who had let out small quantities of land, a yard or more, to cultivators at rents, and who were wrongfully endeavoring to get from their lessees work as well as gaffal. The same law may prove the highly probable proposition that some men had taken loans of manses and were paying for them, not only by gaffal, but by work done on the lord's land. That already in Ani's day there were many free men who were needy and had lords above them, that already the state was beginning to consecrate the relation between lord and man as a security for the peace and a protection against crime is undoubted. But this does not bring us very near to the Roman villa. Nor shall we see a villa wherever the Dooms or the land books make mention of a ham or a tun, for the meanest Seignorial may have a tun and will probably have a home of his own. It is said that the England of Bede's day was full of villi, and that Bede calls the same place now villa and now vicus. But before we enter on any argument about the use of such words, we ought first to remember that neither Bede nor the scribes of the land books were trained philologists. London is a villa, but it is also a civitas, urbs, oppidum, vicus, a wick, a tun, a bar, and a port. When we see such words as these used promiscuously, we must lay but little stress upon the occurrence of a particular term in a particular case. Suppose for a moment that in England there were many villages full of free landholders. What should they be called in Latin? They should, it is replied, be called vici, and they should not be called villi, for a villa is an estate. But it is part of the case of those who have used this argument that at the time of the barbarian invasions, the Roman world was full of villi. So full that every or almost every vicus was situated on and formed part of a villa. We are therefore exacting a good deal from Bede, from a man who learnt his Latin in school, if we require him to be ever mindful of this nice distinction. We are saying to him, true it is that a knot of neighboring houses with the appurtenant lands is habitually called a villa, but then this word introduces the notion of ownership. The villa is an unit in a system of property law, and if your village is not also an estate, a predium, then you should call it vicus and not villa. To this we must add that, while the word villa did not until after the Norman conquest force its way into English speech, the word vicus became an English word at a very early period. It became our word wick, and it became part of a very large number of place names. The Domesday surveyors found herdwicks and bearwicks in many parts of the country. Moreover, we can see that in the Latin documents villa is used in the loosest manner. London is a villa, but a single house, a single ha, in the city of Canterbury or the city of Rochester is a villa. If we carefully attend to the wording of the land books, we shall find the manorial economy far more visible in the later than in the earlier of them. The Confessor gives to Westminster the Cotlife Perscore and Dorhurst with all their lands and all their bearwicks. He gives the Cotliff aversely and all things of right belonging thereto, with church and mill, with wood and field, with meadow and heath, with water and with more. From 998 we have a gift of a hephod bottle, a capital mansion, we may say, and its appurtenances. In earlier times, we may sometimes find that the subject matter of the royal gift is spoken of as forming a single unit. It is a villa, or it is a vicus. But rarely is the thing that is given called a villa, except when the thing that is given is just a single hide. If a charter freely disposes of several villae, meaning thereby villages, we shall probably find some other reasons for assigning that charter, whatever date it may bear, to the 11th, the 12th, or a yet later century. Sometimes in old books the king will say that he is giving a vicus of 5 or 8 or 10 tributarii. Much more frequently he will not speak thus. He will not speak as though the subject matter of his gift had a physical unity and individuality. I give, he will say, so many maintenance, tributarii, or cassati in the place known as X, or I give a certain part of my land, to wit, that of so many maintenance, tributarii, or cassati at the spot which men call Y. Such language does not suggest that the manses thus given are subservient to one dominant and dominical manse or manor. It is very unlike the language of the 12th century. Such words as fundus and predium are conspicuously absent, and ager usually means but a small piece of land, an acre. Foreign precedents would have suggested that when an estate was to be conveyed, it should be conveyed cum servis et ancilis, or cum mancipes et accolabis. Such clauses are rare in our English land books. But it will be said, at all events the king is giving persons, men, as well as land. He is giving maintenance, cassati, tributarii. What is more, these are foreign words, and they describe the semi-servile occupants of the soil. Now it is true that sometimes he gives maintenance, cassati, tributarii, though more often he gives either so many manses, or the land of so many maintenance, cassati, tributarii, while in Kent he gives ploughlands or sullungs. But we think it plain that in England these Latin words were used simply to describe the extent, or rather the rateable extent of land, without much reference to the number or the quality of its occupants. The terra unius maintenentes, even the unius cassatis when that is the subject of a conveyance, is like Bede's terra unius familiae, the unit known to Englishmen as the hiwisk, or hide. Hence it is that reference is so often made to repute and estimation. I give, says Egbert, a certain portion of land to the amount, as I estimate, of 5 cassati, or it may be of 20 maintenance. Nothing can be easier than to count whether there be 4, 5, or 6 semi-servile households on a given piece of land. Far easier would it be to do this than to do what is habitually done, namely, to set forth the boundaries of the land with laborious precision. But there is already an element of estimation, of appreciation, in these units. Already they are units in a system of taxation. Hence also it is that so very frequently what the king gives is just exactly 5, or some multiple of 5, of these units. Rating is a rough process. 5 and 10 are pleasant numbers. But against the argument which would see in every conveyance of 5 maintenance, or of the land of 5 cassati, a conveyance of 5 semi-servile households with their land, we have another objection to urge. Here we will state it briefly. A fuller statement would take us far away from our present theme. If the land books of the churches are to lead up to Domesday Book, the unit conveyed as terra unius maintenentes, cassati, tributarii, is a hide with some 120 acres of arable land, the land appropriate to a plough team of 8 oxen. Had the semi-servile maintenance as a general rule 120 arable acres, a plough team of 8 oxen? We do not believe it, and those who have most strongly insisted on the servility or semi-servility of the tillers of the soil do not believe it. They would give the jebber but a quarter of a hide and but 2 beasts of the plough. That being so, it should be common ground that the terra unius maintenentes, cassati, tributarii, cannot be construed as the land occupied by one semi-servile tenant. An explanation of the fact that land is conveyed by reference to units so large as the hide of 120 acres, and that these units are spoken of as though each household would normally have one of them, must be sought elsewhere. We cannot here pause to find it. But in any case, these foreign terms should give us little trouble. When he hears such words as maintenance, cassatus, tributarius, the man who has lived in Gaul may hear some undertone of servility or semi-servility. We do not discuss this matter, it may be so. But look at the words themselves. What do they primarily mean? A maintenance is one who dwells upon land, a cassatus is one to whom a casa has been allotted, a tributarius pays tributum. The free English landowner pays a tributum to the king. We must make the best we can of a foreign and inappropriate tongue, and the best that we make is often very bad, especially when we have a taste for fine writing. And so England is full of villas which are Roman and satraps who, no doubt, are Persian. And whence, we must ask, comes that system of intermixed, strip holding, that we find in our English fields? Who laid out those fields? The obvious answer is that they were laid out by men who would sacrifice economy and efficiency at the shrine of equality. Each manse is to have the same number of strips. The strips of one manse must be neither better nor worse than those of its neighbor, and therefore must be scattered abroad over the whole territory of the village. That this system was not invented by men who owned large continuous tracts is plain. No such owner would for one moment dream of cutting up his land in this ridiculous fashion, and of reserving for his own manse not a ring-fenced domain, but strips lying here and there, hide-meal and acre-meal among the strips of his serfs. That is not the theory. No one supposes that a Roman landowner whose hands were free allowed the soil of his villa to be parceled out in accordance with this wasteful, cumbrous, barbarous plan. So his hands must not be free. The soil of which he becomes the owner must already be plotted out in strips, and these strips must be so tightly bound up into manses that he scruples to overturn an existing arrangement and contents himself with appropriating a few of the manses for his own use and compelling the occupants of the others to labor for him and pay him rents. In this there is nothing impossible, but we have only deferred, not solved the problem. Who laid out our English fields and tied the strips into manses? That this work was done by the Britons before they were brought under the Roman yoke does not seem very probable. Celtic rural economy, whenever it has had a chance of unfettered development, has made for results far other than those that are recorded by the larger half of the map of England. If throughout England the Romans found so tough a system of intermixed manses that despite all its absurdities, they could not but spare it, then the Britons who dwelt in the land that was to be English were many centuries in advance of the Britons who dwelt in the land that was to be Welsh. To eke out this hypothesis another must be introduced. The Teutonic invaders of Britain must be brought from some manorialized province. So, after all, the model of the English field may have been made in Germany. Somehow or another, it was made in South Germany by semi-servile people, whose semi-servility was such a half-and-half affair that they could not be prevented from sacrificing every interest of their lords at the shrine of equality. We are far from saying that wherever there is strip-holding, their liberty and equality have once reigned. It is very possible that where a barbarian chieftain obtained a ring-fenced allotment of conquered soil, he sometimes divided it into scattered strips, which he parceled out among his unfree dependents. But if he did this, he did it because his only idea of agriculture was derived from a village formed by men who were free and equal. The maintenance of a system of intermixed strip-holding may be due to seigniorial power, and a great deal of the rigidity of the agrarian arrangements that we see in the England of the 13th century may be due to the same cause. Seigniorial power was not, at least in origin, absolute ownership. It had to make the best it could of an existing system. For the lords' purposes, that system was at its best when it was rigid and no tenement was partable. But assuredly, this plan was not originally invented by great proprietors who were seeking to get the most they could out of their land, their slaves, and their capital. That we have not been denying the existence of slavery will be plain. Indeed, we may strongly suspect that the men who parceled out our fields were for the more part slave owners, though slave owners in a very small way. To say nothing of Welshmen, there was quite enough intertribal warfare to supply the Seignorial with a captive. But it was not for the sake of slaves or serfs or semi-servile folk that the system of intermixed strips was introduced. Lastly, the theory which would derive the English manor from the Roman villa must face the grave problem presented to it by the account which Domesday Book, when speaking of the Confessor's Day, gives of the eastern and northern counties, of a large quarter of all England, and of just that part of England which was populous. We see swarms of men who are free men but who are subject, they and their land, to various modes and degrees of seigniorial power. The modes are many, the degrees are gentle. Personal, tenurial, justiciary threads are woven into a web that bewilders us. Here we see the work of commendation, there the work of the land loan, and there again what comes of grants of sake and soke. We see the formation of manors taking place under our eyes, and as yet the process is by no means perfect. In village after village, there is nothing that our economic historians would consent to call a manor. Now, no doubt, The difference between the East and the West is, at least in part, due to Danish invasions and Danish settlements. But how shall we picture to ourselves the action of the Danes? Is it to be supposed that they found the Anglo-Roman manor villa a prevalent and prosperous institution, that they destroyed it and put something else in its place? Put in its place the village of free peasants who could go with their land to what lord they pleased? If so, then we have to face the question why these heathen Danes acted in a manner so different from that in which their predecessors, the heathen Angles and Saxons, had acted. Surely one part of the explanation is that the enswarming barbarians checked the manorializing process that was steadily at work in Wessex and Mercia. We do not say that this is the whole explanation. We have seen how free were many of the Cambridgeshire villages and have little reason to believe that they had been settled by Danes. The West Country is the country to which we shall naturally look for the most abundant traces of the Wheel Theo. There it is that we find numerous servi, and there that we find rather trevs than villages. But also we have hardly a single land book of early date which deals with any part of the territory that became the Danelaw. Many a book the Danes may have burnt when they sacked the monasteries. They sacked the monasteries, burnt the books, and freed the land. But still we may doubt whether the practice of booking lands to the churches had gone far in East Anglia and the adjacent shires when they were once more overwhelmed by barbarism. No doubt, in course of time, the churches of the East became rich: Ely and St. Edmunds, Peterborough and Ramsey, Croyland and Thorney. But even when supplemented by legend and forgery, their titles to wide territories can seldom be compared for antiquity to the titles that might have been pleaded by the churches of Kent and Wessex and the Severn Valley. Richly endowed churches mean a subjected peasantry. And thus, we may say of the Danes that if in a certain sense they freed the districts which they conquered, they in the same sense enslaved the rest of England. Year by year, Wessex and Mercia had to strain every nerve in order to repel the pagans, to fit out fleets, build burghs, and keep armies always in the field. The peasant must in the end bear the cost of this exhausting struggle. Meanwhile, in the north and the east, the process that makes manners has been interrupted. It must be begun once more. It was accomplished by men, some of whom had Scandinavian blood in their veins, but who were not heathens, not barbarians. It was accomplished by Normans steeped in Frankish feudalism. Footnotes: K 313, Roman 2, 110, T 129, B Roman 2, 172. In many cases, the one knight's farm is reckoned at £100 or thereabouts. Round, feudal England, 112. K 477, Roman 2, 354, T 509. Vinogradov, Villenage 301. Even TRW, and in a thoroughly manorial county, such as Hampshire, we may find a village in which the lord has no demesne. See EGDB I41b, Allware Stock. Hist. Eng. Law Roman 2, 315. In E67, see Schmid's note. See above P15. See Meitzen, Siedelung und Agrarwesen der Germanen Roman 2, 97 ff. Stubbs Const. Hist. I 223. The subject is treated at length by Kemble, Saxons Roman 2, 490 and App, D. and Schmid, P 545. DBI 174. Compare in E 4, Etheller Roman 8, 11, CNUT I 10. Hist. Eng. Law Roman 2, 95. Ethelred Roman 3, 3, Schmid App Roman 2, 67 and Schmid Glossar S. V. Landseop. See above pp. 55, 122, 125. See above p6. In a charter of Ethelred, K 689, Roman 3, 284. App. Sigeric, the reputed inventor of the Danegeld, is represented as pledging a village of 30 manses in order that he may pay the money demanded by the pirates. He thus raises 90 pounds of purest silver and 200 mancuses of purest gold. If the mancus was the eighth of a pound, Schmid, P, we have 90 pounds of silver and 25 of gold, or in all perhaps 390 pounds. The whole Danegeld of Kent under Henry Roman II was less than 106 pounds. For other transactions of a similar kind, see Crawford Charters, 76. See above P27. Hist. Eng. Law IP 416. K 1327, Roman 4. 190. Swa full and swa forth swa citric airlil of than minister theolic at heold. Sinat Roman 2, 20. Hist, eng, law Roman 2, p. 458. Kron, Petrob, 166. Sunt etiam in idem sera, 15 underseats qui nullum servicium faciunt nisi husbandis in quorum terra sedent. See above, p. 136. Schmid App, Roman 3, p. 370. Seabohm, English Village Community p. 129. See also Lieberman's article in Anglia, Roman 9, 251, where the Gerapha, which seems to be a second part of this document, is printed. We here adopt Schmid's conjecture, and scorp to Frithsype, Ibid, and H. Lawford Fiamian, and supply a fiam firma for his lord. The text says that he must lie at his lord's fold, but probably it refers to the soca faldi. See above, p. 76. Of the serfs we hear, c. 9, what they are to receive, but not what they ought to do. Their services are unlimited. Schmid, p. 596, Mora, Ku Roman 2, 405. See above, p. 305, also Mora, Ku Roman 2, 406. He is to work for his lord, but then see how Oswald speaks of his knights and radmen. Semper Elias, dominatui et voluntati, cum omni humilitate et subjection subditi fiant secundum ipsius voluntatem. Cf. DB I 172b, deservabat sicut episcopus volbet, tenuit ad servitium quod episcopus voluit. The translator who turned him into a villanus was capable of turning the king's geniat of Anise law into a colonus with a wergild of 1,200 shillings. See Schmid, p. 29. See above, p. 36. See E.G. Cap. Where it is pretty clear that he cannot translate scorp, so in the Latin version of Edgar Roman 2, see one he renders geniatland by terra villanorum, but about such a matter as this the testimony of the quadripartitus is of no value. See Lieberman, Gerapha, Anglia, Roman 9, 258. Mr. Seabohm, p. 130, commits what seems to me the mistake of saying that the courtiers and boors are various classes of geniats. To my thinking, a great contrast is drawn between the geniat and the geber both in this document and in the account of Tidenham. So in Edgar Roman 2. C1 the contrast is between land which the great man has in hand and land which he has let to his fellows, his equites and ministry. See Conrad Mora, Ku Roman 2. 405-6. Such words as geber and burus are obviously very loose words, and it is likely that many a man who answered to the description of the geber given by the rectitudines appears in Domesday Book, which in general cares only about fiscal distinctions, as a villanus or bordarius. But we have clear proof that the surveyors saw a class of bari, equals coliberti, who were distinct from the ordinary villani. See above, p. 36. K. 452, Roman 2, 327. See also 2 Charcularies of Bath Abbey, Somerset Records Society, pp. 5, 18, 19. K. Roman 3, 449, E. 375, Seabohm 148. Both documents come from MS, CCC, CAM, CXI. The conveyance is on F57, the statement of services on F73. The statement of services immediately precedes the lease of Tidenham to Stigand, K. 822, Roman 4, 171. Thus we have really better reason for referring that statement to the very eve of the Norman conquest than to. See also Kemble, Saxons, I. 321, and Mora, Ku Roman 2. K. 1077, V. 146, Roman 4, 306, T. 143, Kemble, Saxons, I. 319, Seabohm 160. But the form of the instrument as given in the Codex Wintoniensis is best seen in B. Roman 2, 240. We have quoted above the estimate of this codex formed by Mr. Haddon and Dr. Stubbs, Councils, Roman 3, 638. B. Roman 2, 238. B. Roman 2, 239. See above, p. 129. Inni 67. Inni 39. The man who leaves his lord not his lord's land, but his lord without license, or steals himself away into another shire, is to pay 60 shillings, no trivial sum, to his lord. Surely the law, H. Loth and Ede. C15, which begins if a man receive a guest 3 nights in his own home, and his agenum heim, is not directed only against the lords of manors. C. Mateson, Siedelung und Agrarwesen Roman 2, 123. Ashley, translation of Fustel de Coulanges, Origin of Property, P. Roman 16. K. 220, I. 280. Ad regalum Villam Londonii Perviniens. Fustel de Coulanges Elalu, ch. Roman 6. There is much to be said on the other side. See Flatch, Les Origins de l'Ancien France, Roman 2. pp. 4762. As to the villa of the Lex Salica C. Blumenstock and Stehung des Deutschen Immobilienregenthums, I. 219 ff. The suggestion that villa appears in some of our place names as the termination well runs counter, so Mr. Stevenson tells me, to rules of phonology. See Bosworth's Dictionary, Kemble, Codd, Dipple, Roman 3, P. Roman 41, in the translation of St. Mark, Roman 8. 23, 26. Both wic and ton are used as equivalents for vicus, eduxit eam extra vicum, et c in vicum intrieris equals and leadhine buten tha wic, and the thu on ton ga. Even in France, the word vicus becomes part of numerous place names. See Flatch op. Cit. I. p. 53. There is something curious about the use made of wic. It is often used to distinguish a hamlet or small cluster of houses separate from the main village. Thus, in the parish of X, we shall find Exwick. The Berwicks and Herdwicks of DB, see above, p. 114, seem to be small clusters. On the other hand, London is a wick, Hloth, and Ede, 16. K. 1041, v. 88. In Dorobernia etiam civitate unum villem denabo ad quam pertinet quinc iugera terri et duo prata. K. 276, Roman 2, 57. Dabo unum villem quad nos Saxonis and Haga decimus. K. 259, Roman 2, 26. Villem unum ob oriental part muri Doroverni civitatis. K. 829, Roman 4, 191. K. 845, Roman 4, 204. In a passage which has been interpolated into one copy of the A.S. Chronicle Thorpe, p. 220, we read and see Biscop, boat tha fila Cotliff eat sea king. Crawford Charters, pp. 22, 125, K. 1293, Roman 6, 138. Thus K. 109, I. 133. Villem unum, qui eam ad quenegatum urbis Dorovernensis in foro posita est. It is not denied that in some quite early charters a king gives a villa or villula, e.g. K. 209, I. 264. Healingen cum villulae suis. See also K. 140, I. 169, in which villula and viculus are used as synonyms. A good example is that abominable forgery K. 984, v2, Wolfher's Charter for Peterborough. For example, K. 117, 820, I. 144, 7. One of the earliest instances of what looks like manorial organization will be found in K. 201, I. 253, B. I. 485. In Cenwulf gives to the app of Canterbury a plough land. Et hoc eratrum cum omnibus utin syllabus bonus ad mansionum in graphon ea eternaliter concessum est. AD 880, K. 311, Roman 2, 107. In super etiam huic donationi in augmentum sex homines, qui prius pertembent ad villem regium in Beansingtun, cum omni prole stirpec aerum ad indum conscripsimus ecclesiam. AD 889, K. 315, Roman 2, 117. Cum hominibus ad a lam pertinentibus. AD 962, K. 1239, Roman 6. Vinim. Cum vinitoribus. In late documents penned in English, it is common to convey land with meat and with man. Instances are collected in Crawford Charters, 127. Therefore we sometimes meet with the form casata, while maintenance is treated as a feminine word. K.I. 301, B.I. 573, has ex maintenance, dividendas dimisit. So Asser ed. E. Camden, P4, says that Ethelwulf ordered that one poor man should be fed and clothed per omnem hereditarium terram suam semper in ex maintenentibus. K. 1033, v. 73, aliquem portionum terri, in modum videlicet ut autumo v. cassatorum. K. 1308, v. 83, aliquem portionum terri, in modum videlicet ut autumo Roman 20 maintenentium. K 565 Roman 3. 64. Quadam ruris clima sub estimation decem cassatorum. K 573 Roman 3. 87. Ruris quandam particulam denis ob acculis estimatum mansiunculis. K 602 Roman 3. 146. Quadam rus ex vide licet mansarum quantitate taxatum. Let us open the cod. Dipple. At the beginning of Edmund's reign, Roman 2. 218. The number of manses given in 25 consecutive charters is as follows: 10, 20, 10, 10, 9, 10, 7, 8, 20, 10, 3, 5, 20, 30, 3, 6, 5, 3, 7, 20, 25, 8. It seems almost necessary to protest that today our landowners are not semi-servile occupants of the soil, though they pay land taxes, house taxes, income taxes, and rates innumerable. I cannot but think that Fustel de Coulanges knew his business thoroughly well, and that if the German is to be taught his proper and insignificant place, the less that is said of intermixed, strip-holding, the better, though to ignore it utterly was, even in France, a bold course. Maitson op. Cit. I 431-41. See above, p. 139. Section 6. The Village Community. We have argued for an England in which there were many free villages. It remains for us to say a word of the doctrines which would fill England with free landowning village communities. Here we enter a misty region where arguments suggested by what are thought to be survivals and inferences drawn from other climes or other ages take the place of documents. We are among guesses, and little has as yet been proved. A popular theory teaches us that land belonged to communities before it belonged to individuals. This theory has the great merit of being vague and elastic, but as it seems to think itself precise, and probably owes some of its popularity to its pretense of precision, we feel it our duty to point out to it its real merit, its vague elasticity. It apparently attributes the ownership of land to communities. It contrasts communities with individuals. In so doing, it seems to hint, and yet to be afraid of saying, that land was owned by corporations before it was owned by men. The hesitation we can understand. No one who has paid any attention to the history of law is likely to maintain with a grave face that the ownership of land was attributed to fictitious persons before it was attributed to men. But if we abandon ownership by corporations and place in its stead co-ownership, then we seem to be making an unfortunate use of words if we say that land belonged to communities before it belonged to individuals. Co-ownership is ownership by individuals. When at the present day an English landowner dies and his land descends to his 10 daughters, it is owned by individuals, by 10 individuals. If each of these 10 ladies died intestate leaving 10 daughters, the land would still be owned by individuals, by 100 individuals. The distinction that modern law draws between the landowning corporation and the group of co-owners is as sharp as any distinction can be. It will be daily brought home to anyone who takes an active share in the management of the affairs of a corporation. For example, a small college which has a master, 6 fellows, and 8 scholars. A conveyance of land to the college and a conveyance of land to these 15 men would have utterly different effects. A corporation may be deep in debt, while none of its members owes a farthing. Now we may suspect, and not without warrant, that in a remote past these two very different notions, namely that of land owned by a corporation and that of land owned by a group of co-owners, were intimately blent in some much vaguer notion that was neither exactly the one nor exactly the other. We may suspect that could we examine the conduct of certain men who lived long ago, we should be sorely puzzled to say whether they were behaving as the co-owners of a tract of land, or as the members of a corporation which was its owner. But to fashion for ourselves any clear and stable notion of a tertium quid that is neither corporate ownership nor co-ownership, but partly the one and partly the other, seems impossible. Therefore, if, in accordance with the popular theory, we attribute the ownership of lands to communities, we ought to add that we do not attribute it to corporations, and that we are fully aware that co-ownership cannot be sharply contrasted with ownership by individuals. Also, since we are apt to fall into the trick of talking about possession when we mean ownership or proprietary right, we need not perhaps ask pardon for the remark that land owned by a group of 3 joint tenants may be possessed in many different ways. The 3 may be jointly possessing the whole. Each may be severally possessing a physically divided third. The whole may be possessed by one of them or by some fourth person. The possession may be rightful or wrongful. But there is a graver question that must be raised. When we say that land belonged to communities before it belonged to individuals, are we really speaking of ownership or of something else? At the present day, no two legal ideas seem more distinct from each other than that of governmental power and that of proprietary right. The sovereign of Great Britain, be the sovereignty where it may, is not the owner of Great Britain, and if we still say that all land is held of the king, we know that the abolition of this antique dogma, this caput mortuum, might be easily accomplished without any perceptible revolution in the practical rules of English law. A landowner in the United States does not hold of the state or the people or the government of the state. The eminent domain of the state is neither ownership nor any mode of ownership. Further, we conceive that the sovereign person or sovereign body can, without claiming any ownership in the soil, place many restrictions on the use that an owner may make of his land. A law may prohibit owners from building on certain lands. Those lands are still their lands. Again, the supposed law may be not a negative but a positive rule. It may require that the owners of certain lands shall build upon them, or shall till them, or shall keep them as pasture. Still neither state nor sovereign will be owner of those lands or have any proprietary interest in them. Our law may subject certain lands to a land tax to be paid to the state in money, or to a tithe to be paid to the church in kind, but the state will not, and the church will not be part owner of those lands. Our state may habitually expropriate owners, may take their lands from them because they are felons or because their lands are wanted for the construction of railways. We may conceive it expropriating owners who have done no wrong and yet are to have no compensation, but until the expropriation takes place, the state does not own the land. As with land, so with chattels. The owner of a cart may find that it is impressed for the purpose of military transport, and yet the cart is his and not the state's. Similar powers may be exercised by persons or bodies that are not sovereign, for example, by the governor of a province, by a county council, or a municipal corporation. Suppose that the owners of land situate within a certain borough are prohibited by a bylaw from placing on their soil any buildings, the plans of which have not been approved by the town council. Carry this supposition further. Suppose that the town council is a folkmoot, which every inhabitant of the borough may attend. Still, according to our thinking, there would here be no communal ownership and no division of ownership between individuals and a corporation. If we thought it well to say that in such a case the community would have some kind of eminent domain over the land of individuals, we should have to add that this kind of eminent domain was not a proprietary right, but merely governmental power, a power of making general rules and issuing particular commands. Nor would the case be altered if the expressed object of such rules and commands was the interest, it may even be the pecuniary interest, of the men of the town. The erection of buildings may be controlled in order that the town may be wholesome and sightly. Or we may conceive that landowners in the suburbs are compelled to keep their land as market gardens, or as dairy farms in order that vegetables or milk may be cheap. For all this, the town council or community of townsfolk would have no property in the land. But though this be so, we cannot doubt that could we trace back these ideas to their origin, we should come to a time when they were hardly distinct from each other. The language of our medieval law tells us that this is so. The one-word dominium has to cover both proprietary rights and many kinds of political power. It stands for ownership, lordship, sovereignty, suzerainty. The power that Edward I wields over all England, the power that he claims over all Scotland, all Gascony, the right that he has in his palace of Westminster, the right that he has in his war horse, all these are but modes of dominium. Then we imagine a barbarous horde invading a country, putting its inhabitants to the sword and defending it against all comers. Doubtless in some sort the land is its land, but in what sort? In the sort in which Queen Victoria or the British nation has lands in every quarter of the globe, the sort in which all France belongs to the French Republic, or the sort in which Blackhecker is the land of John Styles. Have the barbarians themselves answered this question? Have they asked it? Now, if we are going to confuse sovereignty with ownership, imperium with dominium, political power with proprietary right, why then let our socialists and collectivists cease their striving and sing Te Deum? Already their ideal must be attained. Every inch of the soil of France, to name one instance, belongs to the French Republic. But if we would not be guilty of this confusion, then we must be very careful before we assent to the proposition that in the normal course of history, if indeed in such a context history can be said to have a normal course, the ownership of land by communities appears before the ownership of land by individuals. Even if we put aside all such criticisms as would be legal quibbles in the eyes of impatient theorists, and refuse to say whether the community is a mass of men, an ideal person or tertium quid, we still are likely to find that the anthropologists will be against us. We are now told by one of the acutest of explorers that, if we leave out of account as no true case of ownership the sort of inchoate sovereignty which an independent tribe of hunters may exercise over a piece of the world's surface, ownership of land by individuals is to be found at a much lower grade in the scale of civilization than that at which communal ownership makes its first appearance. Communal ownership, it is said, is not seen until that stage is reached at which the power of the chieftain is already a considerable force and the work of centralization is progressing. With these inductions, we do not meddle. But if the anthropologist will concede to the historian that he need not start from communalism as from a necessary and primitive datum, a large room will be open for our guesses when we speculate about the doings of a race of barbarians who have come into contact with Roman ideas. Even had our anthropologists at their command materials that would justify them in prescribing a normal program for the human race, and in decreeing that every independent portion of mankind must, if it is to move at all, move through one fated series of stages, which may be designated as stage A, stage B, stage C, and so forth, we still should have to face the fact that the rapidly progressive groups have been just those which have not been independent, which have not worked out their own salvation, but have appropriated alien ideas and have thus been enabled, for anything that we can tell, to leap from stage A to stage X without passing through any intermediate stages. Our Anglo-Saxon ancestors did not arrive at the alphabet or at the Nicene Creed by traversing a long series of stages. They leapt to the one and to the other. But in truth, we are learning that the attempt to construct a normal program for all portions of mankind is idle and unscientific. For one thing, the number of such portions that we can with any plausibility treat as independent is very small. For another, such is the complexity of human affairs, and such their interdependence, that we cannot hope for scientific laws which will formulate a sequence of stages in any one province of man's activity. We cannot, for instance, find a law which deals only with political and neglects proprietary arrangements, or a law which deals only with property and neglects religion. So soon as we penetrate below the surface, each of the cases whence we would induce our law begins to look extremely unique, and we shall hesitate long before we fill up the blanks that occur in the history of one nation by institutions and processes that have been observed in some other quarter. If we are in haste to drive the men of every race past all the known stages, if we force our reluctant forefathers through agnatic gents and house communities and the rest of it, our normal program for the human race is like to become a grotesque assortment of odds and ends. It is an interesting question whether in the history of our own people we ought to suppose any definite stage, intermediate between the introduction of steady agriculture and the ownership of land by individuals. To say the least, we have no proof that among the Germans the land was continuously tilled before it was owned by individuals or by those small groups that constituted the households. This seems to be so whether we have regard to the country in which the Germans had once lived as nomads or to those Celtic and Roman lands which they subdued. To Gaul and to Britain they seem to have brought with them the idea that the cultivable land should be allotted in severalty. In some cases, they fitted themselves into the agrarian framework that they found. In other cases, they formed villages closely resembling those that they had left behind them in their older home. But to all appearance, even in that older home, so soon as the village was formed and had plowed lands around it, the strips into which those fields were divided were owned in severalty by the householders of the village. Great pains had been taken to make the division equitable. Each householder was to have strips equal in number and in value, and to secure equivalence, each was to have a strip in every part of the arable territory. But our evidence, though it may point to some cooperation in agriculture, does not point to a communistic division of the fruits. Nor does it point to a time when a village council or a majority of villagers conceived that it had power to reallot the arable strips at regular or irregular intervals. On the contrary, the individual's hold upon his strips developed very rapidly into an inheritable and partable ownership. No doubt this ownership grew more intense as time went on. It is a common remark that during yet recent ages the ownership of land that is known to our law has been growing more intense. This is true and pat enough. The landowner has gained powers of alienation that his predecessors did not enjoy. Possibly the only ownership of land that was known to the Lex Salica was inalienable and could be inherited only by sons of the dead owner. Then again, in old days a trespass that did no harm would have been no trespass. Nominal damages are no primitive institution, and for a long time a man may have had no action if strange cattle browsed over land on which no crop of corn was ripening. But this growing intensity of ownership may be seen also in the case of movable goods. Indeed, there is a sense in which English law may be said to have known a full ownership of land long ages before it knew a full ownership of chattels. What, however, we are concerned to observe is that the German village community does not seem to have resisted this development of ownership or set up for itself any antagonistic proprietary claim. It sought no more as regards the arable fields than a certain power of regulating their culture. And in old times the Flörswang, the customary rotation of crop and fallow, must have appeared less as the outcome of human ordinance than as an unalterable arrangement established by the nature of things in general and of acre strips in particular. Thus, so far back as we can see, the German village had a solid core of individualism. There were, however, lands which in a certain sense belonged to it and which were not allotted for good and all among its various members. For one thing, the meadows were often subjected to a more communal scheme. In the later Middle Ages, we may see them annually redistributed by rotation or by lot among the owners of the arable. The meadows, which must be sharply distinguished from the pasture, were few, and as we may see from Domesday and other records, they were exceedingly valuable. Probably their great but varying value stood in the way of any permanent partition that would have seemed equitable. Still they were allotted annually, and the right to an allotment ran with the house and the arable strips. But again, there were woods and pastures. If we must at once find an owner for this allmend, we may be inclined to place the ownership in a village community, though not without remembering that if this community may develop into a landowning corporation, it may develop into a group of co-owners. But in all likelihood the question as to the whereabouts of ownership might go unanswered and unasked for a long time. Rights of user exercisable over these woods and pastures were attached to the ownership of the houses and the arable strips, and such rights of common may take that acutely individualistic form which they seem to have taken in the England of the 13th century. The freeholder of ancient arable, whose tenement represents one of the original shares, has a right to turn out beasts on the waste, on the whole waste and every inch of it, and of this right nor lord nor community can deprive him. Perhaps we may attribute to our law about this matter an unusual and, in a certain sense, an abnormal individualism. In the much governed England of the Angevin time, the strong central power encouraged every freeholder to look to it for relief against all kinds of pressure seigniorial or communal. Elsewhere, a village moot may assume and retain some control over these pasture rights. But still the untilled land, the waste, the allmend, exists mainly, if not solely, for the benefit of a small group of tenements that are owned and possessed in severalty. As to the ownership of the land that is subject to the rights of pasture, it is a very nude dominium, and for a long while no one gives it a thought. In a favorable environment, the German village community may and will become a landowning corporation, but many dangers lie before it, internal as well as external dangers. We must not think of it as a closely knit body of men. The agrarian is almost the only tie that keeps it together. Originally, the men who settle down in a village are likely to be kinsmen. Some phrases in the continental folklaws, and some perhaps of our English place names, point in this direction. But explain this how we will, the German system of kinship, which binds men together by the sacred tie of blood feud, traces blood both through father and through mother, and therefore will not suffer a blood feudkin to have either a local habitation or a name. Very soon, especially if daughters or the sons of daughters are allowed, and very ancient Frankish laws allow them, to inherit the dead man's land. A man who lives in one village will often be closer of kin to men who live in other villages than to his neighbors. The village community was not a gens. The bond of blood was sacred, but it did not tie the Germans into mutually exclusive clans. Nor did it hold them in large, house communities, for the partible inheritance seems as a general rule to have been soon partitioned. Nor again may we ascribe to the German housefather much power over his full-grown sons. Moreover, the village community was not a body that could declare the law of the tribe or nation. It had no court, no jurisdiction. If moots were held in it, these would be comparable rather to meetings of shareholders than to sessions of a tribunal. In short, the village landowners formed a group of men whose economic affairs were inextricably intermixed. But this was almost the only principle that made them an unit, unless and until the state began to use the township as its organ for the maintenance of the peace and the collection of taxes. That is the reason why we read little of the township in our Anglo-Saxon dooms. Only as the state's pressure increases does the ville become one of the public institutions of the kingdom. We may even exaggerate the amount of agricultural cooperation that was to be found within it. Beyond the age in which the typical peasant is a vergator contributing 2 oxen to a team of 8, our English evidence seems to point to a time when the normal townsman held a hide and had slaves and oxen enough for its cultivation. Nor in all probability was the village community a large body. We may doubt whether in the oldest days it usually comprised more than some 10 shareholders. Whatever might come in course of time, we must not suppose that the village had much that could be called a constitution. In particular, we must be careful not to carry too far back the notion that votes will be counted and that the voice of a majority will be treated as the voice of all. When that marvelous title de migrantibus raises a corner of the curtain and gives us our only glance into a village of newly settled Salian Franks, the one indisputable trait that we see among much that is disputable is that the newcomer must leave the village if one villager objects to his presence. His presence, we may suppose, might be objectionable because it might add to the number of those who enjoyed wood, waste, and water in common. But any one villager can insist on his departure. Out of this state of things, communal ownership may grow, but all the communalism that we see at present is very like individualism. Above all, we must not picture these village lands as impressed with a trust in favor of unborn generations or as devoted to public purposes. If in course of time small folk, cottiers, undersettles, and the like are found in the village, they will have to struggle for rights in the waste, and the rights, if any, that they get will be meager when compared with those of the owners of whole lands and half lands. An oligarchy of peasant proprietors may rule the waste and the village. Thus, even in favorable circumstances, there were many difficulties to be overcome if the communalism, such as it was, of the village community, was to be maintained and developed. But where the village was founded upon conquered soil, the circumstances were not favorable. If the Germans invaded Gaul or Britain, the very fields themselves seemed to rebel against communalism and to demand a ring-fenced severalty. Throughout large tracts in Gaul, the barbarians were content to adapt themselves to the shell that was provided for them. A certain aliquot share of every estate might be taken from its former owner and be allotted to a Burgundian or a Goth according to a uniform plan. Throughout other large tracts, villages of the Germanic type were founded. A large part of northern Gaul was studded with such villages, and it may be well for us to remember that some of our Norman subjugators came to us from a land of villages, if others came from a land of isolated homesteads. There can be little doubt that in Britain numerous villages were formed which reproduced in all essentials the villages which Saxons and Angles had left behind them on the mainland. And as little doubt that very often, in the west and southwest of Britain, German kings and earls took to themselves integral estates, the boundaries and agrarian arrangement whereof had been drawn by Romans, or rather by Celts. Then the invasions and the long wars called for a rapid development of kingship. Very quickly the Frankish kingship became despotism. In England also the kings became powerful and the hereditary nobles disappeared. There was taxation. The country was plotted out according to some rude scheme to provide the king with meat and cheese and ale. Then came bishops and priests with the suggestion that he should devote his revenues to the service of God, and with forms of conveyance which made him speak as if the whole land were his to give away. Here, so we have argued, was the beginning of a process which placed many a village under a lord. The words of this lord's book told him that he was owner, or at least lord, of this village, with its woods and its pastures. The men of the village might or might not maintain all their accustomed rights, but at any rate no expansion of those rights beyond the ancient usage was possible. The potentialities of the waste, if we may so speak, had been handed over to a lord. The future was his. We must not, however, repeat what has been lengthily said above touching the growth of the manorial system, though we are painfully aware that we have neglected many phases of the complicated process. Here, let us remember that this process was not complete in the year 1066, and let us look once more at the free villages in the east, for example, Ad Orwell, who owned the land that served as a pasture for the Pecunia Villi. Shall we place the ownership in the 13 holders of the arable strips into which the 4 hides were divided, or in a corporation whereof they were the members, or in their various lords, those 8 exalted persons to whom they were commended, or shall we say that here is res nullius? The supposition that the lords are owners of the waste we may briefly dismiss. The landholders are free to withdraw themselves and seek other lords. That the land is res nullius we may also positively deny, if thereby be meant that it lies open to occupation. Let a man of the next village turn out his beasts there, and he will find out fast enough that he has done a wrong. But who will sue him? Will all the villagers join as co-plaintiffs, or will the village corporation appear by its attorney? Far more in accordance with all that we see in later days, is it to suppose that any one of the men of Orwell who has a right to turn out beasts can resent the invasion. This brings to our notice the core of individualism that lies in the center of the village. The houses and the arable strips are owned in severalty, and annexed to these houses and arable strips are pasture rights which are the rights of individuals, and which, it may be believed, seem to exhaust the utility of the waste. What remains to dispute about? A very nude dominium, which is often imperceptible. Not always imperceptible. From time to time, these Orwell people in town meeting assembled may have taken some grave resolution as to the treatment of the waste. They may now and then have decided to add to the amount of arable and diminish the amount of pasture. But occasional measures of this sort, for which a theoretical, if not a real, unanimity is secured, will not generate a regulative organ, still less a proprietary corporation. In decade after decade, a township moot at Orwell would have little to do. The moot of the Weatherly Hundred is the court that deems dooms for the men of Orwell. If the lands of Orwell had been steadily regarded as the lands of a corporation, they would have passed in one lump to some one Norman lord. But such corporate feeling as there was weak. The men of Orwell had been seeking lords, each man for himself, in the most opposite quarters. Many of the vergates that are physically in one village have, as we have seen, been made to lie in other villages, for the free man can carry his land where he pleases. When this is so, he is already beginning to feel that the tie which keeps him in a village community is a restraint that has, perhaps unfortunately, been imposed upon him and his property by ancient history. The fate of these lordless communities and of their waste was still trembling in the balance when King Harold fell. To guess what would have happened had he held his own is not easy. It is possible that what was done by foreigners would have been done, though less rapidly, by lords of English race, and that by consolidating soak and commendation into a firm landlordship, and then making among themselves treaties of partition, they would have acquired the ownership of the pasture land subject to the rights of common. It is perhaps more probable that in some cases the old indeterminate state of things might have been maintained until the idea of a fictitious personality had spread from the chapter house to the borough, and from the borough to the village. Then the ownership of the soil might have been attributed to a corporation of which the freeholders in the village were the members. One famous case which came to light in the 17th century may warn us that throughout the Middle Ages there were here and there groups of freeholders, and even of customary tenants, who were managing agrarian affairs in a manner which feudalism could not explain and our English law would not warrant, for they were behaving as though they were members of a landowning corporation. Often in the east of England, the manners must have been so intermixed that village meetings, not however of a democratic kind, may have dealt with business which lay outside the competence of any seigniorial court. We know little and, it is to be feared, must be content to know little of such meetings. They were not sessions of a tribunal, they kept no rolls, the law knew them not. But we dare not say that if all seigniorial pressure had been removed, the village lands would have been preserved as communal lands for modern villagers. Where there was no seigniorial pressure, no joint and several liability for dues, the tie was lax between the owners of the strips in the village fields. And if there was a corporate element in their union, there was also a strong element of co-ownership. Had they been left to themselves, we cannot say with any confidence that they would not sooner or later have partitioned the waste. Was it not their land, and might they not do what they liked with their own? One other question may be touched. It was the fashion in England some years ago that those who spoke of village communities should say something of the Germanic mark. What they said seemed often to imply that the German village community was a mark community. This was a mistake. It seems indeed that there were parts of Germany in which the word mark was loosely used. But the true Markgenossenschaft was utterly different from the Dorfgenossenschaft, and the lands with which it dealt were just those lands that belonged to no village. In the country which saw the Germans becoming an agricultural race, the lands belonging to the villages were but oases in a wild territory. In later days, some large piece of this territory is found to be under the control of a mark community, whose members are dwelling here and there in many different villages and exercise rights over the land. For the more part it is forest land that belongs to no village but constitutes the mark. Traces of what might have become the mark system may perhaps be found in England, but not where they have been usually sought. We read of a tract in Suffolk, which is common pasture for the whole hundred of Colness. Instances in which a piece of land is common pasture for many villes were by no means uncommon in the 13th century. They grow rarer as time goes on. Our law provided but a precarious and uncomfortable niche for them under the rubric common per cause de vicinage. These are the traces of what in different surroundings might have become, and perhaps were near to becoming, mark communities. In the 13th century, the state seems to have been already enforcing the theory that every inch of land ought to lie within the territory of some ville. This was a police measure. The responsibility of one set of villagers was not to cease until the boundary was reached where the responsibility of another set began. But even in recent times, there have been larger moors in the north of England which belonged, we will use a vague word, to two or more townships in common. At any rate, we must not take back this theory that the villes exhaust the land into the days of the Germanic settlement. In some districts, the villes must have been separated from each other by wide woods, and in all likelihood large portions of these woods were not proper to any one village, but were regarded as belonging, in some sense or another, to a group of villages. However, land of this kind was just the land which was most exposed to an assertion of royal ownership, and we imagine that a mark community had from the first little chance of organizing itself in England. But we have already made too many guesses. We must not be in a hurry to get to the beginning of the long history of law. Very slowly we are making our way towards it. The history of law must be a history of ideas. It must represent not merely what men have done and said, but what men have thought in bygone ages. The task of reconstructing ancient ideas is hazardous and can only be accomplished little by little. If we are in a hurry to get to the beginning, we shall miss the path. Against many kinds of anachronism, we now guard ourselves. We are careful of costume, of armor and architecture, of words and forms of speech. But it is far easier to be careful of these things than to prevent the intrusion of untimely ideas. In particular, there lies a besetting danger for us in the barbarian's use of a language which is too good for his thought. Mistakes then are easy, and when committed they will be fatal and fundamental mistakes. If, for example, we introduce the persona ficta too soon, we shall be doing worse than if we armed Hengist and Horsa with machine guns or pictured the venerable Bede correcting proofs for the press. We shall have built upon a crumbling foundation. The most efficient method of protecting ourselves against such errors is that of reading our history backwards as well as forwards, of making sure of our Middle Ages before we talk about the archaic, of accustoming our eyes to the twilight before we go out into the night. Footnotes. This seems to me the net outcome of the long and interesting controversy, which has divided the Germanists as to the nature of the German Genossenschaft. This is no extravagant hypothesis. See e.g. Stat. 7 Hen Roman 8, see 1 Thakdi adviding pulling down of towns. See Army Act, 1881, 44 and 45 Vic. See 58, Sec 115. Flatch, Les Origines de l'Ancien France, Roman 2. 45, referring to the classical passages in Caesar and Tacitus, says, Si serate un abus de mos de dire, quella tribu o quella clan sont propriétaires. La tribu, civitas, a la souveraineté du territoire, les clans de leurs subdivisions ont el usage des parts, qui leur sont assignés. La conception même de la propriété est exclue par la nature des terres. Etendu de friches taugers renaissantes et en surabondance taugers, superist ager. See also Dargun, Ursprung des Eigenthums, Zeitschrift für Vergleichende Rechtswissenschaft, v. 55. Dargun, Ursprung des Eigenthums, Zeitschrift für Vergleichende Rechtswissenschaft, v. 1, 1884. See also Hildebrand, Recht und Sitte, Jena, 1896. In the A.S. Laws about tithes, there is really no hint of communalism. When a landowner has plowed his 10th acre, he is to assign that acre, or rather the crop that it will bear next year, to the church. That is all, and though it may be a rude plan, it is compatible with the most absolute individualism. Mr. Seebohm, Village Community, 114, however, seems to think otherwise. As to the Welsh laws, we beg an enormous question if we introduce them into this context. A distribution of acres when the plowing is done is just what we do not see in England. As to the famous words of Tacitus, agri pro numo cultorum ab uni uicis in uicis occupanter, and the proposal to read uni uicis vicis, one of the best suggestions yet made Maitland, Siedelung, Roman 3. 586, is that Tacitus wrote merely ob uni uicis occupanter, that a copyist repeated the word uni uicis, and that other copyists tried to make sense of nonsense. As to the state of things represented by the Lex Salica C. Blumenstock, Entstehung des deutschen Immobilienreichentums, Innsbruck, 1894, pp. 196 ff. Hist. Eng. Law Roman 2, 155. It may be convenient nowadays to say that ownership implies a power of alienation. See Pollock, Jurisprudence, 166. But to insist on this usage in such discussions as that in which we are engaged would lead to needless circumlocution. The question that is before us is whether, as a complaint to which a court of law will give audience, this acre is mine, is more modern than this acre is ours. As to the whole of this matter, see Maitland, Op. Cit., especially Roman 3. 574-589. As regards arable land in this country, the only survivals which point to anything that should be called communal ownership are singularly inconclusive. They relate to small patches of arable land held by burgesses. That is to say, they relate to places in which a strong communal sentiment was developed during the later Middle Ages, and they do not relate to communities that ought to be called agricultural. The Burgess plot is not large enough to have been any man's livelihood when cultivated in medieval fashion, and it may well be modern. It is demonstrable that in one case, a very archaic arrangement was deliberately adopted in the 19th century by burgesses who preferred allotment grounds to pasture rights. Maitland, Survival of Archaic Communities, Law Quarterly Review, Roman 9. 36. Hist. Eng. Law I 612. Hist. Eng. Law Roman 2. 238. A hypothetical practice of endogamy will hardly give us the requisite explanation, for on the whole the Church seems to have encountered little difficulty in imposing its extravagantly exogamous canons. To persuade the converts not to marry their affines was a much harder task. Hüssler, Institutionen, 229. As to the ownership of land by families, see Hist. Eng. Law Roman 2, 242. See above, p. 147. Of this in the next essay. A valuable and interesting discussion of the proprietary system of the Lex Salica will be found in Blumenstock, Entstehung des deutschen Immobilienreichentums, Innsbruck. This will serve as a good introduction to the large literature which surrounds the De Migrantibus. The least probable of all interpretations seems that given by Fustel de Coulanges. See Maitland, op. cit. I 526-35. Maitland, I 517, and the map 66, a 66b in the atlas. Maitland, Roman 2, 97-122. See above, p. 237. See above, p. 129. Throughout the historical time, so far as we know, the right of every commoner has been well protected against strangers. He might drive off the strangers' beasts, impound them, and at all events if he had been incommoded, might sue for damages. See Mary's case, 9 Coke's reports 111b, Wells v. Watling, 2 W. Blackstone's reports 1233. He needed no help from his neighbors. See above, pp. 13, 124. I refer to the much-discussed case of Aston and Cote. See Law Quarterly Review, Roman 9, 214. Maitland, op. cit. I 573. Ibid, I 122-60. Therefore its assembly is a holting, and a Hallsgraf presides there. Maitland, op. cit. I 125. DB Roman 2, 339b. In hundred decolnis est quedam pastura communis omnibus hominibus de hundred. At Ruthlin, DBI, Earl Hugh has given to Robert half the castle, half the burg, and half of the forests which do not pertain to any vill of the said manor. This, however, is in Wales. Hist. Eng. Law I 608. Ibid. I 547. Blomefield, Hist. Norfolk, Roman 4. 691 gives an account of an extremely fertile tract of pasture, known as Tilney Smeath, upon which the cattle of 7 towns intercommoned. If we are right in supposing that very generally a royal land book disposes of a whole village, then if it proceeds to give rights in the communis silva, it is probably speaking of a wood that is not regarded as annexed to that village, but of one which is common to various villages. The intercommoning of vills in a forest is illustrated by the famous Epping case, Commissioners of Sewers v. Glass, Law Reports, 19 Equity, 134. But for the king's rights in forest land, a mark community might have grown up in Epping. On the other hand, but for the king's rights, the land might long ago have been partitioned among the markmen. Essay Roman 3. The Hyde. What was the Hyde? However unwilling we may be to face this dreary old question, we cannot escape it. At first sight, it may seem avoidable by those who are interested in the general drift of national life, but have no desire to solve petty problems or face unnecessary difficulties. The history of weights and measures, some may say, is probably very curious and no doubt is worth study. But we, who shall be amply satisfied if we understand the grand movements and the broad traits, must leave this little province, as we must leave much else, to antiquarian specialists. Unfortunately, however, that question about the Hyde is prejudicial to all the great questions of early English history. If our choice lay between 30 and 40 acres, or again between a long and a short 100, then indeed we might refuse to take part in the conflict. But between the advocates of big Hydes of 120 acres or thereabouts, and the advocates of little Hydes of 30 acres or thereabouts, there should be no peace. In the construction of early English history, we shall adopt one style of architecture if we are supplied with small Hydes, while if our materials consist of big Hydes an entirely different plan and elevation must be chosen. Let us take one example. We find the kings giving away manses or Hydes by 5s and 10s. What are they really doing? Are they or are they not giving away whole villages? Obviously, this question is prejudicial to many another. Our whole conception of the Anglo-Saxon kingship will be profoundly affected by our attribution or our denial to the king of an alienable superiority over villages that are full of free landowners. This question, therefore, we should have upon our hands even if we thought that we could rear the fabric of political and constitutional history without first laying an economic foundation. But the day for such castles in the air is passing. Howbeit, we must not talk in this pompous way of castles or foundations. We are not going to lay foundations, nor even to choose a site. We hope to test a few materials and perhaps to show how a site may someday be acquired. From the Norman conquest so far back as we can go, a certain possessory unit or a certain typical tenement is being thrust upon our notice by the laws, the charters, the historians. We may begin with Bede. When he is going to speak of the area or the capacity of a tract of land, be it large or be it small, he refers to a certain unit or type, namely, the land of one family, terra unius familiae. The Abbeshild acquires the land of one family and erects a religious house upon it. King Oswy gives away 12 tracts of land, each of which consists of the possessions of 10 families. The kingdom of the South Saxons contains the land of 7,000 families. We see that already Bede is thinking rather of the size or capacity of a tract of soil than of the number of households that happen to be dwelling there. The measure mensura of the Isle of Wight is, according to the English mode of reckoning, 1,200 families. The Isle of Thanet is no small island. That is to say, according to the customary English computation, it is of 600 families. Some apology is due from a scholar who writes in Latin and who writes thus. So Bede tells us that he is using the English mode of reckoning. He is literally translating some English term. When his own book is rendered into English, that term will reappear. Usually it reappears in the form hid, but occasionally we have hiwisk or hiwsype. There seems no room for doubt that hiwisk and the more abstract hiwsype mean a household, and very little room for doubt that hid springs from a root that is common to it and them and has the same primary meaning. Elsewhere we may find an equivalence between the hide and the hiwisk. If a Welsh man thrives so that he has a hiwisk of land and can render the king's gaffal, then his wergild is 120 shillings, but if he attains only to a half hide, then his wergild is 80 shillings. In the charters also we may now and then find that the land to be conveyed is a hiwisk, or is the land of one familia. However, the common English term is hide, while the scribes of the land books, who as yet are above inventing a Latin hida, ring the changes on half a dozen phrases. We begin with terra unius maenentes, terra unius cassati, terra unius tributarii, which keep clearly before our eyes the fact or the theory that the normal householder, the normal taxpayer, will possess one of these units. At a little later time, the more convenient mansa, sometimes mansio or mansiuncula, becomes popular, and we may see also that men are beginning to speak of maintenance, cassates, tributaries of land, much as they would speak of acres or perches of land. So far as we can see, all these terms are being used as though they were absolutely equivalent. If a clerk has to describe several different tenements, he will write of maintenance in one clause and cassati in the next, merely because a repetition of the same term would be inelegant. In Kentish charters, we read more of the eratrum and the sullung than of the manse and the hide, but apparently we have here other names for what is a similar, and in some sort an equivalent unit, and it is by no means unknown that Kentish tenements will be called manses and hides. Now, if we ask whether the type to which reference is thus made is a tenement comprising about 60 acres of arable land, we are asking a question of the gravest importance. For let us look at some of the consequences which will flow from an affirmative answer. Let it be granted that, long before the Norman conquest, the hide has become an unit in an unwieldy system of taxation, which has been governed by false assumptions and vitiated by caprice, until the fiscal hide in a given case may widely diverge from its original or indeed from any fixed type. Nonetheless, this system has for its base the theory that the typical man of Anglo-Saxon law, the typical householder or taxpayer, has a hide, has land enough for a team of oxen, has 120 arable acres. The language of the charters supposes that this is so. No doubt the supposition is, as every supposition of this kind must be, untrue, but still it must have a core of truth, and in the remotest age this core will be at its largest. Men will not fall into a habit of speaking of 120 arable acres or thereabouts as the tenement of one family or of one householder, unless as a matter of fact the tenement of one family or of one householder has in a preponderant number of cases some such content as this. Suppose, for example, that the Anglo-Saxon kingdoms of the 6th century had been composed chiefly of lords, whose estates ranged from 600 acres to some much larger quantity, and of semi-servile cultivators, the average size of whose tenements was 30 acres. Such a usage of words as that which we are considering could never have struck root. Either the small tenement of the cultivator or the big tenement of his lord must have been taken as the typical manse, the typical land of one householder. Let us at once press home this argument, though at present it involves a hypothesis, for in the dull disquisitions that follow we may be cheered by the thought that great questions are at stake. If in the oldest time the typical land of one householder had 120 arable acres, the manorial system was not prevalent, not dominant, in England. It will be admitted on all hands that this would be much too large a tenement for a serf or a semi-servile colonist. On the other hand, it is much too small a tenement for anyone who is going to play the part of a manorial lord, unless we use the term manorial in so wide a sense that it becomes useless. For how many tenants will this manorial lord, who is to be taken as the typical householder, have upon his 120 acres? If his arrangements are at all like those revealed to us by Domesday Book, he will keep at least 1/3 of his land in Domesday, and there will remain but 80 acres for the colony. Shall we give him 3 colony, or 4 or 5? We can hardly give him a larger number. Furthermore, it is quite clear that this manorial lord will not own a village. The villages, as we see them in the earliest charters, and thence onward into Domesday Book, contain 5, 10, 15 hides. Our manorial lord must be content to take his hide in little scraps, scattered about among the scraps of some 10 or 20 other manorial lords, whose hides are similarly dispersed in the open field of a village. All this seems to follow inevitably, if once we are satisfied that the hide of the old days had 120 arable acres or thereabouts. For the hide is the land of one typical householder. Now for a long time past there has been among historians and antiquaries a good deal of agreement in favor of this large hide, but against it appeal may be made to honored names, such as those of Kemble and Eighton. Also, it must be confessed that in favor of much smaller hides, or at least of much smaller hides for the earliest days, some weighty arguments may be advanced. In order that they may be understood, and perchance refuted, we must pursue a long and devious course and must raise by the way many questions, touching which we have no right to an opinion. Questions about agriculture, questions about land measurement, perhaps even physiological questions. Also, it is our misfortune that, as we stumble through the night, we must needs stumble against some of our fellow adventurers. Footnotes. The word tenement will be often employed hereafter. Has it become needful to protest that a tenement need not be a house? If my body is my soul's frail tenement, that is not because my body holds my soul, a reprobate error, but because, for this is better philosophy and sound law, my soul holds my body. But to descend from these heights, it will be 1,000 pities if a vulgar blunder compels us to abandon the excellent tenement in favor of the feeble holding or the overworked estate. Hist. Eckel, Lib 4 C 21-23, ed. Plummer, I 253. Ibid, Lib 3 C 24, ed. Sit, I 178. Ibid, Lib 4 C 13, ed. Sit, I 230. Ibid, Lib 4 C 14-16, ed. Sit, I 237. Ibid, Lib 1 C 25, ed. Sit, I 45. If, as Mr. Seebohm suggests, village community, p. 398, this word meant the skin of an ox, someone would assuredly have Latined it by corium, and not by terra unius familiae, Maenentes etc. Schmid App Roman 7. Wergolds, 2, section 7. By comparing this with INI 32, we get an even more explicit equation. Gif Wylisk mon heb hide lawns equals gif Willisk mon jethio theet he heb hiwisk lands. K 271, Roman 2. 52, a forgery, eat semeltine haida eat donksaside tridihaf hiwis, K. 1077 v 146, eat hilken hiwis fiwerdi peniga, K. Roman 3, 431, these ains hiwises bach, thas others hiwises, K. 1050 v 98. See also Crawford Charters 127 for Hilsipe. K 1006 v 47, de terra iuris me aliquentialem portionum, exta mensuram silicet dissem familiarum. See also K 1007. The would-be Latin heda occurs already in K 230, I 297, but is rare before the conquest. On the other hand, as an English word hid is in constant use. K 131, I 159, K 140, I 169. Thus, to give one early example, K 1008 v 49, duutsim tributarios terri qui appellanter ferinig. So in K 124, I 151, we have the neuter form Maenentia. A good instance in Egbert's dialogue H and S Roman 3, 404, for how many hides may the clergy swear? A priest may swear secundum numerum 120 tributarium, a deacon iuxta numerum maenentium, a monk secundum numerum 30 tributarium. Here tributarii alternates with maintenance for the same reason that secundum alternates with iuxta. So K143I, maintenance, cassati, maintenance, cassati. See Schmid, p. 611. See, for instance, Werhard's Testament, AD 832, K230I, Otford 100 Hedas, Grania 32 Hedas. These are Kentish estates. Hereafter we shall give some reasons for thinking that the Kentish Sulung may have a history that is all its own. Mr. Seabohm, Village Community, p. 395, admits that the familia of Bede and the cassatum of the charters is the Hyde, and that the Hyde has 120 acres. This does not prevent him from holding, p. 266, that when Bede speaks of King Oswy giving to a church 12 possessionculi, each of 10 families, we must see decurii of slaves, the bundle of 10 slaves or semi-servile tenants. He seems also to think that while the Hyde was the holding of the full free landholder, the Hewisk was the holding of a servile family. But the passage which he cites in a note, Wergeld's section, seems to disprove this, for there undoubtedly, as he remarks, Hewisk equals Hyde. It is the passage quoted above on p. 359. The Welshman gets a Wergeld of 120 shillings, 3/5 of an English Seignorial's Wergeld, by acquiring a Hewisk or Inni 32 Hyde of land. Why the Hyde should not here mean what it admittedly means elsewhere is not apparent. Though Eiton has, for some reason that we cannot find in his published works, allowed but 48 geld acres to the geld Hyde, he can hardly be reckoned as an advocate of the small Hyde. His doctrine, if we have caught it, is that the Hyde has never been a measure of size. This raises the question: how comes it then that the fractions into which a Hyde breaks are indubitably called geld, acres? Why not ounces, pints, pence? Section 1. Measures and fields. At the present moment, there is no need for arguments which insist upon the immutable character of ancient agrarian arrangements. If we take up a map of a common field drawn in the 18th century, the lines that we see upon it are in the main very old. The scheme seems fashioned for the purpose of resisting change and compelling the men of one age to till the land as their fathers tilled it. Nothing but an unanimous agreement among those who are not likely to agree can break up that prison house of cells in which agriculture has been cramped and confined. Rather, it may be, the student who is perusing the estate map and who is fascinated by the possession of a new tool for picking historical locks should warn himself that, though there has been permanence, there has also been change, and that in a far-off time changes of a certain sort came quickly. True that in the current of agricultural progress there is a rapid acceleration as it flows towards our own day. We may easily go back to an age when the introduction of a new process or new implement was rare. On the other hand, if we fix our attention on the map of any one village and contemplate its strips and bocks and vergets, the hazard involved in an assumption of their antiquity will increase swiftly when we have left behind us the advent of Duke William and are urging our inferential career towards Hengist, or, it may be, towards Caesar. Let us look, for example, at the changes that take place in some Essex villages during the 20 years that precede the Domesday Inquest. The following table shows them. Villani Bordera, Survey Lords Men's Teams. Taidana T, RE5T, RW1. Waldina T, RE66T, RW46. Haim T, RE32T, RW48. Benefelda T, RE10T, RW9. Wimbays T, RE26T, RW26. These are but specimens of the obscure little revolutions that are being accomplished in the Essex villages. In general, there has been a marked increase in the number of borderai, at the expense of the villeins on the one part and the serfs on the other. And this, whatever else it may represent, must tell us of a redistribution of tenements, perhaps of a process that substitutes the half-verget for the verget as the average holding of an Essex peasant. The jar of conquest has made such revolutions easy. But it will be said, though the bundles of strips be cut in half, the main features of the field remain constant. Let us, however, look at Yorkshire, where for 15 years an immense tract of land has been lying waste. Have we any reason to believe that when agriculture slowly steals back into this desert, there will be a mere restoration of the defaced map? Surely not. If for a few years an open field lies waste, there will be no mere restoration. For one thing, many of the old outlines will have utterly vanished. Even if the acres were already divided by the so-called balks, and we cannot be sure that they always were, the balk was but a narrow strip of unplowed sward and would hardly be perceptible when the whole field was once more a sheet of grass and weeds. For another thing, new settlers would probably begin by plowing only a small portion of the old field. It is likely enough that their measuring rod would not be even approximately equal to the rod employed in a previous century, and they would have ample opportunity for the introduction of novelties, for the substitution of 3 fields for 2, and for all that such a change implies. Now William's deliberate devastation of the North is but one final and grandiose exploit of an ancient kind of warfare. After his day, agrarian history becomes more stable because invasions cease and the character of civil warfare changes. The strife between York and Lancaster, between king and parliament, passes like a thunderstorm over the fields. It damages the crops. But that is all, and Bosworth Field and Naseby Field will next year be tilled in the same old way. A raid of the Danes, a feud between Angle and Saxon, was a different affair. The peasants fought. Men, women, and children were sold as slaves. Also, there was deliberate devastation. They make a wilderness and call it peace. What else should they call it, when a foodless wilderness is the most scientific of all frontiers? Readers of the English Chronicle will doubt whether there is any village in England that has not been once, or more than once, a deserted village. And if we must reckon with war, there is famine also to be reckoned with. When in a few brief words the English chronicler tells us that in 1043 there was mickle hunger in the land, so that the cester of corn sold for 60 pence and even more, he is, like enough, telling us of a disaster which depopulated many a village and forced many a villager to bow his head for meat in those evil days. Agrarian history becomes more catastrophic as we trace it backwards. And putting on one side the ravages of war and famine, we must call to mind the numerous hints that our map gives us of village colonization. Men did not make 2 contiguous villages at one time and call them both Hampton. Names are given to places in order that they may be distinguished from neighboring places. So when we see 2 different villages, called Hampton and Other Hampton, lying next each other, we may be fairly certain that they are not of equal antiquity, and it is not unlikely that the one is the offshoot and daughter of the other. There are about 150 Newtons and Newtons in England. Every instance of colonization, every new settlement in the woods, gave scope for the introduction of novelties, such scope as was not to be found in after days when men stood thicker on the soil and all the best land was already tilled. Therefore, we must not trust a method of husbandry or a scheme of land measures much further than we can see it. Nothing, for example, could be rasher than the assumption that the 3-course system of tillage was common in the England of the 7th century. We have a little evidence that it was practiced in the 11th, perhaps some evidence that it was not unknown in the 9th. But the 2-course system can be traced as far, and seems to have been as common, if not commoner, in the 13th century. If on a modern map we see a village with Trinity fields, we must not at once decide that those who laid them out sowed 2 in every year, for it is well within the bounds of possibility that 2 were left idle. An agriculture of this kind was not unknown in the Yorkshire of the 14th century, and indeed we read that in the 18th, 1 crop and 2 fallows was the traditional course in the open field of a Suffolk village. We have time enough on our hands. Between Domesday Book and the withdrawal of the legions lies as long an interval as that which separates the Conqueror from Mr. Arthur Young. Also, we have space enough on our hands. Any theory that would paint all England as plotted out for proprietary and agricultural purposes in accordance with a single pattern would be of all theories the least probable. We need not contrast Kent with Westmoreland or Cornwall with Norfolk, for our maps seem to tell us that Somerset differed from Wiltshire and Dorset. The settlement of a heathen folk, loosely banded together under a warlord, was one thing. The conquest of a new province by a Christian king who was advised by foreign bishops and had already been taught that he had land to book would be another thing. If, as seems possible, we read in Innes laws of a plantation of some parts of Somerset affected by means of large allotments made to the king's jesseths, who undertake to put tillers on the soil, we must not at once infer that this is an old procedure, for it may be very new, and may have for its outcome an agrarian arrangement strikingly unlike that which existed in the heart of the older Wessex. Moreover, there are upon the face of our map many cases which seem to tell us that in the oldest days the smallest district that bore a name was often large, and therefore that the territory which subserved a single group of homesteads was often spacious. One example we will take from Norfolk. We find a block of land that nowadays consists of 11 parishes, namely Wiggenhall St. Mary the Virgin, Wiggenhall St. German, Wiggenhall St. Peter, Wiggenhall St. Mary Magdalene, Tilney cum Islington, Tilney All Saints, Tilney St. Lawrence, Tarrington St. Clement, Tarrington St. John, Walpole St. Peter, Walpole St. Andrew. In such a case, we can hardly suppose that all these villages belong to the same age, even if we are not entitled to infer that the later villages were not founded until the day for parish churches had arrived. This being so, it is highly probable that some villages were formed at all stages of the feudalizing process, and therefore that a historical account of the English township, or even of the English nucleated village, would of necessity be untrue. And while this East Anglian specimen is still before us, we may notice another interesting trait. In the marshland fen, there is a considerable tract of ground which consists of detached portions of these and other villages. Each has been given a block there, a fairly rectangular block. At one point, the partition is minute. A space of less than 36 acres has been cut up so that no less than 6 villages shall have a piece, a rectangular piece of it. It seems very possible that this fen has at some time been common ground for all these villages, and, as already said, it is in this quarter that we may perhaps find traces of something that resembled the marks of Germany. The science of village morphology is still very young, and we must not be led away into any discussion of its elements. But there is the more reason why we should take to heart those warnings that it already gives us, because what we can read of hides is to be found for the more part in documents proceeding from a central power, which, for governmental and fiscal purposes, endeavors to preserve fictitious continuity and uniformity in the midst of change and variety. However, we must draw nearer to our task. As regards land measurement, we may be fairly certain that in the days before the Norman conquest there was little real, though much nominal uniformity. The only measures for the size of things with which nature has equipped the natural man are his limbs. For the things that he handles he uses his thumb, span, cubit, ell; for the ground upon which he walks, his foot and his pace. For large spaces and long distances he must have recourse to time-labor units, to the day's journey and the morning's plowing. Then gradually, under the fostering care of government, steady equations are established between these units. 12 thumbs, for instance, are to make a foot. Thus the measures for land are brought into connection with the more delicate measures used for cloth and similar stuff. Then an attempt to obtain some standard less variable than the limb may forge a link between thumbs and grains of corn. Another device is the measuring rod. One rod will represent the arm of an average man. A longer rod may serve to mediate between the foot, which is short, and the acre or day's plowing, which is large. In laying out a field in such wise that it shall consist of equal pieces, each of which can be plowed in a forenoon, we naturally use a rod. We say, for example, that to plow a strip that is 4 rods wide and 40 long is a fair day's work. For some while there is no reason why the rods employed in 2 neighboring villages should be strictly or even approximately equal. Taxation is the great force that makes for standard land measures. Then a king declares how many thumbs there ought to be in the clothell or clothyard. At a later time he actually makes clothells or clothyards and distributes them, keeping an ultimate standard in his own palace. Thenceforward, all other units tend to become mere fractions or multiples of this royal stick. The foot is a third, the thumb or inch a 36th part thereof. 5½ cloth measuring yards make a royal land measuring rod. Plot out a space which is 4 rods by 40, you will have an acre. The whole story, if ever it be told at length, will be intricate. But we believe that a general persuasion that land measurements ought to be fixed by law and by reference to some one carefully preserved standard is much more modern than most people think. Real accuracy and the establishment of a measure that is to be common to the whole realm first emerge in connection with the measurement of cloth and such like. There is a delightful passage in the old Scotch laws which tells us that the ell ought to contain 37 inches meted by the thumbs of 3 men. That is to say, a mekel man and a man of measurable stature, and of a lytle man. We have somewhere read that in Germany, if a perch of 15 feet was to be manufactured, the first 15 people who chanced to come out of church contributed each a foot towards the construction of the standard. At an early time, however, men were trying to find some class of small things which were of a fairly invariable length and hit upon barley corns. This seems to have happened in England before the Norman conquest. Instead of taking the thume of a man of measurable stature, for your inch, you are to take 3 barley corns, Roman 3 bare cornies gud and chosen, but tailies, i.e. without the tails. But the 12th century was drawing to an end before any decisive step was taken to secure uniformity, even in the measurement of cloth. In Richard Ice, day guardians of weights and measures are to be appointed in every county, city, and borough. They are to keep iron olney. At this time, or a little later, these olney, ells or clothyards were being delivered out by a royal officer to all who might require them, and that officer had the custody of the ultimate standards. We may doubt whether the laws which require in general terms that there shall be one measure throughout the realm had measures of land in view. A common standard is not nearly as necessary in this case as it is in the case of cloth. Even in our own day, men do not buy land by the acre or the perch in the same sense as that in which they buy cloth or cotton by the yard. Very rarely will anyone name a price for a rood and leave it to the other bargainer to decide which out of many roods shall be included in the sale. Nevertheless, the distribution of iron olney was important. An equation was established between the cloth measure and the land measure. 5½ olney or cloth yards make 1 royal perch. After this, we soon find that land is occasionally measured by the iron olna of the king. The scheme of computation that we know as superficial measure was long in making itself part of the mental furniture of the ordinary man. Such terms as square rod and square mile were not current, nor such equations as that which tells us how 144 square inches make a square foot. Whatever may have been the attainments of some cloistered mathematicians, the man of business did not suppose that he could talk of size without talking of shape, and indeed a set of terms which speak of shapeless size is not very useful until men have enough of geometry and trigonometry to measure spaces that are not rectangular parallelograms. The enlightened people of the 13th century can say that if an acre is x perches long, it is y perches wide. They can compare the size of spaces if all the lines be straight and all the angles right, and for them an acre is no longer of necessity 10 times as long as it is broad. But they will not tell us, and they do not think that an acre contains z square perches. This is of some importance to students of Domesday Book. Very often the size of a tract of land is indicated by the length of 2 lines. The wood or the pasture is x leagues, furlongs, perches, feet in length, and y in breadth. Now, to say the least, we are hasty if we treat this as a statement which gives us size without shape. It is not all one to say that a wood is a league long and a league wide, and to say that it is 2 leagues long and half a league wide. The jurors are not speaking of superficial content, they are speaking of length and breadth, and they are either giving us the extreme diameters of the irregularly shaped woods and pastures, or, and this seems more probable, they are making rough estimates of mean diameters. If we go back to an earlier time, the less we think of superficial measure, the better. Let us recall the main features of our modern system, giving them the names that they bore in medieval Latin. Linear measure. Inches, polices equals 1 foot piece, 3 feet equals 1 yard ulna, 5 yards equals 1 rod, pole, perch, virga, pertica, perca, 40 perches equals 1 furlong quarantina, 8 furlongs equals 1 mile mil, 12 furlongs equals 1 lua, luca, luga, league. Superficial measure. Square inches equals 1 square foot, 9 square feet equals 1 square yard, 25 square yards square perch, 40 square perches equals 1 rood, 4 roods equals 1 acre. In the 13th century, these outlines are already drawn, but, as we have seen, if we are to breathe the spirit of the time, we ought to say, while admitting that acres may be variously shaped, that the normal acre is 4 perches in width and 40 perches, equals 1 furlong in length. The only other space that we need consider is the quarter of an acre, our rood. That ought to be 1 perch in width and 1 furlong equals 40 perches in length. The breadth of the acre is still known to all Englishmen, for it is the distance between the wickets. This system has been generated by the correlation of cloth measures and land measures. If we are going back to remote times, we must expel the cloth measures as intruders. What then is left is very simple. It is this: the human foot, a day's plowing, and a measuring stick which mediates between feet and acres. That stick has had many names. Our arithmetic books preserve 3, rod, pole, or perch. It has also been known as a gad or goad and a lug, but probably its oldest name is yard, gead. It is of some importance that we should perceive that our modern yard of 3 feet is not one of the very ancient land measures. It is a cloth yard, not a land yard. In medieval documents, the Latin name for it is ulna, and probably the oldest English name for it is eln, L. There seems to have been a shifting of names. The measuring rod that was used for land had so many names, such as perch, rod, pole, goad, lug, that it could afford, if we may so speak, to dispense with the additional name of yard, which therefore might stand for the much shorter rod that was used by the clothiers. However, even in our own century men have been speaking of yards of land, in a manner which implies that at one time a yard, when mentioned in this context, was the same thing as the perch. When they have spoken of a yard of land, they have meant sometimes a quarter of an acre, our rood, and sometimes a much larger space. In 1820 a yard of land means, we are told, a quarter of an acre in Wiltshire, while in Buckinghamshire it stands for a tract which varies from 28 to 40 acres. This last application of the term we shall consider by and by. A yard of land or rood of land, rood and rod are all one, is a quarter of an acre, because an acre is 4 rods or yards or perches in width, and when an acre is to be divided, it is always, and for a very good reason, divided by lines parallel to its long sides. So though the rood or yard of land may in course of time take other shapes and even become a shapeless size, it ought to be a rod or yard in width and 40 rods or 1 furlong in length. So we start with the human foot, the day's plowing, and a rod. How much borrowing there has been in this matter by race from race is an obscure question. For example, the mediation of a rod between the foot and the day's work is common to the Roman and the Germanic systems. Here the similarity ends, and the vast differences which begin seem to have exceedingly deep roots. We cannot be content with saying that the Roman puts 2 oxen in the plow and therefore draws short furrows, whereas the German puts 8 oxen and draws long furrows. There seems to be a radical disagreement between them as to what a plow should be and what a plow should do. To these matters we can make but the slightest reference, nor dare we touch the problems of Celtic history. Somehow or another, the Germans come to the rule that generally an acre or day's work should be 4 rods wide, and, if possible, about 40 rods long. It is very probable that in England this rule prevailed at a remote time. Throughout the Middle Ages and onto our own day, there have been many acres in England which swerved markedly from what had become the statutory type, and in some cases, a pattern divergent from the statutory pattern became customary in a district. But apparently these customary acres commonly agree with the royal standard in involving the equation: 1 acre equals 4 perches x 40 perches. In Domesday Book, and thence onwards the common Latin for furlong is quarantina, and this tells us of furrows that are 40 perches long. It is when we ask for the number of feet in a perch that we begin to get various answers, and very various they are. The statutory number, the ugly 16.5, looks like a compromise between 15 and 18, both of which numbers seem to have been common in England and elsewhere. This is the royal equation in the 13th century. It has been found near the middle of the 12th. More at present we cannot say. Short perches and small acres have been very common in the south of England. In 1820, some information about the customary acre was collected. In Bedfordshire, it was sometimes 2 roods. In Dorsetshire, generally 134 perches. In Hampshire, from 107 to 120 perches, but sometimes 180, in Herefordshire, 2/3 of a statute acre, but of wood, an acre and 3/5 or 256 perches. In Worcestershire, sometimes 132 or 141 perches. In Sussex, 107, 110, 120, 130 or 212 perches. Short acre, 100 or 120 perches. Forest acre, 180 perches. Then as to rods, the lug or goad of Dorsetshire had 15 ft. 1 in. In Hertfordshire, 20 feet. In Wiltshire, 15 or 16 1/2 or 18. The wide prevalence of rods of 15 feet cannot be doubted, and it seems possible that rods with as few as 12 feet have been in use. An acre raised from a 12-foot rod would, if feet were invariable, be little more than half our modern statute acre. Nowhere do we see any sure trace of a rod so short as the Roman pertica of 10 pedes, though the scribes of the land books will give the name pertica to the English geode. In northern districts, the customary acre grows larger. In Lincolnshire, it is said to be 5 roods, particularly for copyhold land, but small acres were known there also. In Staffordshire, nearly 2-1/4 acres. In Cheshire, formerly and still in some places 10,240 square yards, pointing to a rod of 24 feet. In Westmoreland, 6760 square yards, pointing to a rod of 1912 feet, also the so-called Irish acre of 7840 square yards, pointing to a rod of 21 feet. There is much evidence that rods of 20 and 21 feet were often used in Yorkshire and Derbyshire. Rods of 18, 1912, 21, 2212, and 24 feet were known in Lancashire. A writer of the 13th century speaks as if rods of 16, 18, 20, 22, and 24 feet were in common use, and mentions none shorter. As just said, the Irish plantation acre was founded on a rod of 21 feet. The Scotch acre also is larger than the English. It would contain about 6,154 instead of 4,840 of our square yards. It is formed from a rod of 6 Scotch ells. On the other hand, the acres which have prevailed in Wales seem to be small. One type had 4,320 of our square yards, another 3,240. There has been variety enough. Even if the limits of variation are given by rods of 12 and 24 feet, this will enable one acre to be 4 times as large as another. Whether before the 12th century there was anything that we ought to call a standard rod, a royal rod for all England, must be very doubtful. In royal and other land books, references are made to furlongs, to acre breadths, to yards or rods or perches, and to feet as to known measures of length, but whether a kingly gift is always measured by a kingly rod, we do not know. The Carolingian emperors endeavored to impose a rod upon their dominions. It seems to have been considerably shorter than our statute perch. In this province, we need not expect many Norman novelties. We see from Domesday Book that the Frenchmen introduced the ancient Gallic arpentum as a measure for vineyards, but most of the vines were of their own planting, and the mere fact that they used this measure only for the vineyards seems to tell us that they were content with English rods and English acres. In Normandy, the perches seem to have ranged upwards from 16 to 25 feet, so that 16.5 would not have hit the average. On the whole, our perch seems to speak of a king whose interests and estates lay in southern England, and who struck a mean between 15 and 18. Whoever he was, we owe him no thanks for the undecimal element that taints our system. But we must be cautious in drawing inferences from loose reports about customary measures. Village maps and village fields have yet to be seriously studied. We may in the meanwhile doubt whether in some districts to which the largest acres are ascribed, such acres are normal or are drawn in the oldest villages. We may suspect them of being forest acres. If once a good many of these abnormal units are distributed in a district, they will by their very peculiarity attract more than their fair share of attention and will be spoken of as characteristic of that district. In Germany, as well as in England, we find forest acres which are much larger than common acres and are meted by a rod which is longer than the common rod. Possibly men have found a long rod convenient when they have large spaces to measure, but we fancy that the true explanation would illustrate the influence exercised by taxation on systems of measurement. Some scheme of allotment or colonization is being framed. An equal tribute is to be reserved from the allotted acres. If, however, there is uncleared woodland to be distributed, rude equity, instead of changing the tribute on the acre, changes the acre's size and uses a long rod for land that cannot at once be tilled. Also, fields that were plotted out by Normans were likely to have large acres, and as the perches of Normandy seem to have been longer than most of the perches that were used in France, we may perhaps infer that the Scandinavian rods were long and find in them an explanation of the big acres of northern England. But at present, such inferences would be precarious. Whether in its origin the land measuring rod is a mere representative of a certain number of feet or is some instrument useful for other purposes seems to be dubious. One of the names that it has borne in English is goad, but most of our rods would be extravagantly long goads. Possibly the width of 4 oxen yoked abreast has exercised some influence upon its length. When a rod had once found acceptance, it must speedily have begun to convert that time-labor unit, the acre, into a measured space. Already in the land books we read of acres of meadow. This is no longer a contradiction in terms. Still, there can be no doubt that our acre, like the journal, tagwork, margin of the continent, has at its root the tract that can be plowed in a day, or in a forenoon. In the afternoon the oxen must go to the pasture. Now, when compared with their foreign cousins, our statute perch is a long rod, and our statute acre is a decidedly large daywork unit. It seems to tell of plentiful land, sparse population, and poor husbandry. This is of some importance. There is a good deal of evidence pointing to the conclusion that, whereas in the oldest days men really plowed an acre in a forenoon, the current of agricultural progress made for a while towards the diminution of the space that was covered by a day's labor. In Aelfric's dialogue, the plowman complains that each day he must till a full acre or more. His successor, the poetic Piers, had only a half-acre to plow. In monastic cartularies which come from southern counties, where we have no reason to suspect exceptionally large acres, the villein seems often to plow less than an acre. Then that enlightened agriculturist, Walter of Henley, enters upon a long argument to prove to his readers that you really can plow 7/8 of an acre in a forenoon, and even a whole acre if you are but engaged in that light kind of plowing, which does for a second fallowing. 5 centuries later, another enlightened agriculturist, Arthur Young, discovered that from North Leach, through Gloucestershire, Monmouthshire, and Glamorganshire, light and middling turnipland, etc., was being plowed at the rate of half an acre to 1 acre a day by teams of 8 oxen, never less than 6, or 4 and 2 horses. This, he says, was being done merely in compliance with the obstinacy of the low people, for the laborers will not touch a plow without the usual number of beasts in it. Mr. Young could not tell us of these vile remnants of barbarity without a great degree of disgust. But we are grateful. We see that an acre of light land was the maximum that these low people with their 8 oxen would plow in a day, and we take it that at one time the voice of reforming science had urged men to diminish the area plowed in a given time, to plow deeper, and to draw their furrows closer. The old tradition was probably well content with a furrow for every foot. Walter of Henley proposed to put 6 additional furrows into the acre. Hereafter we shall see that some of the statistics given by Domesday Book fall in with the suggestion that we are here making. Also, we may see on our maps that the strip which a man has in one place is very often not an acre, but a half-acre. Now, in days when men really plowed an acre at a stretch, such an arrangement would have involved a waste of time, since, when the morning's work was half done, the plow would be removed from one shot to another. At length we reach the fields, and at once we learn that there is something unreal in all our talk of acre and half-acre strips. In passing, we may observe that some of our English meadows which show by their beds that they were not always meadows, seem to show also that the boundaries of the strips were not drawn by straight rods, but were drawn by the plow. The beds are not straight, but slightly sinuous, and such, it is said, is the natural course of the old plow. It swerves to the left, and this tendency is then corrected by those who guide it. But apart from this, land refuses to be cut into parallelograms, each of which is 40 rods long and 4 wide. In other words, the real acres in an open field diverge widely from the ideal acre that was in the minds of those who made them. Let us recall a few features of the common field, though they will be familiar to all who have read Mr. Seebohm's book. A natural limit to the length of the furrow is set by the endurance of oxen. From this it follows that even if the surface that lies open is perfectly level and practically limitless, it will none the less be broken up into what our Latin documents call culturi. The cultura is a set of contiguous and parallel acre strips. It tends to be a rude parallelogram. 2 of its sides will be each a furlong in length, while the length of the other sides will vary from case to case. We commonly find that every great field campus is divided into divers culturi, each of which has its own name. The commonest English equivalent for the word cultura seems to have been furlong, and this use of furlong was very natural. But, as we require that term for another purpose, we will call the cultura a shot. So large were the fields that the annual value of an acre in one shot would sometimes be 8 times greater than that of an acre in another shot. To such differences, our ancestors were keenly alive. Hence the dispersion of the strips which constitute a single tenement. But to make shots, which should be rectangular and just 40 feet long, was often impossible. Even if the surface of the field were flat, its boundaries were the irregular curves drawn by streams and mounds. In order to economize space, shots running at right angles to other shots were introduced, and of necessity some furlongs were longer than others. If, however, as was often the case, men were laying out their fields among the folds of the hills, their acres would be yet more irregular both in size and in shape. They would be compelled to make very small shots, and the various furrows, if produced, in the geometer's sense of that word, would cut each other at all imaginable angles. On the maps, we may still see them struggling with these difficulties, drawing as many rectilinear shots as may be, and then compelled to parcel out as best they can the irregularly shaped patches that remain. And then we see that even these patches have been allotted either as acres or as half-acres. Therefore, when we are dealing with medieval documents, we have always to remember that besides ideal acres, there were real acres which were mapped out on the surface of the earth, and that a plot will be, and rightly may be, called an acre though its size is not that of any ideal acre. To tell a man that one of these acre strips was not an acre, because it was too small, would at one time have been like telling him that his foot was no foot, because it fell short of 12 inches. This point is made very plain by some of the beautiful estate maps edited by Mr. Mowat. We have a map of the village of Whitehill in the parish of Tackley in the County Oxon. The moitai, or 1/2 whereof, belongeth to the president and scholars of Corpus Christi College in the University of Oxon. The other moitai unto Edward standard yeoman the particulars, whereof so far as known do plainly appear in the plat, and those which are unknown, as wastes commands and lot meadows are equally divided between them, drawn in November anno Domini 1605 Rigni Regis Iacobi, IIJO. We see 4 great fields divided first into shots and then into strips. Each strip on the map bears an inscription assigning it either to the college or to Mr. Standard, and with great regularity the strips are assigned to the college and to Standard alternately. Then on each strip is set its estimated content, and on each strip of the college land is also set its true content. Thus, looking at one particular shot in the south field, we read, Ij AC, call, 1136 Edwa. Stand, Ij AC, call, 122 Edwa. Stand, Ij AC, call, 122 Edwa. Stand, Ij AC, call, 1039. This means that, going along this shot, we first come to a 2-acre strip of college land containing by measurement 1A1R36P. Next to a 2-acre strip of Standard's land, which the surveyor, who was making the map for the college, was not at pains to measure. Then to a 2-acre strip of college land containing 1A2R2P, and so forth. Then in the margin of the map has been set a note of the contents of the lands in Whitehill belonging to the college. It tells us how, their grounds in the Westfielda by estimation, 80 acres do contain by statute measure 48A2R24P. The other fields we may deal with in a table. A.A.R.P. East Field estimation 75 measure 51, 125 Middle Field 336, South Field 213. It will be seen at once that the discrepancy between the two sets of figures is not to be fully explained by the supposition that at Whitehill men had measured land by measures differing from our statutory standards. The size of a 2 acres, and the land in this instance had been divided chiefly into 2 acres, varied not only from field to field and shot to shot, but within one and the same shot. Each 2-acre strip has an equal breadth, but the curving boundaries of the fields make some strips longer than others. We turn to the admirable maps of Hayford in Oxfordshire, designed in 1606. Here the land is divided among many occupiers and cut up into a vast number of strips, to each of which is assigned its estimated and its measured content. Thus we read, Dim AC, Joe Shears 118 Dim, AC, Rick Elkins 118 Dim, AC, Joe Mary 118. In this part of this shot, a half-acre contains 1r18p. Some of the shots in this village have fairly straight and rectangular boundaries, so that we may, for example, find that many successive half-acres contain 1r18p, but then if we pass to the next shot, we shall find 1r28p in the half-acre. While in a third shot, we shall find but 1r8p, yet every strip of land is a half-acre, or an acre, or an acre and a half, or a 2 acres, or a 3 acres. We see further that when acres occur among half-acres, the strips vary in breadth but not in length. On a map of Roxton made in 1768, we have the same thing written out in English words. Thus, Eliz Gardner a half 0, 132 Carpenter a half, 132 Harris an acre, 324 Carpenter a half, 132 Jam, Gardner an acre 0, 324 Makepace a half, 134. The result of all this is that anyone who lives in a village knows how many acres its fields contain. He has not to measure anything. He has only to count strips, for he is not likely to confuse acres with half-acres, and that is the only mistake that he could make. If a shot had a curved boundary, little or no pains seem to have been taken to equalize the strips that lay within it by making additional width serve as a compensation for deficient length. The width of the so-called acre remained approximately constant while its length varied. Thus, to take an example from the map of Hayford, we see a shot which is bounded on the one side by a straight line and on the other by a curving road. At one end of it, the acre contains 2r8p. This increases to 2r30p, then slowly decreases until it has fallen as low as 1r36p. And then again rises to 2r2p. When they were dividing the field, men attempted to map out shots in which approximately equal areas could be constructed. But when a shot was once delimited, then all the acres in it were made equally broad, while their length could not but vary, except in the rare case in which the shot was a true rectangle. It is probable that the whole system was made yet more visible by the practice of plowing the land into beds or ridges, which has but recently fallen out of use. In our Latin documents, these ridges appear as seliens. In English, they were called lands, for the French silin struck no root in our language. Anyone who has walked through English grass fields will know what they looked like, for they triumph over time and change. Now it would seem that a fairly common usage made 4 seliens in each acre. In other words, each acre strip was divided longitudinally into 4 waves, so that the distance from crest to crest or trough to trough was a perch in length. Where this usage obtained, you could tell how many acres a shot or field contained by merely observing the undulations of the surface. Even if, as was often the case, the number of seliens in the acre was not 4, still the number that went to an acre of a given shot would be known, and a man might argue that a strip was an acre because in crossing it, he traversed 3 or 6 terrestrial waves. If we look at old maps, we soon see that when an acre was divided, it was always divided by a line that was parallel, not to its short ends, but to its long sides. No one would think of dividing it in any other fashion. Suppose that you bisected it by bisecting its long sides, you would force each owner of a half-acre to turn his plow as often as if he had a whole acre. Besides, you would have uneconomical furrows. The oxen would be stopped before they had traversed what was regarded as the natural distance for beasts to go. Divide your acre into 2 long strips, then your folk and beasts can plow in the good old way. Hence it follows that when men think of dividing an acre, they speak only of its breadth. Hence it follows that the quarter of an acre is a rood, or yard, or vergata of land. Its width is a rod or land yard, and its length, but there is no need to speak of its length. How then does it happen that these terms, vergat and yard of land, though given to a quarter of an acre, are yet more commonly given to a much larger quantity containing 30 acres or thereabouts? The explanation is simple. The typical tenement is a hide. If you give a man a quarter of a hide, an equitable quarter, equal in value as well as extent to every remaining quarter, you do this by giving him a quarter of every acre in the hide. You give him a rood, a yard, a vergata in every acre, and therefore a rood, a yard, a vergata of a typical tenement. No doubt it is clumsy to have only one term for 2 quantities, one of which is perhaps 120 times as great as the other. But the context will tell us which is meant, and the difference between the two is so large that blunders will be impossible. In course of time, there will be a differentiation and specification of terms. To our ears, for example, rod rood will mean one thing, rod another, yard a third. But even in the 19th century, royal commissioners will report that a yard of land may mean a quarter of an acre or from 28 to 40 acres. When men have not apprehended superficial measure, the measurement of shapeless size, when their only units are the human foot, a rod, an average day's work, and the tenement of a typical householder, their language will be poor, because their thought is poor. We have now arrived at a not insignificant truth. The virgate or yard land of 30 acres or thereabouts is not a primary unit like the hide, the rod, the acre. It is derivative, it is compound. In its origin, it is a rod's breadth in every acre of a hide. In course of time in this case, as in other cases, size will triumph over shape. The acre need not be 10 times as long as it is broad. The virgate need not be composed, perhaps is rarely composed, of scattered quarter acres. Quartering acres is an uneconomical process. It leads to waste of time. But still, the term will carry on its face the traces of an ancient history and a protest against some modern theories. The virgate in its inception cannot be a typical tenement. It is a fraction of a typical tenement. What we have here been saying seems to be borne out by the Anglo-Saxon laws and charters. They barely recognize the existence of such entities as yard lands or virgates. The charters, it must be confessed, deal with large tracts and seldom have need to notice less than a hide. When, however, they descend below the hide, they at once come down to the acre, and this although the quantity that they have to specify is 90 or 60 or 30 acres. On the other hand, any reference to such an unit as the virgate or yard land is exceedingly rare. To judge by the charters, this is a unit which was but beginning to force itself upon men's notice in the last century before the conquest. From a remote time, there may have been many tenements that were like the virgates or yard lands of later days. But the old strain of language that is preserved in the charters ignores them, has no name for them, and when they receive a name, it signifies that they are fractions of a householder's tenement. As an unit larger than the acre, men have known nothing but the hide, the manse, the land of one family, the land of one householder. This is what we find in England. Also, it is found in Germany and Scandinavia. The state bases its structure, its taxation, its military system, upon the theory that such units exist and can be fairly treated as equal or equivalent. This theory must have facts behind it, though in course of time the state may thrust it upon lands that it will not fit, for example, upon a land of ring-fenced property where there is no approximate equality between the various tenements. In its origin, a hide will not be a measure of land. A measure is an idea, a hide is a tenement. The foot does not begin by being 12 inches, it begins by being a part of the human body. The acre does not begin by being 4,840 square yards, it begins by being a strip in the fields that is plowed in a forenoon. But unless there were much equality between human feet, the foot would not become a measure. Nor would the acre become a measure unless the method of plowing land were fairly uniform. A great deal of similarity between the real hides or householders' lands we must needs suppose if the hide becomes a measure. Not only must those in any one village be much alike, there must be similarity between the villages. After a certain sort the hide does become a measure. Bede does not believe that if the families in the Isle of Wight were counted, the sum would be just 1,200. The Anglo-Saxon kings are giving away half hides or half manses as well as manses or hides. They can speak of 3 hides and 30 acres, or of 2 hides less 60 acres. Men are beginning to work sums in hides and acres as they work sums in pounds and pence. Indubitably, such sums are worked in Domesday Book. In the 13th century, the hide can even be treated as a pure superficial measure. An instance is given by an extent of the village of Sawston in Cambridgeshire. The content of about 200 small parcels of land is given in terms of acres and roods. Then in addition sum is worked and a total is stated in hides, virgates, and acres. The equation that is employed being 1h equals 4v equals 120a, it is a remarkable case because the area, not only of arable land, but of meadows, pasture, crofts, gardens, and messuages is added up into hides. The hide is here a pure measure, a mere multiple of acres. The men who made this extent could have spoken of a hide of cloth. but this seems a rare and it is a late instance. At an earlier time, the hide is conceived as consisting only of arable acres with appurtenances. A word to explain this conception. In very old times, when men thought of land as the subject matter of grants and taxes, they spoke only of arable land. If we are to understand their sayings and doings, we must think ourselves into an economic arrangement very different from that in which we are now immersed. We must well nigh abolish buying and selling. Every village, perhaps every hide, must be very nearly self-sufficient. Now, when one's population has grown so thick that nomadic practices are forsaken, the strain of supporting mankind falls almost wholly on the plowed land. That strain is severe. Many acres feed few people, thus the arable becomes prominent. But further, arable implies pasture. This is not a legal theory, it is a physical fact. A householder cannot have arable land unless he has pasture rights. Arable land is land that is plowed. Plowing implies oxen, oxen pasture. Our householder cannot use a steam plow. What is more, he cannot buy hay. If he keeps beasts, they must eat. If he does not keep beasts, he has no arable land. Lastly, as a general rule, men do not possess pasture land in severalty. They turn out their beasts on the common of the ville. Therefore, in very old schemes of taxation and the like, pasture land is neglected, not because it is unimportant, but because it is indispensably necessary. It may be taken for granted. If a man has 120 acres of arable land, he must have adequate pasture rights. There must be in Domesday's language pastura, sufficens carusis. And in the common case, there will be not much more than sufficient pasture. If there were, it would soon be broken up to provide more corn. Every village must be self-supporting, and therefore an equilibrium of arable and pasture will be established in every village. Thus, if, for fiscal and governmental purposes, there is to be a typical tenement, it may be a tenement of X arable acres, and nothing need be said of any other kind of ground. We are going to argue that the Anglo-Saxons give 120 acres, arable acres, to the hide. Our main argument will be that the equation 1h equals 120a is implied in the fiscal system revealed by Domesday Book. But, by way of making this equation probable, we may notice that, if we had no evidence later than the conquest, all that we should find on the face of the Anglo-Saxon land books would be favorable to this equation. In the first place, on the only occasion on which we hear of the content of a hide, it is put at 120 acres. In the second place, when a number of acres is mentioned, it is commonly one of those numbers, such as 150, 90, 80, 60, 30, which will often occur if hides of 120 acres are being partitioned. The force of this last remark may seem to be diminished if we remember how excellent a dividend is 120. It is neatly divisible by 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 10, 12. But then we must reflect that this very quality recommended it to organizers, more especially as there were 240 pence in the pound. Supposing for a moment that we bring home this equation to the Anglo-Saxon financiers, there would still remain the question how far it truthfully represented agrarian facts. To that question, no precise answer can be given. The truth lies somewhere between two extremes. We must not for one instant believe that England was so neat a chessboard as a rude fiscal theory paints, where every pawn stands on its square, every family, in the center of 120-acre strips of 4 by 40 perches. The barbarian, for all his materialism, is an idealist. He is, like the child, a master in the art of make-believe. He sees things not as they are, but as they might conveniently be. Every householder has a hide, every hide has 120 acres of arable, every hide is worth £1 a year, every householder has a team, every team is of 8 oxen, every team is worth £1. If all this be not so, then it ought to be so and must be deemed to be so. Then, by a Procrustean process, he packs the complex and irregular facts into his scheme. What is worse, he will not count. He will assume that a large district has around 1,200 hides, and will then ordain that those hides must be found. We see this on a small scale if we study manorial extents or village maps. The vergets are not equal, the acres are far from equal, but they are deemed to be equal. Nevertheless, we must stop short of the other extreme, or we shall be overestimating the power of such government and the originality of such statesmanship as existed. Theories like those of which we are speaking are born of facts and in their turn generate new facts. Our forefathers really lived in a simpler and a more chessboard-like England than that which we know. There must have been much equality among the hides and among the villages. When we see that 100 in Cambridgeshire has exactly 100 hides, which are distributed between 6 villes of 10 hides apiece and 8 villes of 5 hides apiece, this simple symmetry is in part the unreal outcome of a capricious method of taxation, but in part it is a real economic fact. There was an English conquest of England, and, to all seeming, the conquest of eastern England was singularly thorough. In all probability, a great many villages were formed approximately at one time and on one plan. Conveniently simple figures could be drawn, for the slate was clean. However, at an early time, the hide becomes an unit in a system of assessment. The language of the land books tells us that this is so. Already in Anne's day we hear of the amount of victual that 10 hides must find for the king's support. About the end of the 10th century, the duty of maintaining burghs is bound up with the possession of hides. Before the end of that century, heavy sums are being raised as a tribute for the Danes. For this purpose, as we shall try to show hereafter, hides are cast upon shires and hundreds by those who, instead of counting, make pleasantly convenient assumptions about the capacity of provinces and districts. And in all probability, the assumptions made in the oldest times were the furthest from the truth. Now and again, the assessments of shires and hundreds were corrected in a manner which, so far as we are concerned, only made matters worse. It becomes apparent that hides are not of one value or nearly of one value. This becomes painfully apparent when Cornwall and other far western lands are brought under contribution. So large sums of hides are struck off the poorer counties. The fiscal hide becomes a lame compromise between an unit of area and an unit of value. Then privilege confounds confusion. The estates of favored churches and nobles are beneficially hidated. But this is not all. Probably the real hides, the real old settlers' tenements, which you could count if you looked at a village and its fields, are rapidly going to pieces, and the fragments thereof are entering into new combinations. In the lordless villages, economic forces of an easily imaginable kind will make for this end. Not only may we suppose some increase of population, especially where Danes swarm in, and some progress in the art of agriculture, but also the bond of blood becomes weaker, and the familia that lives in one house grows smaller. So the hides go to pieces. The birth of trade and the establishment of markets help this process. It is no longer necessary that every tenement should be self-sufficient. Men can buy what they do not grow. The formation of manors may have tended in some sort to arrest this movement. A system of equal, theoretically equal, tenements was convenient to lords who were collecting provender rents and extending their powers, but under seigniorial pressure vergets, rather than hides, were likely to become the prominent units. We may well believe that if to make 2 ears of corn grow where one grew is to benefit mankind, the lords were public benefactors, and that the husbandry of the manors was more efficient than was that of the lordless townships. The clergy were in touch with their fellows on the continent. Also, the church's reeve was a professional agriculturist and might even write a tract on the management of manors. There was more cooperation, more communalism, less waste. A family could live and thrive upon a vergate. But what concerns us at the present moment is the, for us disastrous, effect of this divergence of the fiscal from the real hide. Even if finance had not complicated the problem, we should, as we have already seen, have found many difficulties if we tried to construe medieval statements of acreage. Already we should have had 3 different acres to think of. We will imagine that a village has 590 acre strips in its field. In one sense, therefore, it has 590 acres. But the ideal to which these strips tend, and were meant to conform, is that of acres measured by a rod of 15 feet. Measured by that rod there would, we will suppose, be 550 acres. Then, however, we may use the royal rod and say that there are 454 acres or thereabouts. But the field was divided into 5 tenements that were known as hides, and the general theory is that a hide, householder's land, contains, or must be supposed to contain, 120 acres. Therefore, there are here 600 acres, and now a partitionary method of taxation stamps this as a vill of 4 hides. Consequently, the hide of this village may have as many as 150 or as few as 90 acres. It ought not to be so. It would not be so if men were always distinguishing between acre strips and measured acres, between real hides, which, to tell truth, are no longer real, since they are falling to pieces, and fiscal or geld hides. But it will be so. Here and there we may see an effort to keep up distinctions between the karukate for gelding and the karukate for plowing, between the real acre and the acre, for defense, a crowwari. But men tire of these long phrases and argue backwards and forwards between the rateable and the real. Hence, some of the worst puzzles of Domesday Book. Such being the causes of perplexity, it is perhaps surprising that in the 13th century, when we begin to obtain a large stock of manorial extents, the hide should still exhibit some uniformity. But unless we have been misled by a partial induction, a tendency to reckon 120 rather than any other number of acres to the hide is plainly perceptible. The following are the equations that prevailed on the manors of Ramsey Abbey, which were scattered in the eastern Midlands. Huntingdonshire upwood with Raveley 1h equals 4v equals 80a. Wistow h equals 4v equals 120a. Broughton h equals 612v equals 208a. Warbays h equals 4v equals 120a. Hollywell h equals 5v equals 90a. Sleep, St. Ives, h equals 5v equals 80a. Hotton with Whiten 1h equals 6v equals 108a. Hemmingford, h equals 6v equals 96a. Dillington h equals 6v equals 201a. Weston h equals 4v equals 112a. Brington h equals 4v equals 136a. Bythorn h equals 4v equals 176a. Gidding h equals 4v equals 112a. Elton h equals 6v equals 144a. Stukely h equals 4v equals 96a. Ripton with Remington 1h equals 4v equals 62a. Northamptonshire, Barnwell h equals 7v equals 252a. Hemmington h equals 7v equals 252a. Bedfordshire, Cranfield h equals 4v equals 192a. Barton h equals 4v equals 96a. Shitlingden h equals 4v equals 48a. Hertfordshire, Thurfield h equals 4v equals 256a. Suffolk, Lashall h equals 3v equals 156a. Norfolk, Brancaster h equals 4v equals 160a. Ringstead h equals 4v equals 120a. Cambridgeshire, Ellsworth h equals 4v equals 120a. Napwell h equals 4v equals 160a. Gravelly Freehold 1h equals 7v equals unknown villanage 1h equals 634v equals 135a. Over h equals 4v equals 120a. Girton h equals 4v equals 120a. Burwell h equals 4v equals 120a. Here, in 31 instances, what we take to be the normal equation appears but 7 times, but no other equation occurs more than twice. Moreover, so far as we have observed, the variations in the acreage that will be ascribed to a hide are not provincial. They are villar variations. That is to say, though we may see that the average hide of one county would have more acres than those that are contained in the average hide of another, we cannot affirm that the hide of a certain county or hundred contains acres, while that of another has acres, and on the other hand, we often see a startling difference between two contiguous villages. Lastly, where the computation of 120 acres to a hide is forsaken, we see little agreement in favor of any other equation. In particular, though now and again the hide of a village will perchance have 240 acres, we can find no trace of any double hide, in which ingenuity might see a link between the Roman and English systems of measurement and taxation. The only other general proposition, which our evidence suggests, is that a land which habitually displays unusually large vergets will often be a land in which a given area of arable soil has borne an unusually light weight of taxation. And this, as we shall hereafter see, will often, though not always, be a land where a given area of arable soil has been deemed to bear an unusually small value. But this connection between many-acred hides and light taxation is not very strongly marked in our cartularies. In the land books which deal with Kent, the eratrum or sulung is commoner than the hide or manse, and Domesday Book shows us that in Kent the solon, sulung, is the fiscal unit that plays the part that is elsewhere played by the hide. That same part is played in Suffolk, Norfolk, Yorkshire, Lincolnshire, and the counties of Derby, Nottingham, and Leicester by the carukata, which has for its eighth part the bovata. These terms seem to be French. That is to say, they apparently formed no part of the official Latin that had been current in England. We may infer, however, that they translated some English, or rather perhaps some Scandinavian terms, for only in Danish counties do we find them used to describe the geldable units. It is exceedingly doubtful whether we ought to treat this method of reckoning as older than the Danish invasions. Bede, himself a Northumbrian, uses the family land as his unit, no matter what be the part of England of which he is speaking, and his translator uses the hid or hiwisk in the same indiscriminate fashion. Unfortunately, the carucated shires are those which yield us hardly any land books, and we do not know what the English jurors said when the Norman clerks wrote carucata and bovata. Perhaps plowgate and oxgate, or plowgang and oxgang, or, again, a plough of land, for these were the vernacular words of a later age. On the whole, the little evidence that we have seems to point to the greater antiquity in England of a reckoning which takes the house land rather than the plough land as its unit. As to the bovate or oxgang, it seems to be an unit only in the same sense as that in which the verget or yard land is an unit. The one is the eighth, the other is the fourth of an unit. That, in days when 8 oxen are yoked to a plough, the eighth of a plowgang should be called an oxgang will not surprise us, though, as a matter of fact, an ox never goes or ploughs in solitude. In our Latin documents, a third part of a knight's fee will be, not tertia pars fidi unius militis, but far more commonly, fidem tertii partes unius militis. We do not infer from this that fractions of knights or fractions of knights' fees are older than integral knights and integral fees. The bovate seems to have been much less widely known than the carucate, for apparently it had no place in the computation that was generally used in East Anglia, where men reckoned by carucates, half-carucates, and acres, and where the verget was not absolutely unknown. In the financial system, as we have said, the carucate plays for some counties the part that is played for others by the hide. Fiscally, they seem to be equivalent. That is to say, when every hide of Wessex is to pay 2 shillings, every carucate of Lincolnshire will pay that sum. We think also, and shall try to show, that the Exchequer reckons 120 acres to the carucate, or, in other words, that if a tenement taxed as a carucate were divided into 6 equal shares, each share would at the Exchequer be called 20 acres. The same forces, however, which have made the fiscal hide diverge widely from the real hide have played upon the ploughgangs of the Danelaw. In the Bolden Book, we read of many bovates with 15 acres apiece, though the figures 20, 13-1-2, 12-1-2, 12 and 8 are also represented. And, when we come to the extents of the 13th century, we seem to see in the north but a feeble tendency to any uniformity among the equations that connect carucates with acres. The numbers of the acres in a bovate given by a series of Yorkshire inquests is 7, 7, 8, 15, 12, 6, 12, 15, 15, 6, 5, 9, 10, 10, 12, 24, 4, 16, 12, 18, 8, 6, 10, 24, 32. With a bovate of 4 acres, our carucate would have no more than 32. But then, in the north we may find very long rods and very large acres. And where Danes have settled, we have the best reason to expect those complications which would arise from the superimposition of a new set of measures upon a territory that had been arranged to suit another set. Having been led into speaking of ploughgangs, we may end these discursive remarks by a gentle protest against the use that is sometimes made of the statements that are found in the book called Fleda. It is a second-rate legal treatise of Edward Ice-Day. It seems to have fallen dead from its author's pen, and it hardly deserved a better fate. For the more part, it is a poor abstract of Bracton's work. When it ceases to pillage Bracton, it pillages other authors, and what it says of ploughing appears to be derived at second hand from Walter of Henley. Now Walter of Henley's successful and popular treatise on husbandry is a good and important book, but we must be careful before we treat it as an exponent of the traditional mode of agriculture, for evidently Walter was an enlightened reformer. We might even call him the Arthur Young of his time. Now, it is sometimes said that according to Fleda, the carucate would have 160 acres in a 2-course manor and 180 in a 3-course manor. A reference to Walter of Henley will show him endeavoring to convince the men of his time that such amounts as these really can be plowed if they work hard. Some men will tell you that a plow cannot till 80 or 90 acres by the year, but I will show you that it can. His calculation is worth repeating. It is as follows. The year has 52 weeks. Deduct 8 for holy days and other hindrances. There remain 44 weeks or 264 days, Sundays excluded. 2 course. Plow 40 acres for winter seed, 40 for spring seed and 80 for fallow, total 160, at 7/8 ths of an acre per day equals 180,267 days. Also plow by way of second fallowing 80 acres at an acre per day 80 days, total 262-6/7 days. It is a strenuous and sanguine, if not an impossible, program. When harvest time and the holy weeks are omitted, the plow is to go every weekday throughout the year, despite frost and tempest. Obviously, it is a program that can only enter the head of an enthusiastic lord who has supernumerary oxen and will know how to fill the place of a plowman who is ill. We have little warrant for believing that what Walter hopes to do is being commonly done in his day, less for importing his projects into an earlier age. In order that he may keep his beasts up to their arduous toil, he proposes to feed them with oats during half the year. If we inferred that the Saxon invaders of England treated their oxen thus, we might be guilty of an anachronism differing only in degree from that which would furnish them with steam plows. But to come to much later days, the Domesday of St. Paul's enables us to say with some certainty that the ordinary team of 8 beasts accomplished no such feats as those of which Walter speaks. For example, at Thorpe in Essex, the canons have about 180 acres of arable land in domain. These, it is estimated, can be tilled by one team of 10 heads together with the plowing service that is due from the tenants, and these tenants have to plow at least 80 acres, to wit, 40 in winter and 40 in Lent. We must observe that to till even 120 acres according to Walter's 2-course plan would mean that a plow must go 180 acres in every year, and that, even if it does its acre every day, more than half the weekdays in the year must be devoted to plowing. We may, however, seriously doubt whether a scheme which would plow the land thrice between every 2 crops had been generally prevalent. Nay, we may even doubt whether the practice of fallowing had been universal. Not unfrequently in our cartularies, the villein is required to plow between Michaelmas and Christmas, and again between Christmas and Lady Day, while nothing is said of his plowing in the summer. We are only beginning to learn a little about medieval agriculture. However, we have now said all that we had to say by way of preface to what we fear will be a dreary and inconclusive discussion of some of those abundant figures that Domesday Book supplies. A few we have endeavored to collect in the tables which will meet the reader's eye when he turns this page, and which will be explained on later pages. Footnotes: DB Roman 2, 47b. Ibid 61. Ibid 64. Ibid 65. Ibid 69b. See above p35. For this reason, I do not feel sure that Mr. F. Baring, Eng. Hist. Reverend Zi 98 has conclusively proved his case when he accuses D.B. of omitting to notice the free tenants on the estates of the Abbey of Burton. The antiquity and universality of the bulk must not be taken for granted. See Matson, Op. Cit. I 86, Roman 3, 319. However, in recent times bulks did occur within the shots. This Matson seems to doubt, as may be seen today at Upton St. Leonard's, Co. Gloucester. Mr. Seabohm, Op. Cit. 4 382 claims the word bulk for the Welsh, but see New Ang, Dict, and Skeet etymol, Dict. In this, as in many another case, the Welsh claim to an English word has broken down. A.S. Cron, Ad Ann, 1043. Henry of Huntingdon, p. 192, took the sestar of this passage to be a horseload. Even if we accept his version, the price would be high when compared with the prices recorded on the pipe rolls of Henry Roman II. For which see Hall, Court Life, 219, 220. But though the point cannot be argued here, we may strongly suspect that the chronicler meant something that is almost infinitely worse, and that his sestar was at the very least as small as our bushel. We know of no English document which suggests a sextarius that would be comparable with a horseload. Geatfield's will, K 925, Roman 4, 263. See above p. 14. Observe the clumsy nomenclature illustrated by K 816, Roman 4. A deed forged for the confessor, Middleton et other Middleton. Horningdon et other Horningdon. Fyfeida et other Fyfeida. See in this context the interesting letter of B.P. Denwolf to Edward the Elder, K 1089, v 166. An estate of 72 hides, a very large estate, came to the bishop almost waste. He prides himself on having now tilled 90 acres. A good program of this system is given by Cunningham, Growth of English Industry, I 71. Rectitudines 4, Section 3, Seabohm Village Community 141. Mr. Seabohm's inference is ingenious and plausible. See also Andrews, Old English Manor, 218. K 259, Roman 2. 26, AD 845. Gift of 19 acres near the city of Canterbury, 6 acres in one place, 6 in another, 7 in a third. K 241, Roman 2. 1, AD 839. Gift of 24 acres, 10 in one place in another. K. 339, Roman 2. 149, AD 904. Gift of 60 acres of arable to the south and 60 to the north of a certain stream. K. 586, Roman 3. 118, and 30 icra on them tweem Felden Dallens. See E.G. Glastonbury Rentalia, Somerset Record Soc. pp. 14, 55, 67, 89, 119, 128, 9, 137, 8, 155, 166, 192, 195, 208. A system which leaves half the land idle in every year is of course quite compatible with the growth of both winter and spring corn. When, as is not uncommon, the villeins have to do between Michaelmas and Christmas twice as much ploughing as they will do between Christmas and Lady Day, this seems to point to a scheme which leaves one field idle and divides the other between winter and spring corn in the proportion of 2:1. Even in the 14th century, a three-field system seems to have been regarded in some places as high farming. Larking, Domesday of Kent, App. p. 23, Extent of Addington, A.D. 1361, et sunt ibidem 60 accri terri arabilis, de quibus dui parts possunt seminari per annum, see Benny Collenter. For evidence of the three-field system, see Nass, Agricultural Community Engel, Transl, 53. Mateson op. Cit. Roman 2, 592. Turton, Forest of Pickering, North Riding Record Society, FF. 20 years ago A.E. enclosed an acre, sown 8 times with spring corn, value of a sown acre 1s, of an unsown 4d. 22 years ago E.C. enclosed a rood, sown 7 times with oats, value 6d. A year, value when unsown 1d. A year. In the same book are many instances of a husbandry which alternates oats with hay. Scrutton, Commons and Common Fields, 118, citing a report to the Board of Agriculture. INI 6368-70. See above, p. 238. A very fine instance is found on the north coast of Norfolk, Burnham Deepdale, B. Norton, B. Westgate, B. Sutton, B. Thorpe, B. Over Y. As to this see Stevenson, E.H. R. Xi 304. Index Map of Ordnance Survey of Norfolk. 6-inch Map of Norfolk, LVI. Another instance occurs near Yarmouth along the banks of the Waveney. Even if the allotment was the result of modern schemes of drainage, it still might be a satisfaction of very ancient claims. See above, p. 355. Fines ed. Hunter, I 242. Sex acras terri mensuratas per legalum perdicam iustum villi. Acts of Parliament of Scotland, I 309. Schmid Jessetzi, App. Roman 12. 3 feet and 3 hand breadths and 3 barley corns. Acts of Parliament of Scotland, I 309. Compare Statutes of the Realm, I 206. Tria graina orde sicca et rotunda faciunt palesum. This so-called statute of admeasurement has not been traced to any authoritative source. Probably, like many of the documents with which it is associated, it is a mere note which lawyers copied into their statute books. Hoveden Roman 4, 33, et ulna sit feria. Britain Roman 2, 189. Magna Carta is careful of wine, beer, corn, and cloth, not of land. Gloucester Corporation Records, ed. Stevenson, p. 80. Near the year 1200, a grant is made of land in Gloucester measuring in breadth 30 feet eoxta feritam virgem regis. Ducange, S. V. Ulna gives examples from the Monastican. The iron rod was an iron ell, were standard perches ever made and distributed. Apparently the only measure of length of which any standard was made was the ulna or clothyard. See the apocryphal statute of admeasurement, Stat, Volume I, UP 206. If the jurors had superficial measure in their heads and were stating this by reference to two straight lines, they would make the length of one of these lines a constant, e.g. 1 league or 1 furlong. This is not done. The space is 6 furlongs in length by 3 in breadth, 14 furlongs in length by in breadth, 9 furlongs and 1 perch in length by 5 furlongs and 2 perches in breadth, instances from Norfolk or the like. They are endeavoring to indicate shape as well as size. See the method of measurement adopted in K 594, Roman 3. And there, the land unbreadest is their hit sial bayon etatine photo brad. The league of 12 furlongs has dropped out of modern usage. It is very prominent in DB, where miles, though not unknown, are rare. Our foot is 30,479 meters. Our perch is very close to 5 meters. Our acre 40,467 aries. A height of 120 acres would be 56 hectares. Statutes of the Realm, I 206, Tres Pedis Faciant Ulnam. Though this equation gets established, the ulna or clothyard seems to start by being an arm's length. See the story that Henry I made his own arm a standard. Will, Malmesp, Gesta Regum, Roman 2, 487. Britain, I 189, tells us that the on contains 2 cubits and 2 thumbs inches. Our yard seems too long to be a step. Second Report of Commissioners for Weights and Measures, Parliamentary Papers, 1820, Reports, Volume Roman 7. As to all the sea Maitson, op. Cit. I 272 fall. The ratio 10:1 is not the only one that is well represented in Germany. The practice of making the acre 4 rods wide is more universal. As we shall see below, length must take its chance. Morgan, England under the Normans, 19. Pollock, E.H.R. I 218. Morgan op. Cit. 19, citing Monastican Roman 4, 421. Second Report of the Commissioners for Weights and Measures, Parliamentary Papers, 1820, Reports, Volume Roman 7. The information thus obtained might have been better sifted. When it is said that a certain customary perch contains 15 feet 1 inch, these feet and inches are statute feet and statute inches. Probably this perch had exactly 15 customary feet. So, again, it is likely that every customary acre contained customary perches. See below, p. 382. Compare Maitson op. Cit. Roman 2, 560. Morgan op. Cit. 22. Anonymous Husbandry, see Walter of Henley ed. Lamond p. 69. K 296, Roman 2. 87, 6 virgi in length and 3 in breadth K. Roman 2, 149, 28 rota lang and 24 rota brad K. 507 Roman 2, 12 jurta lang and 9 jurta brad K. 558 Roman 3, 229 tres perdicas equals triogiata K. 772 Roman 4, 84, 12 perdici K. 787 Roman 4, 115, a pertica and a half K. Roman 4, 160, dimidium virgem et dimidium quatrentum, K. V 199, 75 giota K. 1141, V 275, 6 giota K. 1087, V 163, 3 furlongs and 3 metyards equals an unknown quantity plus yards plus 13 yards plus 43 yards and 6 feet plus 20 yards and 6 feet plus 7 yards and 6 feet plus 5 yards. This charter is commended to geometers. We see, however, that the yard in question is longer than 6 feet. It is connected with our perch, not with our cloth yard. Schmid, App, Roman 12. 3 miles, 3 furlongs, 3 acre breadths, 9 feet, 9 hand breadths and 9 barleycorns. Maitson, Op. Cit. Roman 2, 554. This virga regalis is set down at 470 meters. Our statute perch stands very close to 5 meters. Maitson op. Cit. I 278. Ellis, Introduction, I 116. The use of quarantina for furlong may be due to the Normans. Delisle, Études sur la condition de la classe agricole en Normandie, 531-2. We find from DBI 166 that there was a royal sextarius, but I 162, 238 other sextarii were in use. Maitland op. Cit. Roman 2, 564. Thus in Calne, the morgen is 3172 aries, the Waldmorgen 3806 aries. In Brunswick the Feldmorgen is 2502 aries, the Waldmorgen 3335 aries. So in Sussex the common acres are small, the forest acre equals 180 instead of perches. So in Herefordshire the common acre is put down at 2/3 of the statute acre, but an acre of wood is more than an acre and a half of statute measure. Register, honor. Rickemund, App. P11 Augard says, in the orientation of asarts of forests made in Henry Roman III, S. and Edward Ice times, for forest ground the commissioners let the land per perdicam Roman 20. Pedum, though by this time the 5-foot perch was the established royal measure for ordinary purposes. In a Buckinghamshire fine levied in John's reign Hunter, I 242, we find acres of land which are measured by the lawful perch of the vill, while acres of wood are measured by the perch of the king. Ibid. 13, 178, a perch of 20 feet was being used in the counties of Bedford and Buckingham, though Bedfordshire is notorious for small acres. The obscure processes that go on in the history of measures might be illustrated from the report cited above, p. Note 1261. The length of the customary perch varies inversely with the difficulty of the work to be done. In Herefordshire, a perch of fencing was 21 feet, a perch of walling 16.5, and so forth. Morgan op. Cit. 27 suggests a double goad. The GD of modern Cambridgeshire has been a stick 9 feet long, but the surveyor put 8 into the acre breadth, reckoning 2 of these GDS to the customary pole of 18 feet. See Pell, in Domesday Studies, I 276, 296. A rod that is 18 feet long is a clumsy thing, and perhaps for practical purposes it has been cut in half. Maitland, op. Cit. I 90, 2 hunting spears would make a measuring rod. See also Hansen, ob Handlungen Roman 2, 210. Seebohm op. Cit. 119. Welsh evidence seems to point this way. K 529 Roman 3, 4, 12 Isaras Midwa, K. 549 Roman 3, 33, K. Roman 3, 263. When Walter of Henley, P8, is making his calculations as to the amount of land that can be plowed in a day, he assumes that the work will be over a noun. The by 3 o'clock of his translator is too precise and too late. At whatever hour nouns should have been said, the word noon became our name for 12 o'clock. See also Seebohm, op. Cit. 124. Maitland op. Cit. Roman 2, 565. The rods known in Germany range upwards from very short South German rods which descend from the Roman pertica to much longer rods which lie between 4 meters and 5. Our statute perch just exceeds 5 meters. Then the ordinary, not forest, morgen rarely approaches 40 aries, while our statute acre is equivalent to 40-46 aries. However, the Scandinavian ton is yet larger and recalls the big acres of northern England. In France, perches of 18 feet were common, and in Normandy yet longer perches were used, but we do not know that the French acre, or journal, contained 160 square perches. Seebohm op. Cit. 166. Seebohm op. Cit. 19. Thus e.g. Glastonbury Rentalia, 68. If he has 8 oxen he shall plough every Thursday 3 roods. Walter of Henley, 9. Tour through the southern counties, ed. 3, 1772, pp. -301. Tour through the southern counties, p. 127. Walter of Henley, 9. Young, View of Agriculture of Oxfordshire, p. 104. In Oxfordshire in the early years of this century, many ploughs with 4 horses go out for 3 roods, after all improvements in ploughs and in horses. Maitland op. Cit. 88. Dr. Taylor in Domesday Studies, I-61, gives a somewhat different explanation. The ploughman walked backwards in front of the beasts and, when near the end of the furrow, used his right arm to pull them round. Among the land books, those that most clearly indicate the intermixture of strips are K 538, Roman 3. 19, 648, Roman 3. 692, Roman 3. 290, 1158 v. 310, 1169 v. 326, 1234, Roman 6. 39, 1240, Roman 6. 51, 1276, Roman 6. 108, 1278, Roman 6. 111. As to the names of culturi, the Ramsey cartulary may be profitably consulted. Such names as Horspool-Furlange, Woad-Furlange, Benefurlange, Staple-Furlange, I-307, Michael-Furlange 321, Stanwa-Furlange, Longe-Furlange 331 are common. We meet also with Wung, Reduange 321, Languange, Stiniwange, Scorduange, Semerswange 341 too. Also with Luge, apparently O. E. Leia, Gen Dat. Leage, Walnathesluge, Edrich's Luge. Often the cultura is known as the 5, 10, 20 acres. Sometimes in Latin this sense of furlong is rendered by quarantina, unum rodum in quarantina denuidich. Fines, ed. Hunter, I-42. Glastonbury Rentalia, 180, 195, 208. 16 Old Maps, Oxford Clarendon Press, 1888. The rod, however, must have been very short. Perhaps it had as few as 12 feet. For many reasons, this must not be taken as a typical map. We refer to it merely as showing the relation of estimated, that is of real, acres to an acre measure. Instructive evidence about this matter was given in a chancery suit of James Ice Rain. The deponent speaking of the fen round Ely says, it is the use and custom to measure the fen grounds by 4 poles in breadth for an acre, by a pole of 18 feet, and in length for an acre of the said grounds as it happineth, according to the length of the furlong of the same fens, which is sometimes shorter and sometimes longer. Quoted by O. C. Pell in Domesday Studies, I. 296. For an explanation of this mode of ploughing, see Matson Op. Cit. 84. Matson gives 6 feet as a usual width for the beds in Germany. I think that in Cent. Roman 13, our Sellians were usually wider than this. The Gloucester Corporation Records, ed. Stevenson, 1893, should be consulted. When small pieces of land were being conveyed, the Sellians were often enumerated. Thus, P 124, and 13 acres of arable land, whereof 1 acre lies upon Thistelege near Duran's land, an acre and a half being 3 Sellians, half an acre being 2 Sellians, an acre of 5 Sellians, an acre being 1 Sellian and a gore, 4 Sellians and 2 little gores. An acre being 3 Sellians and a headland. In Mr. Seebohm's admirable account of the open fields there seems to me to be some confusion between the Sellians and the acre or half-acre strips. On Mr. Mowat's map of Roxton, a quarter-acre strip is a yeard. DBI 364. In Stainton habuit Jalf 5 Bavadas terri et acras terri et 1 vergetam ad geldum. This verget is a quarter-acre. The continuous use of vergata in this sense is attested by Glastonbury Rentalia, 27. So in Normandy, Delisle, Études sur la condition de la classe agricole, 535. So in France, Ducange S.V. Vergata from a register of the Chamber of Accounts. Quadraginta perdici faciunt vergatam, quatuor vergati faciunt acram. Matson, Op. Cit. I-95. In Kahlenberg, a strip that is 1 rod in breadth is called a girt, our yard. In the Exeter, Domesday verga not vergata is the common word. In the Exchequer book, an abbreviated form is used, but verga appears in I-216b. So again, if a eogum is quartered, its quarter can be called a verget. See Denman Ross, Hist. Of Landholding, 140 round, Feudal England, 108. See above, p. 372. K 205, I 259, Surciter 30 Eudra, K. 217, I 274, 30 Eudra, K. 225, I 290, Hoc S 30 Eudrum, Hoc S Segatum, K. 234, I 308, 150 Eudra, K. 241, Roman 2, 124 Eudras, K. 259, Roman 2, 26, 19 Eudra. K. 264, Roman 2, 36, Unum Domitium Agrum, Heelv Acre K. 276 Roman 2, 57 10 Eudra K. 285 Roman 2, 70 80 Ikra K. 339 Roman 2, 150, Sextig Isera Irlands, Other Sextig, K. 586 Roman 3, 30 Ikra on Theme Tweem Felden, K. 612 Roman 3, 159, 2 Heta Butin 60 Ikran, K. 633 Roman 3, 188, 3 Manses AC 30 Eugerum Dimensionum, K. 695 Roman 3, 295 40 Agros, K. 759 Roman 4, 59 30 Acara, K. 782 Roman 4, 106, 50 Isera, K. V 303, 36 Ikara Eadlands, K. 1161 V 315, Tur Duodnas Segits equals 36 Isera Eadlands, K. 1211 V 393, 25 Segits, K. 1218 Roman 6, 1, 14 Heta and 40 Isera. Probably it occurs in Ani 67, certainly in Rectitudines 4 section and in the late document about Tidenham above P. K. 369 Roman 2, 205, boundary of Aegead at Ashurst which belongs to a hide at Topsham AD, 937, K. 521 Roman 2. Edgar grants Tres Vergas, K. 658 Roman 3, 229, A. Ethelred grants 3 manses at 3 Perticas, K. 1306 Roman 6, 163, A. Ethelred grants land trium sub estimation Perticarum, K. Roman 4, 84 Edward Conf, grants 5 Perticas, K. 787 Roman 4. He grants unum Perticam et Dimidium, K. 814 Roman 4. He grants Dimidium Virgum et Dimidium Quatrentum, Crawford Charters, 5, 9, mortgage in 1018 of a yard of land, K. 949 Roman 4. 284, 979 Roman 4. 307, 2 other examples from the eve of the conquest. It is more likely that these yards and perches of land are quarter hides than that they are quarter acres. Square perches seem to be out of the question. There are of course many instances in the charters of a pertica, virga, gead used as a measure of mere length. See above, p. 375, note 1266, where a few are cited. Maitzen op. Cit. 74. In Germany the Huf, Hoba, Huoba, Huba, etc. is the unit. This word is said to be connected with the modern German Behuf, our Behuf. It is the sores, the portion that behoves a man. In Sweden, the unit is the mantle, a man's share. The last word about the 10 Tenmanedel of Yorkshire has not been said. K 633, Roman 3, 188. K 612, Roman 3, 159. Land Sumni Dale, Thiet Sind Tuhita, Buten Ikran Thiet Hieft si Arsabisiup Genumen into Simasai, to his hame him to a Tweedeland. Rot, Hund, Roman 2, 575. After going through the whole calculation, I have satisfied myself that the sum is worked in this way. Hence, in our law Latin, the word terra means arable land. To claim unum acram terri when you meant an acre of meadow, prati, would have been a fatal error. K 1222, Roman 6. 12, T 508, and Ike Ethelger and an Heidland thus the Eilf Hoed be Huntulti Akern, adio so he will. Kemble, Saxons, 117. See above, p. 386, note 1304. There can be little need of examples. Glastonbury Rentalia, S tenet unum vergatam terri et dimidium, qui computanter pro una vergata. Ibid. p. 160. H tenet unum vergatam et 5 acras, qui omnia computanter pro una vergata. Worcester Register, 62. A vergat consists of 13 acres in one field and 12 in the other, the next vergat of 16 acres in one field and 12 in the other. In other cases, the numbers are 16 and 14, 14, 5, 8, and 11, 13 and 12, 1, 2, 14 and 11, minus 3/4 and 11, 1, 4. Yet every vergat is a vergat. At the date of Domesday, we are a long way from the first Danegeld and a very long way from any settlement of Cambridgeshire. Still, if we analyze a symmetrical hundred, such as Armingford, we shall find that the average 10-hide vill is just about twice as rich as the average 5-hide vill in men, in teams and in annual valet, though there will be some wide aberrations from this norm. See above, p. 336, note 1160. See above, p. 237. This is proved by the Burgle-Hittage, of which we spoke above, p. 187, and shall speak again hereafter. See the Geraffa published by Dr. Lieberman in Anglia, Roman 9. 251, Andrews, Old English Manor, 246. The manner in which the old hides have really fallen to pieces, but are preserving a notional existence, is well illustrated by Domesday of St. Paul's, 4147. In one case, a hide forms 9 tenements containing respectively 30, 30, 15, 5, 5, 712, 5, 712 acres. See Vinogradoff villenage. Vinogradoff villenage, 242. Maitland, History of an English Manor, Ang Hist, Reverend Roman 9, 418. See Pell in Domesday Studies, I 357. Almost at one and the same moment, but in 2 different extents, the same tenements are being described as containing 15 and as containing 18 acres. Domesday of St. Paul's, 69. In this manner the hide contains 120 acres. The old inquest said that it used not to contain more than 80. But afterwards the lands were sought out, and measured exquisiti sunt terri et mensurati. Cart Rams, Roman 3, 208. See also the table given by Seebohm op. Cit. 37. A double hide of 240 acres plays a part in Mr. Seebohm's speculations. His instances of it hardly bear examination. On p. 37 he produces from Rott, Hund, Roman 2, 629 the equation 1h equals 6v, of 40a apiece. This apparently refers to the Ramsey Manor of Brington, but Cart, Rams, Roman 2, 43 gives 1h equals 4v of a, while Cart, Rams, Roman 3, 209 gives 1h equals 4v of 34a. Then Mr. Seebohm, p. 51, cites from the documents of Battle Abbey given by Dugdale the equation 1h equals 8v, but this seems to refer to the statement now printed in the Battle Cartulary, Camd. Soch, p. Roman 13, where 1h equals 4v as to the supposed Solanda of 2 hides, see round, feudal England. The vergets on the Gloucestershire manors of Gloucester Abbey contain the following numbers of acres: 36, 40, 36, 38, 48, 48, 48, 50, 48, 40, 64, 64, 64, 48, 50, 60, 48, 48, 18, 44, 80, 48, 48, 72. See Gloucester Cartulary, Volume Roman 3. Of the taxation and wealth of the various counties we shall speak hereafter. Napier and Stevenson, Crawford Charters, p. 47, the O.E. A sull plough is cognate with lat, sulcus. Both terms were in use in Normandy and some other parts of France. Delisle, Etudes, 538, also Ducange. In a would-be English charter of the days before the conquest, these words would be ground for suspicion. In K 283 and 455, Kemble has printed, in documents which he stigmatizes, charactorum. But apparently, C.B. Roman 2, 104 Roman 3, 94, what stands in the cartulary is caratorum, and this seems a mistake for the common cassatorum. To mistake OES for R is easy. See Stevenson, EHRV 143. In DB, the eogum appears as a portion of a solon, probably as a quarter of the solon. DB I13, pro uno solon si defendit. Tria juga sunt infra divisionum hugenus et quartum eogum est extra. The eogum has already appeared in a few Kentish land books. In K 199, I 249, B I 476, we find an ioclite which seems to be half a manse, mansiuncula. In K 407, Roman 3, 262, B Roman 2, 572, we find an eoclite et in super 10 segits, acres. DB Roman 2, 389, in Cratinga's 24 Liberi homines 1 car, terri et 1 verg. Yorkshire Inquisitions, Yorks, Archeol, Soch, Passim, on P in an account of Catterick we read of a capital mess wage worth 5s, 32 bovates of arable land and domain, each bovate of 6 acres at 8s, 12 pounds, 16 s-pounds, 31 2 bovates held by bondmen, each bovate of 10 acres at 13s, 4d, 21 pounds, bovates which contain 24 acres and 32 acres called inland worth 74s, 8d. See above, p. 375. A bovate of 13 acres seems to have prevailed in Scotland. Acts of Parliament of Scotland, I 387. The immediate source is the Seneschalty. See Walter of Henley, ed., Lamond, p. 84, Fleta, p. 159. Walter of Henley, pp. 6, 8, 40-45. With a three-course system, the figures will be somewhat different. Plow 60 acres for winter seed, 60 for spring seed, 60 for fallow, total 180 at the rate of 7/8 of an acre per day, total 205-6-7 days. In second fallowing, plow 60 acres at an acre per day, grand total 265-5-7 days. Whichever system is adopted, the plow goes 240 acres. Walter of Henley, p. 13. Domesday of St. Paul's, 38. Maitson op. Cit. I 277, Andrews op. Cit. 260. Jerepha 9, Anglia Roman 9, 261, me meig in Mayo and Junio and Julio on Sumera Filgen. Andrews op. Cit. 257. Thus e.g. Domesday of St. Paul's, 59, Tillingham. Is it possible to fallow, when, as in this case, there is no pasture for the oxen except such as is afforded by the idle field? Non est ibi pastura nici cum quiescit dominicum per venagem. 69. Non est ibi certa pastura nici quando terri dominici quiescent alternatum inculti. Section 2. Domesday Statistics.